Chapter 1093. The Wasteland City was a Class 1 divine city, and its flourishing level was far beyond Li Fuchen's understanding. This place had the exciting and bloody bestial battle arena. As the name suggested, the bestial battle arena was a place for humans and beasts to fight, or half-divine beasts. The spectators could place bets. Some people would become rich overnight. Some people would go bankrupt overnight. This place had the even more bloody blood fighting arena. Different from the bestial battle arena, the blood fighting arena only allowed demigod warriors to participate, and the rewards were extremely generous. According to the rules, one win in the blood fighting arena would give one inferior divine stone. 2 consecutive wins would give 2, 3 consecutive wins would give 4. That's right, with every successive victory, the reward would double. If he won 10 consecutive battles, the reward for merely the 10th battle would be 512 inferior godstones. In addition to the accumulated rewards from before, it would be more than 1,000 inferior godstones, which was more than enough to purchase an ordinary demigod weapon. But it was because of the generous rewards that the matches were extremely intense. Some people had already won 9 matches in a row, and they wouldn't give up on the 10th match, even if they had to pay with their lives. Apart from that, the Wasteland City had casinos, trading centers, and all sorts of service industries. Without a doubt, these service industries might be providing services to ordinary people, but they were mainly targeted at lower gods. After all, a lower god's wealth was 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. A casual meal for a low god in Wasteland City could cost several inferior grade divine stones. If they were a little extravagant, it was normal for them to spend tens or hundreds of inferior grade divine stones. Moreover, an inferior grade divine stone was a huge sum for ordinary people. They usually used divine coins for transactions. Generally, 10,000 divine coins was equivalent to an inferior grade divine stone. However, inferior grade divine stones could be used for cultivation, while divine coins were just a form of currency. There were many precious things that couldn't be bought with divine coins. After a period of time, Li Fuchen had seen at least 80 lower gods in the Wasteland City. Li Fuchen reckoned that there were at least a few thousand lower gods living in the Wasteland City. With so many lower gods, the amount of precious resources required was astonishing. The resources sent by the various divine villages were basically used to satisfy these lower gods. Correspondingly, the consumption of these lower gods would also be repaid to the various divine villages. In short, no matter where it was, there would only be a small group of elites, and they were qualified to enjoy the resources. The rest of the people were just serving them. Of course, everyone knew that if the inferior gods did not go out to make money, they would also be poor and unable to maintain the upper-class life in the Wasteland City. Blood Moon Tavern. After ordering a cup of wine that was worth 1 inferior divine stone, Li Fuchen found a seat and sat down. "Brother, do you want to take the mission of hunting glacial armored rhinoceroses? 1,000 inferior celestial stones per person." A low god with tiger stripes on his face walked over. There were many races in the divine world, and a human race was just one of them. There were also the demon folk, titan folk, blood folk, and wolf folk. Basically, there were all the races that existed in the universe, in the divine world. Of course, most of them were mixed bloods, and this lesser god in front of him most likely had the bloodline of the demon folk. Find someone else. Li Fuchen shook his head. 1,000 inferior godstones were not a small number, but he did not lack them. Stop pretending. The demigod Tiger Stripe mumbled to himself as he left. A 5-man team is exploring the Wasteland's Devil's Denver. We're still missing one person. Who wants to join? After waiting for a long time, Li Fuchen finally got an invitation that he was interested in. The Wasteland Devil's Cave was one of the 3 most dangerous places outside of the Wasteland City. If Li Fuchen didn't go take a look, it would be the same as wasting his trip to the Wasteland City. Count me in. There weren't a lot of lower gods that were willing to explore the Wasteland's Devil's Denver. With Li Fuchen's quick reply, He was able to snatch a spot in an instant. What is your divine power index? It cannot be lower than 50. At the third table, there were 4 lower gods seated there. The one who spoke was a stalwart man with bull horns on his head. He took out a crystal ball and said to Li Fuchen, "Divine Power Index?" Li Fuchen had never heard of Divine Power Index before, but from the current situation, it should be to input divine power into the crystal ball, and the crystal ball would measure the Divine Power Index. "All right, let me try." Li Fuchen walked over and placed his hand on the crystal ball before he started to input Sword Dao Divine Power. 10, 20, 50. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's Divine Power Index had surged to 50 and was still increasing. 80, 100, 200. The stalwart man's expression changed slightly. The Divine Power Index might not be able to fully reflect a lower god's strength, but it was still an important standard. Divine power was affected by many aspects like the divine spirit, divine body, and cultivation level. Generally speaking, a newly promoted lower god would have a divine power index of around 10. Such lower gods were very weak, but there were exceptions. Some lower gods might have weak divine power indexes, but their cultivation level was extremely high. Once they progressed, they would be at the peak stage of lower god. Such lower gods would be able to contest with lower gods with divine power indexes that were a few times or even 10 times their own. Those with divine power indexes of 50 would be considered regular lower gods. Those with divine power indexes of 100 would be considered elite lower gods. 200 would be pinnacle lower gods. 300 and above would be pinnacle lower gods. 240. Li Fuchen's Divine Power Index was finally at 240. This index was definitely very high. Among 100 lower gods, there were only a few lower gods that had such a high Divine Power Index. Swallow Star, what is your Divine Power Index? The stalwart man looked at the dark and skinny middle-aged man. The dark and skinny middle-aged man might not look impressive and didn't look imposing at all. However, the dark and skinny middle-aged man's original body was a space giant beast. The power of the starry sky beast had always been vigorous and terrifying. After progressing to become a lower god, his divine power would be several times stronger than other lower gods. 260. Swallow Star said in a grave tone, back when he had just progressed to become a lower god, his divine power index had already exceeded 100. This index should be enough. Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. He had a vague feeling that his divine power index would be extremely high. If he used his full strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. If there is a chance, I have to buy a crystal ball to test the divine power index. Li Fuchen thought to himself, he is actually a top-notch lower god. Incredible. The surrounding people looked at Li Fuchen with different expressions. A top-notch lower god would be an existence that couldn't be neglected no matter where he went. Very well, you are fully qualified to join us. Another lower god with golden hair stood up and smiled. After some understanding, Li Fuchen found out the names of the 4 lower gods. The stalwart man with bull horns was called Kapharos. The dark and skinny middle-aged man was called Swallow Star. The blonde man was called Dean, and the silent black-haired lady was called Zhao Feier. Li Fuchen could see that she wasn't a human, but a wolfman race. The 4 of them had rather high divine power indexes. Kapharos' divine power index was 120. Swallow Star had 260. Dean had 180, and by law had 150. The reason why the 5th member was required to have a divine power index above 50 was mainly because they weren't going to battle and were going to explore. If they were going to battle, their divine power index would need to be above 100. Anthony needs abyss demon flowers. The more the merrier. He will pay us 1 low-grade godstone for each abyss demon flower. However, abyss demon flowers usually grow below the 10th floor of the desolate Devil Cave. There is a high chance of abyss divine beasts appearing there. We need to be prepared for battle. The Anthony that Caphros mentioned was a pinnacle lower god. As for the abyss demon flower, it was useless to most people. Even if they saw it in the desolate devil cave, no one would pick it. It was mainly because the abyss demon flower's contamination was too strong, and it would be troublesome if they were accidentally contaminated. Everyone couldn't understand why Anthony needed the abyss demon flower and was purchasing it at the price of one low-grade god stone. Of course, it didn't matter if they understood or not. They would still go, as this was a great opportunity to earn divine stones. It was fortunate that Caphros was rather familiar with Anthony. Hence, they had this opportunity. How are we going to split it? Li Fuchen asked. He didn't mind 1 or 2 divine stones, but it was still a good thing to discuss it in advance. It would prevent any conflicts later. Dean said, if it is discovered by an individual, it will belong to the individual. If everyone contributes, it will be split according to the contribution. All right, Li Fuchen nodded. They didn't act immediately, as everyone agreed to depart the next morning. While it was still early, Li Fuchen went to buy a crystal ball to test the divine power index. This crystal ball was called the divine power ball, and it was specially used to test divine power. According to the quality, the price would be different too. The divine power ball to test a lower god's divine power index was worth 1 low-grade god stone, and the limit of the divine power index was 500. The divine power ball to test a middle god's divine power index was worth 10 low-grade god stones, and the limit of the divine power index was 5,000. As for the divine power ball to test a higher god's divine power index, the desolate city didn't have it. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and spent 10 low-grade god stones to buy a divine power ball to test a middle god's divine power. He was afraid that the divine power ball wouldn't be able to test it. It turns out that the divine power index is related to the divine soul, divine spirit, divine body, cultivation level, and other aspects. No wonder my divine power index is so high. When purchasing the divine power ball, Li Fuchen found out some information about the divine power index. The others would only have a high cultivation level, but Li Fuchen was superior in all aspects, especially the divine soul. The divine soul was the crux of a god and was the core source. After returning to his residence, Li Fuchen took out the middle god's divine power ball and started to test his divine power. Firstly, it was the space-time divine power. Among the various divine powers, his space-time divine power was the weakest. 100, 200, 300, there is actually over 500. It has already exceeded the test limit of the lower god's divine power ball. Li Fuchen was rather surprised, as he thought the space-time divine power would at most be 300 or 400. Next was the fire Tao divine power. 300, 500, 800. The fire Tao divine power was over 800. After progressing to the lower god realm, Li Fuchen's strongest Tao wasn't the fire Tao, it was the sword Tao. Before progressing to the lower god realm, his fire Tao power came from the Scarlet Flame set. After progressing, it came from himself. The current Scarlet Flame set was far less important to him than before progressing. In fact, be it the fire Tao, the space-time Tao, or the sword Tao, after progressing, the source of power had changed. He had never heard of any lower god's divine power coming from a half-divine artifact. Chapter 1094. Immediately after, Li Fuchen started to test the sword Tao divine power. 500, 1,000, the sword Tao divine power was extremely shocking as it forcefully broke through the 1,000 checkpoints. A low god's divine power index would normally be within 500. Almost no one would have a divine power index that exceeded 500. A mid-god's divine power index would be above 1,000 and within 5,000. It also meant to say that Li Fuchen's sword Tao divine power was already comparable with those newly progressed mid-gods. Ultimately, Li Fuchen's sword Tao divine power index was fixed at 1250. I shouldn't be a match among the low gods. I wonder how will I fare against the high gods? Putting aside everything else, Li Fuchen would be able to crush any low gods with just his divine power. If he used the pinnacle half-divine artifact and his cultivation realm advantage, he would be able to wipe out a large group. The final test was the destruction divine power. Crack! What is going on? As soon as Li Fuchen's destruction divine power made contact with the divine power sphere, the divine power sphere crumbled and turned into ashes. This was a mid-god's divine power sphere, not a low-god's divine power sphere. Furthermore, even if it was a low-god's divine power sphere, if it was just testing the divine power index, it wouldn't crumble upon contact with a mid-god's divine power. At most, it would explode after exceeding the test limits. It isn't a problem of the divine power strength. It is the nature of the divine power. Li Fuchen didn't believe that his destruction divine power was stronger than a mid-god's divine power. It was impossible. The problem should be with the nature of the destruction divine power. What was annihilation? Annihilation was the power that was produced when all things reach their end. Destruction was irreversible and uncontrollable. Li Fuchen's destruction divine power wasn't considered the true destruction power, let alone Li Fuchen, who was a low god. Even a mid-god, high god, or true god would be turned into ashes upon contact with the true destruction power. But even if it only contained a trace of the destruction power, the destruction divine power was still extraordinary. It couldn't touch any object, otherwise the object would be destroyed. It is a pity. Li Fuchen felt a little heartache. This was 10 low-grade godstones. He only had less than 40 low-grade godstones. If he had known that the destruction divinity power was so tyrannical, he would not have tested the destruction divinity power index, no matter what. After destroying a mid-god divine power sphere, Li Fuchen went to buy another one. It might be painful, but it was a necessity. In the future, he would be able to test his divine power index at any time. As such, unless Li Fuchen sold top-notch half-divine artifacts or peak-grade half-divine artifacts, he was finally in a more urgent mood to earn divine stones. The Wasteland's devil's den had a thick, dark hue. Everything here was dark. The ground was dark, the sky was dark, the clouds were dark, the plants were dark, and even the wind was dark. It could be seen and touched. Be careful. This is the 7th level of the Wasteland's demon cave. The abyssal power is getting stronger and stronger. Dean reminded, the power of the abyss was all negative energy. It was extremely polluting. Once one was contaminated by it, unless there was a good solution, they could only disperse the part of their divine power origin that had been contaminated. This was not the time to be reluctant. If he hesitated for too long, he would only be completely corrupted, turning into an abyssal demon god. This is the power of the abyss. Li Fuchen's divine spirit senses were extremely sharp. He could see a faint and almost invisible dark red, smoke-like energy enveloping over. If it was any other energy, once it came into contact with Li Fuchen and the other's divine power, it would immediately be destroyed. However, this dark red, smoke-like energy was like maggots that slowly fused into everyone's divine power and didn't get destroyed. However, the dark red, smoke-like energy was too thin. After such a long time, everyone's divine power was only tainted by an invisible layer. This layer of divine power was constantly being consumed and wouldn't enter anyone's body again. Of course, as time passed, it would be hard to say. Li Fuchen had tried before, be it the time and space divine power, fire Dao divine power, or sword Dao divine power. None of them were able to resist the contamination of the abyssal power. Let me try the destruction divine power. Li Fuchen released a wisp of destruction divine power. PFFF. The abyssal power that wouldn't be destroyed by divine power was rapidly turned into nothingness when it encountered the destruction divine power. It was as though it had encountered its nemesis. As expected, the destruction power can even destroy the abyssal power. Li Fuchen smiled faintly. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that the abyssal power here was corroded by the abyss and had been weakened by countless times. If this was the true abyssal power, Li Fuchen's destruction divine power wouldn't be enough. At least his low god destruction divine power wouldn't be able to withstand it. 8th floor, 9th floor, soon enough. The 5 arrived at the 11th floor of the desolate Devil Cave. No one knew how many floors there were in the desolate Devil Cave. As of now, it was known that there were around 30 floors. As compared to the 7th floor, the 11th floor's abyssal power was much more concentrated. It was better to be careful, and everyone would check their divine power from time to time to prevent being corrupted by the abyssal power. Dark Devil Bamboo. There were a few methods to scout the surroundings with the divine spirit. There were 2 most common methods. The first method was to scout with the divine spirit power. However, the divine spirit power might be able to scout in detail, but the range was too small. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen and had a higher grade of divine spirit. The second method was to scout with the divine power. After progressing to become a low god, the saint spirit would transform into a god spirit, while the half-god power would transform into divine power. At this moment, the god spirit and divine power were already showing signs of fusing. Using divine power to scout the surroundings was actually the same as using spiritual awareness to scout the surroundings. Furthermore, the range was much wider. Apart from that, if one cultivated a divine class ocular technique or a scouting type divine class martial art, they would also be able to scout the surroundings. However, these things were rather rare and regular gods wouldn't be able to obtain them. Li Fuchen didn't use the divine spirit power to scout the surroundings. He chose to use divine power. His divine power was extremely pure and vast. After it was diluted, it extended to the surroundings. It was as though he had opened up a pair of heavenly eyes. Wherever the divine power reached, it would be his eyes. Over a dozen miles away, Li Fuchen discovered a patch of dark devil bamboo. This patch of dark devil bamboo was like a black jade stone and looked extremely extraordinary. Li Fuchen, your luck is truly good. This patch of dark devil bamboo is worth at least a few low-grade divine stones. Kafaros and the others were very envious. The dark devil bamboo was a rather rare divine class material, and many divine class elixirs would use the dark devil bamboo. Li Fuchen smiled and suddenly slashed at the ground beside the dark devil bamboo. Crack! A large crack opened up on the ground, and fresh blood spurted out. Everyone took a closer look and saw an abyss divine beast that looked like a worm and a blood-colored snake being torn apart by the sword chi. Abyss divine beast, underground blood snake. Everyone's expression changed. The underground blood snake's vitality was extremely tenacious, but it couldn't even withstand a single slash from Li Fuchen. 12th floor, 15th floor, 18th floor, along the way, everyone's luck was rather average. In total, they obtained 6 abyss demon flowers, and Li Fuchen obtained 3 of them. The 4 of them were very bewildered, as they didn't know why Li Fuchen obtained all the good stuff. Was the difference in their divine power that huge? Only Swallow Star knew that the difference was indeed huge. His divine power index was comparable with Li Fuchen, but his scouting speed wasn't as fast as Li Fuchen and was always 1 step slower. This meant that Li Fuchen's god spirit was stronger than him. Therefore, Li Fuchen was able to control the divine power with ease. Of course, Swallow Star didn't know that Li Fuchen's divine power index was actually several times stronger than him. It was impossible for Swallow Star to keep up with Li Fuchen's scouting speed. Wait a moment, let me replenish my divine power. Dean took out a dark red flower from his spatial ring and started to pour his divine power into the divine power barrier. This dark red flower was the Abyss Demon Flower. The Abyss power contained within the Abyss Demon Flower was already rather concentrated, and Dean didn't dare to touch it directly. He could only use the divine power barrier to isolate it. This divine power barrier was also separated from his own divine power and wasn't connected at all. However, As such, Dean would have to replenish the divine power barrier every once in a while. Otherwise, the barrier wouldn't last for a long time and would be corroded by the abyss power from the abyss demon flower. Let us replenish it too. Swallow Star and Zhao Fei each poured their divine power into the barrier around the abyss demon flower. Among the 5 of them, 4 of them obtained the abyss demon flower. They were Swallow Star, Dean, Zhao Fei, and Li Fuchen. Only Kapharos didn't open it. This was mainly because Kapharos had the lowest divine power index and was only at 120. Li Fuchen, aren't you going to replenish your divine power? Kapharos looked at Li Fuchen. I replenished it not long ago. Li Fuchen didn't need to replenish his divine power. The divine power barrier that he used to isolate the abyss demon flower was the destruction divine power barrier. The abyss power from the abyss demon flower wouldn't be able to corrode it, but he still had to put up an act. All right then, you guys replenish slowly. I will look around. Kapharos let out a turbid breath and flew a few miles away by himself before extending his divine power. Among everyone, he was the only one that didn't obtain the abyss demon flower, and it made him rather depressed. Abyss demon flower? All of a sudden, Kapharos' eyes lit up and revealed an ecstatic expression. Something isn't right. Why are there silver stripes? Kapharos' smile vanished as he thought of something and said with ecstasy again, It is a mid-class abyss demon flower. Haha, it is a mid-class abyss demon flower. The abyss demon flower had different grades too. The most ordinary abyss demon flower would have dark red flowers. Mid-class abyss demon flowers would have silver stripes, and high-class abyss demon flowers would have golden stripes. According to the agreement with Anthony, low-class abyss demon flowers would cost 1 low-grade godstone, while mid-class abyss demon flowers would cost 50 low-grade godstones. That was 50 low-grade godstones. Generally speaking, low-class deities would only have a few low-grade godstones. People like them who frequently ventured out would only have around 20 low-grade godstones. Only peak-level low-class deities like Anthony would have more than 50 low-grade godstones or even 100 low-grade godstones. Chapter 1095. So what if your divine power is stronger than mine? Sometimes, when luck comes, you can't stop it. No, we shouldn't show off our wealth. 50 lower-grade godstones is enough to make them fall out with me. Kapharos' figure flashed, and he pounced toward the mid-level abyssal demon flower. Puff! In midair, a bloody shadow flashed, and blood sprayed all over the sky. It was Kapharos. At this moment, he was so miserable. His god body was about to collapse. The one attacking him was a gigantic monster with dozens of blood-red tentacles. Lower rank abyss divine beast, crimson tentacle monster. The abyssal divine beasts in the Wasteland's Devil's Den were actually not true abyssal life forms. They were all transformed from divine beasts. For example, this blood-red tentacle monster used to be a low-level divine beast tentacle monster. Its strength was originally extremely tyrannical, and it was equivalent to a peak low-level deity. After being corrupted into a blood-red tentacle monster, although it had lost much of its rationality, its strength had also increased by a lot. Kapharos was just an elite lower god. How could he be a match for him? The commotion here had instantly attracted the attention of Li Fuchen and the others. Seeing Li Fuchen and the others rushing over, Kapharos said anxiously, I found a mid-class abyss demon flower. It was impossible for him to keep the intermediate abyss demon flower to himself. He could only hope that because he was the first to discover it, he could get a bit more low-grade godstones. Everyone, let's go. Dion wielded a great sword with both hands and slashed at the tentacled monster. No wonder he is a lower deity that frequently roams outside. His weapon is a high-class half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Lower deities who frequently roamed the world were not only wealthy, but they also had higher requirements for weapons. It was impossible for them to be like Copper Spear, who didn't even have an ordinary quasi-divine weapon. Li Fuchen thought about it and decided to use less strength. Otherwise, if he slashed down and the blood-red tentacle monster was dead, what would others think? Under the joint efforts of the 5 people, the blood-red tentacle monster eventually died with a grudge. According to individual contributions, everyone decided to split the mid-class Abyss Demon Flowers into 25 credits. Each credit was equivalent to 2 low-grade Godstones. Li Fuchen had contributed the most and would get 10 credits. The Star Devourer would get 6 credits. The remaining 9 credits would be split equally among Dean, Zhao Feier, and Kafaros, each of them getting 3 credits. Unknowingly, the 5 of them arrived at the 30th floor. The abyssal power here was exceptionally dense, and correspondingly, there were more abyssal demon flowers here. That's about it. I feel like something is wrong. Although Zhao Feier wasn't a pure-blooded werewolf, she had, after all, stimulated her werewolf bloodline, so she was very sensitive to danger. Hearing this, Kafaros said unhappily, "What are you afraid of? This is the Wasteland's Devil's Den, not the Abyss. Even if it's the first level of the Abyss, with the strength of the 5 of us, we will definitely be able to escape unscathed." The main reason was that he had obtained too few abyssal demon flowers, so he was a little unwilling. Dean said, "I also feel that something is wrong. There are too few abyssal demigods and abyssal divine beasts along the way." The space-time in every level of the Wasteland's Devil's Den was very unstable. Demigod beasts and divine beasts would often come to the Wasteland's Devil's Den inexplicably and then be contaminated by the power of the Abyss. Over time, the number of demigod beasts and divine beasts in the Wasteland's Devil's Den kept increasing. There was even a trend of overflowing. This was also the main reason why no one was willing to come to the Wasteland's Devil's Denver. It was simply too dangerous. Kafaros, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to take too much risk. Swallow Star, who had the best relationship with Kafaros, shook his head. After forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Kafaros said helplessly, "All right then, since we are already here at the 30th level, we have to take a look, right?" The Wasteland's Devil's Den currently had a total of over 30 levels. The 30th level wasn't considered the most dangerous. All right, let's explore the 30th level before leaving. Apart from Li Fuchen, the others nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Li Fuchen didn't mind. To him, it didn't matter if it was the 30th level or the 30th levels, it wasn't dangerous. The deeper the level of the Wasteland's Devil's Den, the wider the range. They would only need 15 minutes to explore the first level. It had already been half a month since they reached the 30th level, but they still weren't able to find the spatial boundary. There is a cave here. Zhao Feier's divine power discovered a cave. In response, everyone rushed over. As far as their eyes could see, there was a pitch-black cave that was around a few miles in size. There was a faint surge of the power of the Abyss that distorted the space-time. There's so many mid-grade Abyss demon flowers. Dean severed the divine power that was released while his eyes were filled with astonishment and ecstasy. Earlier on, his divine power was disrupted by the power of the Abyss. He only took a glance inside the cave and discovered at least 7 or 8 mid-grade Abyss demon flowers. Haha, we are rich. Kafaros laughed heartily. A single mid-grade Abyss demon flower was worth 50 low-grade Godstones. 8 would be 400 low-grade Godstones. Furthermore, there were definitely more than 7 or 8 mid-grade Abyss demon flowers in the cave. There would at least be a dozen or 20 mid-grade Abyss demon flowers. Dean forcefully suppressed his excitement and asked, "Can Anthony afford so many low-grade Godstones?" Anthony might be a pinnacle-level low deity and was extremely wealthy, but a few hundred low-grade Godstones wasn't a small sum. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Anthony might need to pay them over 1,000 low-grade Godstones. Kafaros said, "Don't worry, you might not understand Anthony too well. Anthony once saved Lord Mephit's life. He might not have a few thousand low-grade godstones, but he should have 1,000 or 2,000. No wonder he saved Lord Mephit. Dean nodded. Mephit was a mid-deity, and there were only a total of 9 mid-deities in the Wasteland City. Which one of them didn't have a massive wealth? Just a little bit of their wealth would be enough for any low deity to eat and drink well. Riches are found in danger. Let's go all out. At this moment, the usually emotionless Swallow Star was also a little crazy. The Abyss Demon Flowers here were worth over 1,000 low-grade godstones. He didn't want a lot. Just 300 low-grade godstones would be enough. 300 low-grade godstones were enough to purchase a peat-grade, half-god artifact. If he didn't go all out now, when would he? It is time to go all out. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a strange light as he let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. There were indeed a lot of mid-grade Abyss Demon Flowers in the cave. There were a total of 24 of them, and it would be 1,200 low-grade godstones. Let alone Keferos and the others. Even Li Fuchen was rather tempted. However, these 24 mid-grade Abyss Demon Flowers weren't that easy to obtain. Around the mid-grade Abyss Demon Flowers, there were thousands of densely packed abyssal half-god beasts. There were also plenty of abyssal divine beasts and abyssal demon gods. If they were in the outside world, it would be fine without the corruption of the abyssal power. Being enveloped by the abyssal power, it was still unknown how much strength the 4 of them could exhibit. Of course, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to inform the 4 of them in advance. He was able to ignore the abyssal power and discover the situation inside the cave because he had the destruction divine power and the pale, red divine spirit power. If he informed them in advance, it would be the same as telling them that he wasn't afraid of the abyssal power. Furthermore, even if he informed them in advance, it would still be hard to dispel the 4 of them from taking the risk. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Who didn't understand this logic? I will make a move first. Keferos took out a blue water droplet and activated it. A pale blue bubble enveloped him. This divine water droplet was a high-grade, half-god artifact. Keferos had poured in enough divine power, and with a single thought, the divine water droplet would carry him forward. There wouldn't be any divine power connection between him and the divine water droplet until the divine water droplet's divine power was exhausted. Swish! The divine water droplet wrapped around Keferos and rushed into the cave. Immediately after, everyone executed their divine abilities. They would either be like Keferos and activate the divine water droplet or set up layers of divine power barriers around their bodies. They would forcefully endure the abyssal power and rush into the cave. When Li Fuchen was the only one left, he flashed and followed behind like a green smoke. It seemed like he didn't use any defensive measures. Bada! When Li Fuchen landed on the ground, he saw that the 4 of them had unpleasant expressions. What is going on? Li Fuchen asked intentionally. No wonder there are so few abyssal half-god beasts and divine beasts along the way. They are all attracted by the mid-class abyssal demon flowers' abyssal power. Dean took a deep breath and drew his large sword. The battle quickly erupted. Thousands of abyssal half-god beasts were like a tide that surged at the 5 of them. Go to hell! Keferos blasted a fist that was like a violent wave that instantly killed dozens of abyssal half-god beasts. Star engulfing cannon. The star engulfing cannon spat out a divine power pillar. This divine power pillar had astounding power, and at least 100 abyssal half-god beasts were blasted into nothingness. Claw blade storm. Zhao Feier brandished her claws and formed a storm of claw shadows that swept out and ripped apart the abyssal half-god beasts one after another. Wave sword. Dean was the same as Li Fuchen and cultivated the sword Dao. The sword Dao focused on killing, and killing the abyssal half-god beasts was like harvesting wheat. It was a pity that this delight didn't last for long. In just a short moment, the 5 of them encountered their respective opponents. Kefero's star-engulfing cannon and Zhao Feier's opponents were all abyssal divine beasts, while Dean and Li Fuchen's opponents were abyssal demon gods. The abyssal demon gods in the desolate devil's den were generally gods that were contaminated by the abyssal power and weren't pure abyssal life forms. Li Fuchen looked at the dark red eyes of the abyssal demon god that didn't have any trace of normal emotions. He shook his head. Such life forms that were contaminated were no different from walking corpses, unless the abyssal demon god could gradually control the abyssal power and become a true abyssal demon god. PFFF. When the two of them crossed paths, the abyssal demon god was turned into ashes. The abyssal power is getting denser. Li Fuchen saw that Kefero's body was tainted with a trace of abyssal power. Damn it! I wasted one of my abyss divine elixirs. Keferos dodged his opponent's attack in a sorry state and took out an elixir from his spatial ring to consume. A god-class elixir, huh? Li Fuchen thought about it and casually used his sword to eliminate Kefero's opponent. Many thanks. Keferos squeezed out a smile at Li Fuchen. As the five of them killed more abyssal half-god beasts and abyssal divine beasts, the surrounding abyssal power started to increase by several times. Apart from Li Fuchen, everyone else had consumed the abyss divine elixir. The so-called abyss divine elixir was an elixir that could devour the abyssal power. As long as the elixir was almost full, one could spit it out and wouldn't have to worry about being contaminated by the abyssal power. Chapter 1096. 1 pill. 2 pills. The abyss divine elixir's medicinal effects were limited, but the surrounding abyss power was almost limitless. This won't do. The abyss divine elixir has been used up, and the divine power is starting to fall behind. Keferos took out another god-class elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. This time he consumed the void soul elixir. It was a god-class elixir that could stimulate the divine body and allow the divine body to produce more divine power within a short period of time. The flaw was that once the medicinal effects wore off, the divine power would be in a state of decline for a long period of time. As compared to the abyss divine elixir, the void soul elixir was much cheaper, but 2 elixirs would still cost 1 low-grade godstone. Everyone, I want 80% of these mid-class abyss demon flowers. You guys can split the rest. Li Fuchen took out a simple sailboat from his spatial ring. This was the first top-notch ship-type half-god artifact that he obtained. What? A top-notch ship-type half-god artifact? The 4 of them looked at Li Fuchen with shock. The cheapest top-notch ship-type half-god artifact would cost at least 500 low-grade godstones. Furthermore, it wasn't available in the Wasteland City and had to be bought in other divine cities. In the entire Wasteland City, there were less than 20 individuals who possessed top-notch ship-type half-god artifacts. 9 of them were mid-gods. Of course, among the 9 mid-gods, there should be a few who possessed top-notch ship-type half-god artifacts, like the City Lord Qianshi or the owner of the Blood Moon Tavern. Blood Moon. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Keferos said with dissatisfaction. Li Fuchen ignored Keferos and asked, How about it? Isn't it too much? Swallow Star hesitated. As of now, it wasn't too strenuous for him. You can choose to refuse. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Swish. Zhao Feier was the first to board the simple sailboat. 80% is 80%. Dean might be feeling the pinch, but he knew how to choose in the face of the terrifying abyss power. Ultimately, Keferos and Swallow Star also chose to board the boat, with the protection of a top-notch ship-type half-god artifact. Everyone was much more relaxed. One of them just had to pour divine power into the divine power pool, while the other 4 attacked to their heart's content. Li Fuchen, your low-grade godstones are too easy to earn. You are taking 80%. Why don't you give up 10%? Keferos said, half-jokingly. Li Fuchen said, If it was you, would you give up? In a world where only the strong were respected, effort and reward were directly proportional. If he were in Kafaros's place, the other party would most likely watch them die and then take the mid-level abyssal demon flower for himself. Kafaros's willingness to take out 20% was already extremely benevolent. Zhao Feier said, 80% isn't a lot, right? Without Li Fuqin, we might not even be able to stand here and speak. I'm just saying, don't take it seriously, Kafaros said with a stiff smile. Under their bombardment, the number of abyssal demigod beasts and abyssal divine beasts in the cave decreased. However, the surrounding abyssal power increased correspondingly. This abyssal power was released by the abyssal demigod beasts and abyssal divine beasts before their deaths. At this moment, apart from Li Fuqin, no one else was willing to disembark. It's good to have a ship-type, semi-divine artifact. Everyone looked envious. Sometimes, ship-type semi-divine artifacts could be extremely terrifying. For example, this time, a top-notch ship-type demigod artifact was more useful than 10 or 20 demigods. However, ship-type semi-divine artifacts were expensive too. Among the demigods, only a few pinnacle demigods would be able to afford a top-notch ship-type semi-divine artifact. Enveloped by divine power, everyone carefully stored the mid-grade abyss demon flowers onto the quaint sailboat. A total of 24 flowers. There is an 80% chance that there are 19 flowers. Li Fuqin waved his hand and stored 19 flowers. As for the remaining 5 flowers, each of the 4 of them had 1 flower. The last flower belonged to the Devouring Star, but the Devouring Star also took out something that was worth 37 low-grade godstones. Let's go! Li Fuqin controlled the quaint sailboat and rushed out of the cave. Rumble! As soon as the quaint sailboat flew out of the cave, a massive fist suddenly attacked and smashed onto the hull of the ship. Crackle! The hull of the ship was damaged. Demigods weren't able to destroy half-divine artifacts, but gods were able to. On the battlefield of gods, there were plenty of half-divine artifact shards. Of course, it was hard for mid-gods to completely destroy a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact. This fist had only caused a slight damage to the hull of the ship. I was careless. Li Fuqin was indeed careless. He didn't think that there would be an enemy lying in ambush outside the cave. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't have succeeded in their sneak attack. The one that sneak attacked them was an abyss demon god. From the fist force earlier, the opponent's strength was definitely at the level of a peak-level low god. Furthermore, he was probably an expert even among the peak-level low gods. A top-notch ship-type, half-divine artifact could allow them to temporarily avoid the interference of the abyss power and increase their defenses. But it was useless when facing a peak-level low god. Unless there was a peak-level low god among them and they were pouring their divine power into the divine power pool, the ship-type half-divine artifacts barrier would be able to withstand the attack from a peak-level low god. But there weren't any peak-level low gods among them. Be it the Devouring Star or Li Fuqin, they were all peak-level low gods. Die! This abyss demon god retained a certain level of rationality. Apart from the murderous intent in the depths of his eyes, there was also a trace of intelligence. It was obvious that this abyss demon god had either gradually gained control of the abyss power, or he had just been infected not long ago. The violent fist smashed at the quaint sailboat like a curtain of rain. Seeing the situation, Li Fuqin narrowed his eyes and cleaved. Bang bang! The sword light and fist shadow cancelled each other out. Li Fuqin, who was standing at the bow of the boat, only took a few steps back. He wasn't sent flying like what everyone imagined. This is a peak-level offensive half-divine artifact? Dean looked at the longsword in Li Fuqin's hand with a shocked expression. A peak-level offensive half-divine artifact's value might not be as high as a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact's value. It would probably be above 100 low-grade godstones, but a formidable peak-level offensive half-divine artifact's value might not be inferior to a top-notch ship-type half-divine artifact. just like the Wasteland City, Lord Qian Shi's peak-level, offensive, half-divine artifact. It was said that the price was above 1,000 low-grade godstones, and it was even more expensive than regular, top-notch, ship-type, half-divine artifacts. It is truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Kepharos felt sour in his heart. A peak-level, offensive, half-divine artifact. Who knew what other formidable half-divine artifacts Li Fuqian had? Perhaps Li Fuqian's armor was also a peak-level half-divine artifact. In short, in terms of wealth, there weren't many low-level gods that could compare with Li Fuqian. Divine power index of 240. I must look like it. Li Fuqian thought about it and decided not to expose his strength. If he didn't expose his strength, he would have to expose a peak-level, half-divine artifact. Since he had already exposed the top-notch ship-type, half-divine artifact, it wasn't a big deal to expose another peak-level, half-divine artifact. But speaking of which, in the divine world, the difference in power between half-divine artifacts was much smaller. It was actually understandable. In the divine battlefield, everyone channeled half-god power into the half-divine artifact. After progressing to become a god, the half-divine artifact would be filled with divine power. Between the half-divine artifact and half-god power, the half-divine artifact was definitely dominant. Between the half-divine artifact and divine power, the divine power would reverse and dominate the half-divine artifact. The stronger the divine power, the lesser the effect of the half-divine artifact. I reckon that after becoming a high-level god, the effects of the half-divine artifact would be negligible. Li Fuqian thought to himself, "Attack together." Li Fuqian yelled out it was impossible for Kepharos and the others to be idle. Before Li Fuqian said anything, everyone had already started to attack. The Star Devourer's Star Devourer cannon was the first to blast at the Abyss Demon God. The battle lasted for a long time. Li Fuqian grabbed the opportunity and suddenly leaped out of the ancient sailboat. He then cleaved the Abyss Demon God into two. After all, they had been together for several days, and everyone had some tacit understanding. They also grabbed the opportunity to blast the Abyss Demon God's incomplete body into nothingness. "Let's go! The other Abyss Demon Gods are rushing over." Li Fuqian boarded the ship and controlled the ancient sailboat to leave quickly. Not long after Li Fuqian and the others left, 3 Abyss Demon Gods descended. Gyutaro is dead. That fool could only control a little bit of Abyss power. It doesn't matter if he is dead. It is a pity that the mid-class Abyss demon flowers that he was protecting have all been plucked. It is just 24 mid-class Abyss demon flowers. As long as the connection with the Abyss gets closer, there will be more Abyss demon flowers. That's true. The 3 Abyss demon gods came and left quickly. In just a short moment, they vanished without a trace. After flying out of the desolate Devil Cave's 30th floor and arriving at the 29th floor, the 5 finally let out a breath of relief. A single Abyss demon god was already so hard to deal with. Who knew if the next Abyss demon god that arrived would be even more formidable than this one? The 5 didn't stop and continued their journey. Finally, they left the desolate Devil Cave in the shortest period of time. Anthony's residence wasn't inside the Wasteland City, it was outside the city. In the depths of a desolate mountain range, there was a giant castle. Who is it? The castle's surroundings were heavily guarded. As soon as the 5 appeared, they were discovered by a black-clothed lower deity. Kepharos whispered to the 4, "These are Anthony's shadow guards. Not only are they elite lower deities, but they are also adept at shadow shifting and can appear and disappear unpredictably." Such a grand display. Dean raised his brows. A pinnacle low deity acted like a mid-deity and actually had his own guards. "Jarrow, I am Kepharos, Anthony's friend." Kepharos greeted the black-clothed lower deity. Jarrow had an indifferent expression. "Are you Kepharos? Follow me." While speaking, he turned into a shadow and led the way. there's the smell of abyss power? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a strange light. Earlier on, he used his divine spirit power to scan the vicinity of the castle and actually noticed traces of abyss power. This trace of abyss power was too thin and apart from him. No one else would be able to detect it. Chapter 1097. Soon enough, the five arrived at the castle and waited for Anthony to appear in the castle's main hall. It was obvious that Anthony was a god with great taste. The castle's main hall was decorated rather luxuriously. Li Fuchen reckoned that just the crystal chandelier that was emitting a gentle radiance was probably worth a few low-grade divine stones. After waiting for a few hours, Anthony seemed to be busy with something. It was fortunate that everyone was a god and waiting for a few hours wasn't a big deal. In order to obtain divine stones, it wasn't a big deal to wait for a few days or a few months. Finally, when the divine world sun started to set in the west, Anthony arrived late. Apologies, I have made everyone wait. Anthony was wearing a gray robe and had an extremely ordinary appearance. He didn't look like an all-powerful pinnacle low-level god and looked more like a regular low-level god. Kapharos stood up from his seat and said with a smile, "Anthony, it is already very fast that you are able to come out so early." In his impression, Anthony basically stayed in seclusion and was engrossed in his research. Normally, such people wouldn't pay attention to the concept of time. Anthony smiled and said, "Have you brought the abyss demon flowers that I requested?" Kapharos got excited when talking about the abyss demon flowers. "Anthony, we have harvested more abyss demon flowers than you can imagine. I hope you are prepared." "Oh, then I would like to see how many there are." Anthony got excited too. As everyone took out all the abyss demon flowers, Anthony's eyes were getting brighter. "It is indeed a few times more than I imagined. But don't worry, I will give you all the low-grade divine stones." While speaking, Anthony handed Kapharos a small bag that contained 72 low-grade divine stones. Then it was Zhao Feier's 79 low-grade divine stones, Dean's 85 low-grade divine stones, and Swallow Star's 100 low-grade divine stones. Finally, it was Li Fuchen's turn. A total of 1,080 low-grade divine stones, right? Anthony took a deep look at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, "That's right." Li Fuchen possessed 4 divine powers, and each of them had an extremely high divine power index. Therefore, his demand for divine stones was several times that of regular low-level gods. A few dozen low-grade divine stones weren't enough. With over 1,000 low-grade divine stones, it should be enough for him to use for a few years. Of course, the prerequisite was that he hadn't progressed to become a mid-level god. After becoming a god, one's need for divine stones would increase tenfold. "I'm ashamed. I don't have that many low-grade god stones on me right now, but I'll have them soon. You wait here for a few days. I'll go out and find someone to borrow them," Anthony suggested. At this moment, Kapharos also said, "Li Fuchen, don't worry. Let alone 1,000 low-grade god stones. Anthony can even borrow 2,000 low-grade god stones." Li Fuchen laughed. "What if I don't agree?" Hearing this, Anthony's face darkened. Kapharos frowned and said, "It's just a few days. There's no need to be so unreasonable." Dean persuaded, "A few days isn't a big deal. Li Fuchen, wait a little longer. Don't make it too ugly." Among the crowd, only Devouring Star and Zhao Fei'er did not say anything. Swallowing Star acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Zhao Fei'er wanted to say something, but hesitated. "One day. I only need 1 day to borrow enough low-grade godstones." Anthony stretched out a finger and said resolutely. Li Fuchen shook his head. "Sorry, I don't agree." Presumptuous. Anthony was truly infuriated. Li Fuchen sighed. Kapharos shook his head and sighed. Revealing a smile that didn't look like a smile, Li Fuchen sized up the spatial ring on Anthony's finger. "Earlier on, I noticed that there seems to be 1,000 low-grade godstones in your spatial ring. Don't lie to me. My senses have always been sharp." Hearing this, Everyone was startled, including Anthony. Zhao Fei noticed that there was a flash of strange light in Kaphros' eyes. It was obvious that this matter was related to Kaphros. Ha ha ha! Anthony laughed hysterically while his body burst out with chi prowess and didn't look as ordinary as before. I originally planned to deal with you quietly, but I didn't expect for you to notice. Anthony didn't conceal his murderous intent and said word by word. Kaphros, what's going on? Dean quickly looked at Kaphros. Kaphros said, Dean, Devouring Star, Zhao Fei, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. After hearing Kaphros' explanation, how could Dean and the others not understand what was going on? Li Fuchen's wealth was too robust and had triggered Anthony's murderous intent. Kaphros must have been the bridge. Enough nonsense, make your move. Li Fuchen drew the Heaven Abyss sword. As expected, it is a peak-grade offensive half-god artifact, and the quality is extremely high. Anthony had seen peak-grade offensive half-god artifacts before, but the quality wasn't as good as Li Fuchen's sword. Only the Desolate City, Lord Qian, Shi's battle hammer, was comparable with Li Fuchen's sword. According to Kaphros, Li Fuchen also had a peak-grade half-god artifact. It seemed like if Li Fuchen could deal with Li Fuchen, he would be able to earn 2,000 to 3,000 low-grade godstones. After all, if he killed Li Fuchen, he wouldn't have to pay Li Fuchen's low-grade godstones for the Abyss Demon Flower. Li Fuchen, let me help you. Zhao Fei gritted her teeth and stood out. Kaphros stopped her and said, It might be useless for you to go up, but I will not give you the chance. He had already discussed with Anthony earlier. Once the matter was settled, Anthony would give Li Fuchen 500 low-grade godstones. One had to know that this was 500 low-grade godstones. If he relied on taking risks, who knew how many times he would have to go through to earn that amount? Furthermore, taking risks would put his life in danger. Who knew if he would die in some unknown place one day? Li Fuchen decided that after obtaining the 500 low-grade godstones, he would purchase more god-class elixirs that could assist in cultivation. He would also purchase 1 or 2 divine skills and was planning to go into seclusion for 1 or 2 centuries. This matter has nothing to do with me. Anthony, can you let me go? Dean didn't plan to bother about this matter and couldn't be bothered either. He just wanted to leave with the godstones. As for Li Fuchen's life or death, it had nothing to do with him. Anthony said, Once I deal with him, I will naturally let you go. I hope you will keep your promise. Dean let out a breath and said. While speaking, he and Swallow Star retreated to the side. With a flip of the palm, a gray cane appeared in Anthony's hand. He shook his head and said to Li Fuchen, Hand over the spatial ring now, and I can leave your corpse intact. So much nonsense. Li Fuchen was speechless. If he didn't sense a trace of faintly discernible power of abyss lingering on Anthony's body, Li Fuchen would have already made a move to kill Anthony. Courting death, Anthony made a move and poured horrific divine power into the gray cane. A gray ball of divine power was blasted at Li Fuchen. Rumble. Half of the castle was blasted away, and there was a cloud of dust. Is he dead? Kaphros stared at the scene intently. Anthony wasn't a regular peak-level low deity. If he used his full strength, he could instantly kill a top-notch high deity. After the dust dispersed, Li Fuchen's figure appeared in everyone's vision. Is that all? Li Fuchen raised his brows. You are a peak-level low deity? Anthony took a glance at Kaphros. This fool didn't even know Li Fuchen's strength. It was fortunate that Anthony had a powerful trump card, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make Kaphros stay. Dean and Swallow Star frowned. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen to conceal his strength. Likewise, Li Fuchen chuckled. Don't be complacent too early. I am not a regular peak-level low deity. I forgot to tell you, my divine power index is around 450. Anthony raised his gray cane high, and dozens of gray divine power spheres floated in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The gray divine power spheres attacked Li Fuchin in a frenzy at a speed that the naked eye couldn't capture. Just in time soared Sea Horizon. Li Fuchin slashed with the Heaven Abyss sword, and the sword light expanded like a sphere. Due to being in the divine world, Li Fuchin's sword art wasn't able to form a world or a universe like in the universe or the battlefield of gods to envelop the enemy. With the restriction of the divine world's laws, Li Fuchin's sword art couldn't even form a field power and could only vaguely form the embryonic form of a field. 15 minutes later, Anthony stopped and didn't have a great expression. He had already used his full strength but couldn't do anything to Li Fuchin. How is this possible? Anthony actually can't deal with him. Kapharos had a look of disbelief. Kapharos, you shouldn't be ungrateful. If Li Fuchin didn't save you, you would have died in the desolate devil's Denver. Zhao Fei'er spoke with disdain. Kapharos glared at Zhao Fei'er. Shut up. Do you really think he can contest with Anthony? I can only say that you don't understand Anthony. He never does things that he isn't confident in. You still understand me, Kapharos. Anthony's expression gradually calmed down. He looked deeply at Li Fuchin and said, Ever since I obtained the Abyss divine skill, Scarlet Claw, I have been cultivating it for a few dozen years. You are the first to witness its existence. Divine skill? Dean's heart was moved. Divine skills were incredible existences. If a low deity cultivated a low-level divine skill, even if their divine power index was only 100 or 200, they would be able to contest with a peak-level low deity. If it was a mid-level divine skill, they would be able to suppress a peak-level low deity and be invincible below the mid-level deity level. It was a pity that it was too difficult to create a divine skill. Even mid-level deities had a hard time creating low-level divine skills, let alone low-level deities. Normally speaking, if anyone wanted to learn a divine skill, they would have to spend divine stones to purchase the divine skill sealing stone. Even if the Abyss divine skill that Anthony mentioned was a low-level divine skill, it was probably a terrifying low-level divine skill. After all, it contained the word Abyss. Since Anthony required a large number of Abyss demon flowers, Dean guessed that the prerequisite to cultivate the Abyss divine skill was to control a portion of the Abyss power for one's own use. Then execute it and see. Li Fuchin realized that the divine world was getting more interesting as there was another divine skill. He didn't know what was the difference between this divine skill and a divine class martial art. Die. Anthony's body soared into the air as a terrifying abyssal power erupted and gathered on his left hand. His left hand turned crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a demon's claw. Swish! As Anthony clawed with his left hand, a dark red evil demon's claw image clawed at Li Fuchin. The ground and the surrounding vegetation were affected by the evil demon's claw image and instantly withered. There was dead silence. Kapharos, Dean, and the others quickly retreated to avoid getting affected. Watch as I break your Abyss divine skill. Chapter 1098. What? The spectators were shocked. After executing the Abyss divine skill, Anthony wasn't a match for Li Fuchin. Didn't this mean that Li Fuchin had been toying with Anthony? Li Fuchin's strength had never been exposed. The strength that he revealed might just be the tip of the iceberg. This is bad. Dean recalled his previous attitude and felt a little uneasy. As compared to Dean, Kapharos was terrified. Was this Li Fuchin a god or a devil? He wasn't even afraid of the Abyss divine skill. According to what he knew, among the divine skills of the same tier, the Abyss divine skill was definitely the most terrifying. Even if one could neutralize the Abyss divine skill, one wouldn't be able to neutralize the corruption of the Abyss power. Impossible. As compared to everyone else, Anthony was in even more disbelief. His Abyss divine skill, Deep Red Claw, wasn't a low-tier divine skill, it was a mid-tier divine skill. He might have only cultivated for a few dozen years, and with the harsh cultivation conditions of the Abyss divine skill, he wasn't able to cultivate the deep red claw to perfection. But a mid-tier divine skill was still a mid-tier divine skill and not a low-tier divine skill. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was a pinnacle low-tier deity. Even if Li Fuchen was 10 times stronger, he would still suffer if he was caught off guard. How was it possible to neutralize his deep red claw in a single slash? Flee! Anthony was a decisive person. It didn't matter if he could accept it or not. Fleeing was the best choice. A pair of gray feathered wings extended from Anthony's back. He turned into an afterimage and skimmed towards the horizon. As long as he could reach Mephit, he would still have a chance to turn the tables. Do you think you can escape? Seeing that the Abyss divine skill was Anthony's trump card, Li Fuchen didn't have the patience to continue tangling with Anthony. He raised the Heaven Abyss sword and thrust in the air. PFFF! A sword light penetrated Anthony's body. In the next moment, Anthony was like a glowing hedgehog as countless sword lights burst out from his body. Soon enough, Anthony was turned into ashes. Is there such a powerful low-tier deity? Swallowstar couldn't help but ask. Dean said, his realm is undoubtedly very high. He has already surpassed the level of a lesser god. He might have even reached the level of a mid-god. Therefore, although his divine power index is still at the level of a lesser god, he can instantly kill a pinnacle lesser god. Li Fuchen's burst out with Sword Dao divine power was around 400 to 500, and it wasn't too exaggerated. However, his Sword Dao rank was too high. With a high rank, it should be able to quickly progress from a low deity to a middle deity. But to advance to the god level, aside from one's level of insight, there were many other requirements as well. One's realm was just the final glue. It was used to glue all the requirements together and then break through in one go. It was impossible to say that one's level would immediately soar when one's realm was reached. That would be unrealistic and unreliable. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he wanted to become a mid-god in Sword Dao, he would first have to truly adapt to the divine world's laws. After all, he had only been in the god world for a short period of time. There was always a slight gap between him and the god world. I don't care who you are. You killed Anthony, so don't even think about living. The instant Anthony turned into ashes, a white orb of light flew out, and a cold voice came from within. Is that Lady Mephit? Zhao Feier's expression changed. It was obvious that Mephit had left a method on Anthony. If anyone killed Anthony, Mephit would know. The rage of a mid-god was already terrifying. Haha, Li Fuchen, you are dead. Since Lady Mephit has made a move, it is impossible for you to survive. Why aren't you going to Lady Mephit to receive your punishment? Kapharos, who was already in despair, had hope again as he laughed hysterically. Noisy. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and turned Kapharos into ashes, just like Anthony's footsteps. Dean and Swallowing Star's scalp turned numb. The duo didn't dare to move as they were afraid of attracting Li Fuchen's attention. Li Fuchen didn't bother about them. They might not be considered good people, but they didn't take the initiative to harm him. Therefore, Li Fuchen wouldn't take revenge. Li Fuchen smiled at Zhao Feier and said, "Many thanks. It is my unnecessary action." Zhao Feier didn't feel that she was of any help. With Li Fuchen's strength, why would he need her help? Li Fuchen shook his head. It is easy to add flowers to embroidery, but there aren't many who can provide timely help. If Zhao Feier had chosen to watch from the sidelines, Li Fuchen would feel that she was doing the right thing. After all, they didn't have any relationship. But Zhao Feier's choice was unexpected. He didn't understand why she would stand up for him. Was it because she didn't like it? Or perhaps she was a person who repaid kindness with kindness and kindness with kindness. Li Fuchen guessed that she must have made such a choice because he had saved everyone in the desolate Devil's Denver. However, not everyone was like Zhao Feier, such as Dean and Swallowing Star. Kapharos was the worst. Li Fuchen, hurry up and leave. Mephit is a mid-god, and it won't take a lot of time to rush here from the desolate city. Zhao Feier reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said there is no hurry. While speaking, Li Fuchen looked at Dean and Swallowing Star. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. In the desolate devil's den, the two of you have more or less received my kindness. How about this? Each of you leave behind something worth 100 low-grade godstones and get lost. Li Fuchen couldn't let the two of them off just like that. Without him, these people would have died in the desolate devil's den. Without any explanation, the two of them left behind the divine stones and valuable items before leaving in a hurry. It was already hard enough for them to keep their lives. Furthermore, 100 low-grade godstones was equivalent to this trip's harvest. Li Fuchen wasn't being too ruthless. Subsequently, Li Fuchen ransacked Anthony's castle. As for Anthony's shadow guards, they had already vanished without a trace. According to Zhao Feier's explanation, these shadow guards were probably under Anthony's control. Now that Anthony was dead, they were considered to be free. Here are 500 low-grade godstones. Here, Li Fuchen handed Zhao Feier 500 low-grade godstones. This time his harvest was more than 2,000 low-grade godstones. There were over 1,000 low-grade godstones, and it was considered a bountiful harvest. Too much. Zhao Feier's breathing was a little hurried. This was 500 low-grade godstones, and she had never seen so many low-grade godstones in her entire life. Let's go. If we don't leave now, Mephit is coming. Li Fuchen said to Zhao Feier. Without a choice, Zhao Feier had no choice but to keep the low-grade godstones and leave the castle with Li Fuchen. Not long after the duo left, a powerful figure descended in the vicinity of the castle. Anthony, I will take revenge for you. Mephit's eyes flashed with fury. She would never forget that Anthony saved her life when she was still a low god. I have already remembered your appearance. You cannot escape. Mephit was planning to issue a Blood Moon bounty at the Blood Moon Tavern once she returned. Anyone who could find traces of the murder would be rewarded with 500 low-grade godstones. Are you saying that divine skills are acknowledged by the divine world's laws? Along the way, Li Fuchen found out what a divine skill was from Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier nodded. A divine skill that isn't acknowledged by the divine world's laws isn't considered a divine skill. Or it should be said that it isn't a complete divine skill. Once a divine skill is created, it will be supported by the divine world's laws. Apart from that, the creator will also obtain a unique divine skill imprint. Only the person with this divine skill imprint would be able to seal the divine skill into the divine skill seal stone and provide it for others to cultivate. Of course, a divine skill seal stone can only be cultivated once. There are a few divine skill seal stones that can be cultivated twice or more. If that is the case, wouldn't the creator be able to open a divine skill seal stone shop and wait to collect money? Li Fuchen questioned. Zhao Feier shook her head. From what I know, it is very exhausting to seal the divine skill into the divine skill seal stone. Furthermore, if it is sealed too many times, the divine skill imprint will be damaged. In normal situations, the higher the grade of the divine skill, the stronger the divine skill imprint and the more times it can be sealed. Regular, low-level divine skills can only be sealed a few times. I see. Li Fuchen understood. The divine skill imprint was bestowed by the divine world's laws. Once it was damaged or dispersed, the consequences would be unpredictable. It might be hard to utilize the divine skill's true power in the future. It was just like a god that cultivated another person's divine skill. They would never be able to cultivate the divine skill to the extremity. It was already very rare to be able to cultivate the divine skill to 70% or 80% of its power. What is going on with the Abyss divine skill? Could it be acknowledged by the Abyss law? Li Fuchen thought of something. Zhao Feier said, I am not too sure either. In fact, even the divine world's laws are a very general concept. No one knows what the divine world's laws are. Perhaps only after reaching a certain level would one know the reason for the formation of divine skills. Li Fuchin nodded in response. Their current level was too low, and it wasn't appropriate for them to consider such trivial matters. I wonder if the divine skill seal stone in Anthony's spatial ring is the abyss divine skill, deep red claw? According to Zhao Feier's description, Li Fuchin found a crystal stone with an extremely unique qi presence in Anthony's spatial ring. On the crystal stone, there was an illusory, deep red imprint that was constantly flickering. It was obvious that this was a divine skill seal stone, and it was highly likely to be the deep red claw seal stone. Li Fuchin didn't need the abyss divine skill, but if he had the chance to head to the abyss in the future, he might be able to rely on the abyss divine skill to disguise himself. After traveling for a few days, the duo arrived at a Class 3 divine village. A Class 1 divine village would normally have a population of around 1,000 or 2,000. A Class 3 divine village would have a few times more population and would normally have around a few tens of thousands. It might be called a divine village, but it was actually more like a town. We cannot go to the desolate plains city for now. Let's buy some God-class elixirs here first. Zhao Feier suggested. Class 3 divine villages had shops. Of course, the items sold in these shops were very ordinary. The good items could only be bought in the divine cities. All right. Li Fuchin wanted to understand more about God-class elixirs too. The Class 3 divine village that they were in was called the Flying Feather Village. There were few shops that sold elixirs, but there was only one that sold God-class elixirs. Void Soul Elixir, God Spirit Elixir, Mind Heart Elixir. The shop only sold 3 types of God-class elixirs. The Void Soul Elixir was an elixir that stimulated the divine body and allowed the divine body to burst out with more divine power within a short period of time. The God Spirit Elixir was a God-class elixir that could temper the divine spirit and divine power. The Mind Heart Elixir was a God-class elixir that could increase the comprehension of laws. As compared to the desolate plain city, these 3 elixirs were slightly cheaper, but the same elixirs were also differentiated by quality. The inferior quality naturally wouldn't be comparable to the superior quality. The elixirs in the divine villages were also inferior to the elixirs in the divine cities. Gentlemen, the quality of my elixirs might not be comparable to the divine cities, but I guarantee that they aren't useless elixirs. The shop owner was a low deity, and he looked at the duo with hope. In order to refine these 3 elixirs, he had spent a lot of effort and wasted a lot of materials. But as long as he could sell them, he would be able to make a sum of money. Once his refinement level was higher, he was planning to open a shop in the divine cities. Give me 1 bottle of each of the 3 elixirs. Zhao Feier ultimately accepted Li Fuchin's 500 low-grade godstones. With 500 low-grade godstones, Zhao Feier was definitely wealthy. Furthermore, the God-class elixirs here were indeed cheap. The Void Soul elixirs were 2 low-grade godstones for 1 low-grade godstone in the divine cities. Here, it was 5 low-grade godstones for 1 low-grade godstone. Even if the effects weren't as good, it was still worth it. Chapter 1099. Wasteland City, Blood Moon Tavern. On this day, a bounty mission attracted countless demigods. TSK, just finding the trail will get a reward of 500 lower-grade divine stones, and successfully entangling the opponent will get a reward of 1,000. It's been a long time since someone issued the Blood Moon hunting order. I wonder how this lower god offended Lady Mephit. According to reliable sources, Anthony, who once saved Lady Mephit, was killed. I guess it was this lower god. What? Anthony was killed. In Wasteland City, except for the 9 middle gods, there are not many lower gods who can do it. The Blood Moon Tavern occupied a large area, but at this time, it also gave people a feeling of crowding. Look, Yulei is here. The crowd looked at the entrance of the tavern, and a young man with dark blue hair and 3 eyes walked in. Yu Lei was one of the few lower gods in Wasteland City who had created a lower god skill. He was strong enough to kill most lower gods at the peak. And Ghostwood, Qi Yan is also here. Unexpectedly, 3 of them came at once. The Blood Moon Hunting Order is really powerful. 1,000 lower-grade divine stones is not a small number. Even Yu Lei and the others can't ignore 1,000 lower-grade divine stones. Although a lower god who created a lower god skill could earn divine stones quickly, it was also consumed quickly. No one would dislike having too many divine stones, only too few. Yu Lei, I didn't expect you to come. Ghostwood was a middle-aged man with a haggard face, looking gloomy. Yu Lei snorted, You can come, but I can't? Ghostwood, last time I didn't get to see your lower god skill, Burning Ghost Eyes. Let's have a fight this time. Burning Ghost Eyes was a lower god skill created by Ghostwood. It was said that this skill could set people on fire with just one look. It was very strange and overbearing. Ghostwood said, Don't worry, there will be a chance. I also want to see your thunder god cut. How about we go out and have a fight now? Qi Yan was a fierce woman with yellow hair. She licked her lips and grinned. Yu Lei and Ghostwood looked at each other, their expressions slightly solemn. Qi Yan's strength was recognized as the #1 low god in Wasteland City. Her self-created low god skill, Immortal Fire Godly Body, made her divine body almost indestructible. The 2 of them had little chance of winning against her. Let's talk about it after the spar. It's more important to complete the mission first. Yu Lei wouldn't be stupid enough to tangle with Qi Yan. It wouldn't do him any good. As long as I can obtain the recognition of the immortal world, it will become a god skill. In other words, my primary extreme sword art can form 4 god skills. After knowing what a divine skill was, Li Fuchen started to pay attention to it. The primary extreme sword art had a total of 4 moves, namely Boundless Sword C, Myriad Swords returning to origin, Sword Qi returning to origin, and Origin returning sword form. These 4 godly sword techniques could be considered as 4 godly skills. According to Zhao Feier, whether it was a divine skill or not, the difference in power would be at least dozens of times. But how do I turn a sword move into a divine skill? Along the way, Li Fuchen had been thinking about this problem. In Li Fuchen's opinion, a divine skill should have made contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law. Otherwise, it wouldn't be recognized by the immortal world's law. However, it was normal for high-grade divine skills to make contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law. It didn't seem to be that easy for low-level divine skills to make contact with the true essence of the immortal world's law, right? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Li Fuchen shook his head and decided to simplify the primary extreme sword art. He wanted to make the primary extreme sword art simpler and purer. As time elapsed, within the desolate plain city, many of the low-level gods were searching for traces of Li Fuchen. Flying Feather Village. Are you certain he came here? In front of a villager, Yu Lei released his divine power and formed Li Fuchen's image. I am certain. There is a woman with him. The villager swore. All right, this inferior divine stone belongs to you. Yu Lei tossed the inferior divine stone to the villager. You cannot escape. Yu Lei chased after Li Fuchen. Sword See Horizon. In the wilderness, Li Fuchen executed the sword See Horizon repeatedly. Each time he executed the sword See Horizon, the sword light would spread out like a wave of light. Such a powerful sword pressure. In the distance, Zhao Feier was roasting some meat. During her free time, she would occasionally take a glance at Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen executed the sword move, he didn't use too much divine power. Therefore, the power was very reserved. But that invisible sword pressure still caused Zhao Feier's expression to change slightly. Her intuition told her that this move was incredible, very incredible. Perhaps he really can create a low-level divine skill. It was too difficult to create a divine skill. Innate talent, perception, and luck were all indispensable. There were plenty of low-level gods who had excellent innate talent and perception. In fact, they were even better than some of the low-level gods who created divine skills. However, they weren't able to create a divine skill. Some of the low-level gods who didn't have great innate talent and perception would be able to create a divine skill by chance. It was very difficult for outsiders to understand the subtlety of this. Zhao Feier had once seen a high-level divine note. It stated that creating a divine skill required an opportunity. If one grasped the opportunity, they would be able to produce twice the results with half the effort. If they didn't, they would only produce half the results with twice the effort. This feeling, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords. During these days, Li Fuqin didn't know how many swords he executed. Just a moment ago, he felt that his sword move was a little strange. Something isn't right. It still isn't right. Immediately after, Li Fuqin tried to find that feeling. But it might be because his heart was in a mess. That feeling was gradually getting further away. I cannot be anxious, and there is no need to be anxious. This isn't my first day of sword learning, and I actually made such a mistake. Soon enough, Li Fuqin calmed down. When cultivating the sword Dao, it was taboo to be impatient. In Li Fuqin's opinion, the sword Dao was the great Dao, while the divine skill was just a minor Dao. It was truly foolish to lose the great Dao for a minor Dao. Of course, minor Dao should still be cultivated, but the prerequisite was to not deviate from the great Dao. One had to admit that Li Fuqin's spirit state was too high. After reflecting, Li Fuqin easily entered the feeling that he was searching for. Breathing, rhythm, roaming. As the feeling got stronger, Li Fuqin had some comprehensions. A divine skill was probably called a divine skill because there was something essential in the divine skill. The sword sea horizon was too exquisite. It might be compatible with the divine world's law, but it was concealed very thickly. If Li Fuqin didn't execute it thousands of times, he wouldn't be able to achieve such results in such a short period of time. For the next few days, when Li Fuqin executed the sword sea horizon, he could vaguely feel an invisible power gathering. In the past, when he executed the sword sea horizon, he might be able to pry open the divine world's law power, but there wasn't such a huge commotion. Another 2 days passed. On this day, when Li Fuqin brandished his sword, a horrific power descended. The sword sea horizon had obtained the recognition of the divine world's law. The descent of the divine world's law? How is this possible? Zhao Feier was flabbergasted. In the divine world, there weren't many things that could cause the divine world's law to descend. Creating a divine skill was one of them. To be honest, Zhao Feier already thought highly of Li Fuqin and believed that Li Fuqin had hopes of creating a divine skill. If it was someone else, she would think that the person was daydreaming. There were thousands of low-level deities in the wasteland city, but how many of them had created low-level divine skills? Furthermore, it was hard to say if those few had relied on luck to create the divine skill. But from the looks of it now, she didn't think highly of Li Fuqin. She had obviously underestimated him. She believed that Li Fuqin had hopes of creating a divine skill, but that was something that would happen many years later. She didn't expect for Li Fuqin to create a divine skill in such a short period of time. It had already broken logic and her worldview. This is the divine skill imprint. When the divine world's law descended, Li Fuqin saw a small sword imprint that was filled with boundless qi presence entering his divine body. It was obvious that this small sword imprint was the sword sea horizon imprint and also the divine skill imprint. When the small sword imprint entered his body, Li Fuqin's comprehension of the sword sea horizon was more than 10 times deeper. In fact, with the small sword imprint, Li Fuqin could subtly sense a trace of the divine world sword Dao law. Li Fuqin, you created a divine skill. Zhao Feier couldn't help but ask. Li Fuqin smiled and said, after spending so many days, I finally created it. Finally. The corner of Zhao Feier's mouth twitched. What did Li Fuchen think creating a divine skill was? Others had spent decades or centuries to create a divine skill, but Li Fuchen created it in less than half a month. How could he let others live? That's right. How much is the divine skill seal stone? How do I sell the divine skill after it is sealed? I might be able to make some money with it in the future. Li Fuchen suddenly asked. Zhao Fei'er said, Divine skill sealing stones that have not been used before are divided into 9 stars from low to high, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. Normally speaking, a lesser divine skill is usually sealed in a 1-star divine skill sealing stone, and a divine skill sealing stone of this level can only be used once. As for the price, it is 10 low-grade divine stones for a single seal stone. It is hard to say after a low-level divine skill is sealed. If others know that the divine skill is incredible, it can be sold at a high price. If others don't know, it will normally be around 100 low-grade divine stones. While speaking, Zhao Fei'er looked at Li Fuchen and said, To you, selling the divine skill won't be able to earn a lot of low-grade divine stones. If you lack divine stones, I will return the divine stones to you. I am joking. Even if I sell the divine skill 10 times, I will only earn 1,000 low-grade divine stones. It is indeed not a lot. Li Fuchen was obviously joking. He wasn't that pitiful to the point of selling divine skills for a living. The sky gradually brightened and the duo were preparing to set off. All of a sudden, there was a flash of lightning that flew over from the horizon. Bang! The lightning scorched the ground, and a figure appeared in front of the duo. Yulei. Zhao Feier's expression changed. Yulei, who had dark blue hair and 3 eyes, ignored Zhao Feier. He looked at Li Fuchen and said, I finally caught you. Li Fuchen, don't be careless. This Yulei is one of the few low-level deities that created a divine skill in the Wasteland City. The low-level divine skill he created is called Thunder God Slash. It is said that apart from mid-level deities, there aren't many low-level deities that can dodge the slash. Zhao Feier warned Li Fuchen secretly. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen nodded with a smile on his face. A duel between low-level divine skills should be very interesting. For the sake of fairness, Li Fuchen decided to suppress his divine power index to around 400. In addition, he had to suppress his sword Dao proficiency to Chapter 1100. Don't even think about running away. In the Wasteland City, except for mid-gods, no one is faster than me. Yulei flipped his palm, and a long blade flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. Why do you want to escape? Li Fuchen took a step forward. It just so happens that I wish to experience your divine skill, Thunder God Slash. You've got guts. I hope you're as strong as you sound. Yulei's expression turned solemn as a terrifying lightning energy gathered around him. Ever since he created the divine skill, Thunder God Slash, he had fought 36 battles and won 36 of them. Among them, 35 of them were instant kills, including a low god who had created a divine skill. There was nothing fancy about his Thunder God Slash. It was just fast. It was so fast that the enemy died before they could even react. He believed that this time would be no exception. Be careful. Zhao Feier looked nervous. Yulei's reputation was too great. Amongst the demigods of Wasteland City, Yulei was at least ranked in the top 3. Li Fuchen might be incredible and had created a divine sword move not long ago, but he was still too young, and it was hard for him to be comparable with Yulei, who had been creating divine skills for a long time. Zhao Feier could only hope that Li Fuchen had other trump cards. Don't worry. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and had a calm expression. What a joke! The enemy was just a low-level deity. Even if Li Fuchen stood there and didn't retaliate, the enemy wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen. Thunder God Slash. Yulei's figure disappeared, replaced by a dazzling lightning blade. The initial speed of the thunder and lightning blade was already incredibly fast. As it moved forward, its speed was still increasing, and its power was also increasing. Of course, only Li Fuqin could see the changes that happened in such a short period of time. Zhao Feier, who was at the side, couldn't even react in time. As expected of a godly skill, Li Fuqin silently praised. Yu Lei's Thunder God Slash, just the word fast, was enough to make many people unable to block it. In front of absolute speed, no matter how strong one's attack was, they would be killed before they could even display their power. It was a pity that Yu Lei encountered Li Fuqin. Boundless Sword Sea. Without even drawing his sword, Li Fuqin circulated a portion of his divine power and burst out with the Sword Sea Horizon. Kacha, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the wilderness, and a terrifying sword pressure instantly descended, filling the entire wilderness. Yu Lei's Thunder God Chop was visibly slowing down. In less than a thought, it was at least 100 times slower. What happened? A hint of panic flashed through Yu Lei's mind. His opponent's sword momentum actually froze his divine skill. How terrifying was this? It's a domain. Suddenly, Yu Lei understood. What the other party released was a domain-type divine skill. The domain divine skill was known as the divine skill among the divine skills. When faced with an enemy with a divine domain skill, it was best not to fight with him. It was best to run as far away as possible. Otherwise, once he got close, he wouldn't even be able to escape. When the Thunder Saber Light was 3 feet away from Yu Lei couldn't advance anymore and was frozen in the air. Raising his right index and middle fingers, Li Fuqin thrust with his sword finger. Puff! A small hole appeared on Yu Lei's body. As the sword momentum dissipated, Yu Lei lost the external force and countless tiny sword lights burst forth from his body. Then he quickly turned into a man of light and shattered. What? Zhao Feier finally woke up at this moment. She then saw a shocking scene. Yu Lei was killed. Zhao Feier felt it was unbelievable when she thought about it. It was laughable that she was still worried for Li Fuqin. Within the desolate plain city, apart from mid-gods, no one was a match for Li Fuqin. This Yu Lei is rather strong. It is a pity that he encountered me. Li Fuqin casually kept Yu Lei's spatial ring. Zhao Feier smiled bitterly and said, "It is because you are too strong." Li Fuqin, what level is your strength at? How are you going to fight against mid-gods? Her curiosity was getting stronger, and she couldn't help but ask. Li Fuqin said, "I don't know about formidable mid-gods, but I am rather confident against regular mid-gods." Li Fuqin wasn't arrogant to the point of not putting mid-gods in his eyes. In terms of cultivation level, he wouldn't be stronger than mid-gods. In terms of divine power index, his sword Dao divine power was only slightly over 1,000 and was considered as a newly promoted mid-god. In terms of divine skills, Li Fuqin, who only had 1 divine skill, was rather lacking. Mid-gods might be able to learn mid-god skills. The Sword Sea Horizon might be able to counter the Thunder God Slash, but it might not be able to counter mid-god skills. Li Fuqin's only strength might be the Destruction Divine Body. With the Destruction Divine Body, he was able to contest with mid-gods. He is comparable to regular mid-gods. Zhao Feier took a deep, cold breath. She didn't know if Li Fuqin was truly comparable to regular mid-gods. Just from his confidence, it was enough to show that his strength wasn't limited to what he had revealed. 3 days later, another low god who had created his own divine skill caught up to him. This person is called Guemu. He created an ocular technique, divine skill, blazing ghost eye. His strength isn't inferior to Yu Lei. As compared to the previous introduction of Yu Lei, Zhao Feier was much more relaxed this time. Guemu frowned as he felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Burn! Guemu didn't think too much and instantly activated the blazing ghost eye. His eyes were burning with green flames. Huff! Around Li Fuqin. Green flames appeared out of nowhere. But every time the flames appeared, they would shatter into countless sparks and couldn't even get close to Li Fuchen. Impossible! My blazing ghost eye is actually unable to ignite his divine power. Gue Mu revealed a shocked expression. In the past, even if he encountered an opponent with comparable strength, his blazing ghost eye would be able to barely ignite the opponent's divine power. Die. More divine power surged into his eyes as two green flame pillars blasted at Li Fuchen. Bang boom! The green flame pillars weren't real. Everywhere they passed through, flames would appear out of nowhere and ignite the wilderness. Zhao Fei'er was already very far away, but she could still feel the divine power in her body burning up. A trace of flame was born out of nowhere, and when she looked at the battlefield, her eyes were emitting green smoke as though they were being scorched by smoke. Such a terrifying blazing ghost eye. Zhao Fei'er was apprehensive as she retreated frantically. She was only slightly affected and was already unable to endure it. It was hard to imagine what it felt like to face Gue Mu's blazing ghost eye. While retreating, Zhao Fei'er looked at Li Fuchen. Within a radius of 3 feet around Li Fuchen, it felt like there was an absolute field. No matter how tyrannical and incredible Gue Mu's blazing ghost eye was, it was unable to invade this absolute field. The blazing ghost eye blurs the boundary between divine power and vision. Vision is divine power, and divine power is vision. It is a pity that it is still unable to break through my sword sea horizon. From Zhao Fei'er, Li Fuchen knew that field divine skills were one of the strongest divine skills. At least, divine skills of the same tier wouldn't be able to surpass field divine skills. Go. Seeing that the blazing ghost I couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen, Gue Mu made a prompt decision and burst in retreat. Li Fuchen grinned and suddenly expanded his sword prowess to freeze Gue Mu's retreating figure. PFFF. Without any suspense, Gue Mu instantly followed in Yulei's footsteps. There aren't more than 10 low-level deities that can create divine skills in the desolate plain city. In just a few days, 2 of them have already died in your hands. Seeing that Gue Mu's corpse wasn't left, Zhao Fei'er lamented. Li Fuchen said, "The divine world doesn't lack prodigies. Even if 2 are dead, there will be more." That is true. Zhao Fei'er nodded. The divine world was huge, and a mere desolate plain city wasn't worth mentioning. In the outside world, there were plenty of low-level deities that could create divine skills. Who would care about the lives of Yu Lei and Gue Mu? The duo continued on their journey. Zhao Fei'er's objective was to find a place to go into seclusion for a period of time, while Li Fuchen was rather aimless. In any case, he could create and research divine skills anywhere. On the 5th night after Gue Mu's death, there was a blazing light that descended from the horizon like a meteor. If I didn't guess it wrongly, he should be the number 1 low-level deity of the desolate plain city, Qian. Zhao Fei'er's expression was rather grave. Qian was different from Yu Lei and Gue Mu. Yu Lei and Gue Mu had incredible attacks, while Qian had incredible divine body. Qian's divine skill was a divine body divine skill called the Undying Flame divine body. Without breaking the divine body, it was impossible to kill Qian, but Qian could try thousands of times to kill you. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was abnormally intense. Qian was obviously a battle maniac. When he saw Li Fuchen, he didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Is this the divine body divine skill? Li Fuchen sized up Qian's divine body. After executing the Undying Flame divine body, Qian's divine body looked like it was condensed with golden magma. Li Fuchen's sword finger thrust earlier only made Qian's divine body slightly thinner. Li Fuchen could see that unless his strength was 10 times stronger than Qian, it was impossible to kill Qian. It also meant that if Li Fuchen didn't increase his strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Qian. Awesome again. Qian might have been suppressed by Li Fuchen, but he was getting increasingly frenzied. Perhaps he knew that with the undying flame divine body, it was impossible for him to be killed. Therefore, he was fearless. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Li Fuchen sneered, and his divine power started to surge. 450, 550, 650, 750 in an instant. Li Fuchen's divine power index had increased by a few hundred points. Every time the divine power index was doubled. It wasn't as simple as doubling the strength of the divine power. It was several times or even 10 times. "Let's see if you can withstand it this time." Li Fuchen drew the Heaven Abyss sword and pierced through Qi Yan's divine body. PFFF, 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 PFFF. There was a sound like a bubble bursting, and Qi Yan's undying flame divine body rapidly dimmed. PFFF. When Li Fuchen executed the second sword, Qi Yan didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a bundle of flames and dissipated. He was dead without a doubt. As of now, the 3 strongest low-level gods that pursued Li Fuchen had all died in Li Fuchen's hands. If this news got out, it would shake the entire desolate city. Chapter 11:01. After turning the sword Sea Horizon into a divine skill, Li Fuchen started to try to turn the sect Origin swords into a divine skill. When would he be able to turn all 4 moves of the primary extreme sword art into a divine skill? In terms of combat methods, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid of anyone. As compared to the sword Sea Horizon, the sect Origin sword's attack power was much stronger and more extreme. According to Li Fuchen's imagination, if this move was turned into a divine skill, the power would definitely be astounding. Even if it wasn't comparable to a mid-level divine skill, it wouldn't be too far off. In a desolate valley with no signs of human habitation, a majestic and imposing prowess suddenly descended. Immediately after, the valley was filled with sword light and sword chi. An extremely dazzling sword chi pillar burst into the sky and nearly tore the clouds apart. He created another divine skill. Zhao Feier was already numb. How many days had it been, and Li Fuchen actually created a second divine skill? When did divine skills become so easy to create? Or perhaps Li Fuchen was a legendary sword Dao prodigy that only appeared once in a million years? Zhao Feier shook her head and continued her seclusion. She didn't have any thoughts about creating a divine skill that belonged to her. To her, breaking through to become a mid-level deity one day was already the greatest success she had ever achieved. The sect Origin swords has also turned into a divine skill. In the depths of the valley, Li Fuchen's imposing prowess had dispersed, and he revealed a smile. Compared to the sword Sea Horizon, the might of the 10,000 ancestral swords was much, much stronger. Once this godly skill was unleashed, it represented an extreme attack. The sword Sea Horizon and the sect Origin swords, one for defense and the other for offense. They represent 2 extremes, but as compared to the third move, sword chi return, it is slightly inferior. In terms of defense, the sword chi return wasn't as good as the sword Sea Horizon. In terms of pure offense, it wouldn't surpass the sect Origin swords, but the sword chi return was mystical and unfathomable. At times, no matter how powerful your attack was, you had to hit the opponent first. If you were to encounter someone with a higher cultivation realm, the sword Sea Horizon and sect Origin swords might be useless, but the sword chi return could still put up a fight. Of course, the prerequisite was that the cultivation realm wasn't too high. Otherwise, the divine skill would be useless. The difficulty of transforming the sword chi return into a divine skill was 10 times harder than Li Fuchen imagined. And this was when Li Fuchen's sword Dao level was constantly growing. When Li Fuchen first arrived at the divine world, his sword Dao level was already at the peak stage of low god. Right now, Li Fuchen reckoned that his sword Dao level was at least mid-stage or late-stage mid-god. In other words, Li Fuchen was creating a low-level divine skill as a mid-level deity. It would be strange if it wasn't fast, but now It was difficult for him to turn the sword chi restoration into a god skill. He suspected that once the sword chi restoration became a god skill, it would become a medium god skill. If he had a mid-level divine skill, Fuchin would be more confident against regular mid-level deities. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. 1. Fuchin the Zhao Fei'er exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and woke up from her closed-door cultivation. Increasing his divine power index by 1 point in a month was a very fast speed. If he could keep this up, he would be at 12 points in a year and 120 points in 10 years. Zhao God was Fuchin Li Dinli. The higher the God power index, the harder it was to increase it further. With the assistance of God-class elixirs, it was already praiseworthy for her to increase her God power index by 120 points in 100 years. I didn't manage to create the third divine skill. Zhao Fei'er looked in Li Fuchin's direction and said to herself. Another month had passed, and Zhao Fei'er's God power index had increased by 1 more point. Huff! On this day, there was a violent gale in the sky. Immediately after, there was thunder and lightning, and it was pitch black. A horrific heaven and earth power had descended and enveloped Li Fuchin's seclusion location. This heaven and earth power was too terrifying. When Zhao Fei'er closed her eyes, she felt as though she could see a sword piercing through time and space. What divine skill is this? How could Zhao Fei'er not understand that Li Fuchin had created the third divine skill? But this divine skill seemed to be different. The descending divine world law was horrifying. Could it be a mid-level divine skill? Zhao Fei'er's mind flashed with a thought, and she couldn't get rid of it. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Li Fuchin felt as though he could hear countless bubbles bursting. This was the sound of the sword chi returned to origin, sword intent that was too powerful and had affected time and space. As expected, after the sword chi return to origin transforms into a divine skill, it is a mid-level divine skill. Even though Li Fuchin was prepared, he was still rather surprised. A mid-level divine skill was more than 100 times stronger than a low-level divine skill. The strongest low-level divine skill wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from the weakest mid-level divine skill. For example, if Yu Lei's Thunder God Slash was a mid-level divine skill, then Li Fuchin's Sword Sea Horizon wouldn't be able to stop Yu Lei's Thunder God Slash and would only be pierced and torn apart. But I can feel that the Sword Chi Return to Origin is just a regular mid-level divine skill. It isn't like the Sword Sea Horizon and the Sect Origin Swords, which are elite low-level divine skills. There was a huge difference between divine skills of the same tier. If a regular mid-level divine skill encountered a powerful mid-level divine skill, it was inevitable that a regular mid-level divine skill would be suppressed. I can slowly perfect it in the future. There is no hurry. Divine skills could also be improved and perfected. Low-level divine skills could be upgraded to mid-level divine skills, while mid-level divine skills could be upgraded to high-level divine skills. Li Fuchin, did you create a mid-level divine skill? Not far away, Zhao Fei'er flew over and asked curiously. Li Fuchin nodded. It can be considered so. Zhao Fei'er's heart paused for a moment before she took a deep breath and said, "Gods are superior to gods and can anger gods to death. Regular gods like us might cultivate diligently for hundreds or thousands of years, but it wouldn't even be comparable to a few days of bitter cultivation for you prodigies." Li Fuchin laughed and said, "Is there anyone in the Wasteland City who has created a mid-level divine skill? You don't know how difficult it is to create a divine skill. In normal situations, only a few of 10,000 low-level deities can create a low-level divine skill. In comparison, only a few of 10,000 mid-level deities can create a mid-level divine skill. Most of the mid-level deities would only try to create as many low-level divine skills as possible to perfect their combat methods. The Wasteland City only has a total of 9 mid-level deities, and it is impossible for anyone to create a mid-level divine skill. However, it is possible to obtain a mid-level divine skill seal stone and learn a mid-level divine skill. Creating a mid-level divine skill and learning a mid-level divine skill were two different things. When learning a mid-level divine skill, it wouldn't be recognized by the divine world's laws and wouldn't be reinforced by the divine world's laws. The power that could be displayed would be very limited. Of course, it would definitely be stronger than a low-level divine skill. There was no doubt about it. It also means to say that a mid-level divine skill seal stone is very expensive. Li Fuchen couldn't help but ask. As compared to mid-level deities, there were more low-level deities and they had created more low-level divine skills. Despite the case, a single low-level divine skill would be worth 100 low-grade god stones. Zhao Feier nodded. Very expensive, ridiculously expensive. A mid-level divine skill would be worth at least 100,000 low-grade god stones, and there is no market for it. What kind of concept was 100,000 low-grade god stones? If a low-level deity had 100,000 low-grade god stones, no matter how bad their perception was, with a massive amount of resources, they would have a high chance of progressing to become a mid-level deity. The crucial thing was that a mid-level divine skill could be sealed and sold several times. It would be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of low-grade god stones. It seems like I am rather wealthy. Li Fuchen raised his brows. 100,000 low-grade god stones was indeed a huge sum for the current Li Fuchen. If you don't lack divine stones, I advise you not to sell it. Otherwise, others might easily find out about your divine skills specialty. Zhao Feier reminded. I'm just saying. Of course, Li Fuchen wouldn't sell the divine skill as he wasn't in such a miserable state. Subsequently, Li Fuchen didn't continue to transform the primary extreme sword art's fourth move, Origin Return Sword form, into a divine skill. His current sword Dao proficiency was still rather low. He was able to transform the Origin Return Sword into a mid-level divine skill because his proficiency and perception were sufficient. Therefore, he was able to succeed. If he wanted to transform the Origin Return Sword form, his proficiency was obviously insufficient, and it wasn't enough to rely on perception. So you are hiding here. A boundless prowess descended and enveloped the entire valley. Mid-level deity, it is Mephit? Zhao Feier had a change of expression. The divine world's law power and the power of a mid-level deity were rather easy to differentiate. Lifting her head, Zhao Feier saw a majestic figure skimming over. This person had a handsome face and was wearing silver battle armor. His body was emitting an extremely powerful divine power wave. Zhao Feier reckoned that this person's divine power index was at least above 2,000. Mephit was one of the 9 mid-level deities in the desolate city. When facing a mid-level deity, my divine power index is indeed my shortcoming. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and faced Mephit. His sword Dao divine power index wasn't low and was over 1,000. But as compared to Mephit, it was still far inferior. But so what? This battle was unavoidable. No wonder you are able to kill Anthony, Yulei, and the others. You are actually a mid-level deity. Mephit squinted her eyes. Li Fuchen's divine power index was obviously over 1,000. It was impossible for a low-level deity's divine power index to exceed 1,000. Therefore, in her opinion, Li Fuchen was definitely a mid-level deity. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should have broken through recently. It is a pity that you became insolent too early and shouldn't have offended me. After knowing that Li Fuchen was a mid-level deity, Mephit's killing intent was more than 10 times stronger. If Li Fuchen was allowed to roam freely, he would become a huge threat sooner or later. Mephit wasn't that foolish. Let's fight. Li Fuchen didn't argue. Apart from some differences, he was indeed no different from a mid-level deity. Die, shatter, silver dust. Mephit immediately burst out with a low-level divine skill. This low-level divine skill was Mephit's proudest low-level divine skill. Once it was executed, the sky would be filled with shattered silver dust. It looked dreamy and was filled with murderous intent. Just in time. The Sword Sea Horizon was executed and the field power enveloped Li Fuchen. Boom, boom, boom. When the silver shards made contact with Li Fuchen's field power, there was a continuous explosion. But soon enough, there was the sound of cloth ripping. Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was broken, and there were silver shards that scattered on Li Fuchen's body. Chapter 11:02. These silver shards were obviously highly compressed divine power. No matter what it touched, it would explode violently. Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon didn't last for a long time before it collapsed. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to survive the explosion of the silver shards and would be blasted into smithereens. However, Li Fuchen still had the Destruction Divine physique. The Destruction Divine physique was very special. The silver shard's explosion power was extremely powerful, but when encountering the Destruction Divine physique, it was like a muted fire. The power was reduced by more than 100 times, and it wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. As expected, my Destruction Divine physique isn't a divine physique, divine skill, and is superior to it. Li Fuchen was enlightened. As compared to the Undying Flame Divine physique, it was obvious that his Destruction Divine physique was stronger. The Undying Flame Divine physique was mainly undying, but its defense was still rather weak. Apart from being able to destroy all attacks, his Destruction Divine physique also had extremely tough defense. The silver shards that had reduced power by more than 100 times exploded. To Li Fuchen, it was no different from hanging firecrackers on his body. It might be painful, but it wasn't dangerous. Field divine skill? Divine physique divine skill? Mephit frowned. If the two divine skills were stacked together, it would be able to neutralize the shattering silver dust. Watch me penetrate your divine physique, divine skill, dream killer intent. As Mephit yelled out, an illusory silver spear condensed above her head. In the next moment, the silver spear turned into light dust, and when it reappeared, the spearhead was already in contact with Li Fuchen's body and was about to penetrate through. Bang! The silver spear exploded, and Li Fuchen's body shook. Impossible. Mephit had an unpleasant expression. This divine skill of hers was hard to differentiate between real and fake. Logically, it shouldn't be able to defend. Incredible. Receive a move from me too. Li Fuchen couldn't continue to passively receive attacks. He brandished the Heaven Abyss sword and thrust at Mephit. Cling! There was a clear and resonant sword hum. 10,000 sword shadows were emitting cold light and were like a violent storm that engulfed Mephit. When facing such an extreme attack, Mephit didn't dare to be careless and wasn't willing to counterattack with attack. She executed her third divine skill, a protection divine skill. Clang, 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 clang. An illusory, glowing door appeared outside Mephit's body. Thousands of sword shadows slashed the door of light, causing countless sparks to fly. Low-level, protective, godly skill, Gate of Light. Is this a battle between gods? Zhao Fei'er, who was watching from afar, was stunned when she saw the ravine completely destroyed. Divine skills that were hard to come by in the eyes of ordinary people were easily grasped by Mephit. No one knew how many divine skills he had mastered, although these godly skills were all inferior godly skills. In comparison, Li Fuchen was slightly weaker on the battlefield, but he didn't suffer any injuries and was obviously very confident. No matter how violent Li Fuchen's sect origin swords were, the door of light was still standing there. This wasn't a difference in divine skill, it was a difference in divine power. Only with a sufficient supply of divine power could the Gate of Light ensure its own stability. You're actually suppressing me with a God Power Index of over 1,000. Mephit had a change of expression. Li Fuchen's divine skill was too ferocious. He had never seen an inferior godly skill that was more ferocious than this divine skill in the desolate city. No, even outside of the desolate city, he had never seen such a ferocious, inferior godly skill. If he didn't see others executing mid-level divine skills and knew that true mid-level divine skills were much more terrifying, he would have suspected that Li Fuqin was executing a mid-level divine skill. No matter how ferocious the sect origin swords were, there would be a time when the sword prowess would be exhausted. Mephit was waiting for this moment. Dream killer, limitless. Mephit had his own ambition. He had always desired to upgrade the Dream Killer to a mid-level divine skill. Once he succeeded, apart from the city Lord Qianshi, no one else in the desolate city would be a match for him. Even the city Lord Qianshi would only be able to rely on external force to suppress Mephit, who possessed a mid-level divine skill. His pure strength would definitely be inferior to Mephit. Of course, the prerequisite was for Mephit to succeed. There was a burst of resplendent radiance as the illusory silver spear stabbed at Li Fuqin's divine body. Unlike previously, this time the silver spear might have exploded, but it didn't dissipate completely. Instead, it condensed again and again in just a short period of time. The silver spear had attacked Li Fuqin dozens of times. Even with the destruction divine physique, Li Fuqin still felt a little overwhelmed. No wonder he is a mid-level deity. If it wasn't for the destruction divine physique, I would have died countless times. Li Fuqin had a certain understanding of the mid-level deities. In terms of divine power index, Mephit wasn't considered a powerful mid-level deity, but he wasn't a regular mid-level deity either. Such a mid-level deity was definitely very common among the mid-level deities. As long as one progressed to a mid-level deity and cultivated for a period of time, they would be able to reach this level. But even so, a mid-level deity was still a mid-level deity. It wasn't an easy task to make up for the difference in divine power. It seems like I have no choice but to execute this move. Li Fuqin brazenly executed the sword qi return to origin divine skill. Once the sword was executed, the wind and clouds changed color. A sharp prowess locked onto Mephit. Not good. Mephit subconsciously executed the door of light divine skill. PFFF. An ordinary sword shadow appeared out of nowhere. The sword penetrated the door of light and also Mephit's divine body. Impossible. This is a mid-level divine skill. Mephit yelled out miserably. Mid-level divine skills had world-shaking power, and it was impossible for Li Fuqin to be wrong. Li Fuqin had an indifferent expression as he attacked at Mephit again. Flee. Mephit executed her fourth divine skill and also her final divine skill, light shift. Her entire body turned into countless light spots and dissipated. PFFF. The sword shadow drew across the light spots and Mephit's muffled groan could be heard. Li Fuqin didn't give chase. It was easy to defeat a mid-level deity, but to kill a mid-level deity was more than 10 times harder. From afar, Zhao Fei'er was extremely shocked when she saw Mephit retreating in defeat. A high and mighty mid-level deity was actually repelled by a low-level deity. If this news was spread out, how shocking would it be? But when thinking about how Li Fuqin was able to create a mid-level divine skill, defeating a mid-level deity wasn't that exaggerated anymore. After all, as compared to defeating a mid-level deity, creating a mid-level divine skill was much more difficult. What class does this Mephit belong to among the 9 mid-level deities in the Wasteland City? Li Fuqin asked Zhao Fei'er. Zhao Fei'er replied, probably in the lower middle class. There are at least 6 that are stronger than her. It also means that she is ranked outside the top 6. Li Fuqin nodded and didn't say anything else. A few hundred miles away, the light dust gathered into Mephit's figure. Damn it! Mephit had an extremely unpleasant expression. He never expected that he would be defeated by Li Fuqin. Right now, he wasn't thinking about how to take revenge for Anthony, but how to resolve this trouble. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would let this matter go. Furthermore, he didn't intend to let this matter go either. Long Kuan, didn't you always want to know the location of the dense mist treasure? I can tell you. Mephit's face flashed with a cold expression. Chapter 1103. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already been in the divine realm for 5 years. My divine power increase is getting slower. During the past 5 years, Li Fuchen's sword Dao Divine Power Index had increased from 1200 to 1300. In the eyes of a regular person, this speed was absolutely shocking. Most people wouldn't be able to increase their divine power index by 100 points even after a few hundred years. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that this speed was still too slow. Others' divine power index started from 10, and those with vigorous innate strength would only start from the 10s or 100. Li Fuchen started from 1000 and naturally couldn't be lumped together. Li Fuchen reckoned that the reason why his progress was slow was mainly because his divine power index was too high. After all, he was only a low god and there was still a limit to his divine power index. If he wanted to improve his divine power quickly, there was only one way, and that was to progress to the mid-god realm. Soon, I can feel that my divine spirit and divine power are getting closer to the fusion stage. The difference in levels of gods was actually the difference in the degree of fusion between the divine spirit and divine power. The degree of fusion between low gods was obviously inferior to that of mid-gods. In normal situations, low gods' fusion would be around 10%, mid-gods would be around 20%, and high gods would be 30%. When the divine spirit and divine power had a higher degree of fusion, the various aspects of the god would be greatly improved. Li Fuchen's situation was different from others. In the divine realm, be it low gods, mid-gods, or high gods, their divine spirit would be purple. However, Li Fuchen's divine spirit was red. When Li Fuchen progressed to the low god realm, his divine spirit and divine powers fusion was naturally at 15%. If there were no accidents, when Li Fuchen progressed to the mid-god realm, his divine spirit and divine powers fusion would definitely exceed 20%. In other words, Li Fuchen's growth attribute would be 50% higher than others, and it was a very terrifying thing. Apart from the trend of fusion between the divine spirit and divine power, Li Fuchen's greatest improvement during the past 5 years was his sword Dao level. With a superior divine spirit, Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water in the divine realm. The improvement of his sword Dao level was natural, and he didn't encounter any bottlenecks for now. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't sure if his sword Dao was at the mid-stage or late stage of the mid-stage deity realm. But now, Li Fuchen was 70% or 80% certain that his sword Dao was at the late stage of the mid-stage deity realm. In comparison, Mephit's divine power index was over 2,000 and her cultivation level was probably at the early stage of the mid-stage. The possibility of her reaching the mid-stage was very low, otherwise, she wouldn't have been repelled so easily by Li Fuchen. With the improvement of his sword Dao level, Li Fuchen's 3 divine skills were naturally more powerful. The origin returned sword Qi was already a mid-level divine skill. The sect origin swords had been upgraded to a mid-level divine skill. However, the sword Sea horizon was still lacking. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need to increase his sword Dao to the peak stage of the mid-god realm before it could be upgraded to a mid-god skill. After all, divine skills were the hardest to create and were also the hardest to improve. And were the hardest too. Apart from the origin returning sword form, the rest of the primary extreme sword art has already been transformed into divine skills. I just don't know when the seamless sword Qi will become a divine skill. Apart from the origin returned sword form, the primary extreme sword art is already a divine skill. I wonder when will the seamless sword Qi become a divine skill. The seamless sword Qi was very terrifying. Once it was transformed into a divine skill, it would definitely be the most fearsome mid-level divine skill. It might even be a high-level divine skill. In the face of this move, all defenses were useless. The seamless sword Qi was seamless and all defenses were useless in the face of it. This move was considered Li Fuchen's masterpiece. Even if it hadn't been transformed into a divine skill, the power wasn't inferior to most low-level divine skills. Huff! At the peak of the 30,000-foot mountain, Li Fuchen looked into the distance and took in the scenery within a few dozen miles. The scenery of the divine world is truly great. The desolate plain city was actually a desolate land in the divine world. But the divine world was still the divine world and had been cleansed by the divine world's energy. The mountains, rocks, and trees of the divine world were naturally extraordinary. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any random rock here would be a rare treasure in the Kunwu cosmos. Any random weed in the Kunwu cosmos would be able to increase one's strength greatly and save countless years of bitter cultivation. For the past 5 years, Li Fuchen had been traveling around and researching Sword Dao. He had been living a carefree life. As for Zhao Fei'er, she had already parted ways with him 3 years ago. Zhao Fei'er came from a very concealed place outside of the desolate plain city, Wolf Village. There were plenty of pure-blood wolfmen and mixed-blood wolfmen living there. It was a large-scale wolfmen gathering place. As the Wolf Village excluded outsiders, Li Fuchen didn't have the chance to enter and had no choice but to part ways with Zhao Fei'er in advance. From afar, Li Fuchen could see smoke rising from chimneys. A few dozen miles away, there was a divine village. The divine village was rather lively, and there was a group of children chasing each other at the village entrance. There was a small stream near the village, and women were washing clothes. In the fields, there were men carrying tools and laughing as they returned in groups. This scene was so familiar. In a trance, Li Fuchen felt as though he had returned to his youth and returned to the East Unicorn continent. The ordinary people there were also living like this. Boom! Indistinctly, there seemed to be a bridge between Li Fuchen and the divine world, making the connection even closer. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's divine power suddenly burst out. West Well Village was an ordinary class 1 divine village in the desolate plain city. The village had a total of 4 lower deities, and it was very rare in a class 1 divine village. On this day, when it was close to evening, the 4 lower deities were drinking together. Village Chief, you are already over 5,000 years old this year, and your divine power index is over 400. You shouldn't be far from becoming a middle deity, right? At the dining table, a burly man with sideburns said, West Well Village might only be a class 1 divine village. But very few people knew that Village Chief Luke's strength had already reached the pinnacle of low deities. However, he hadn't made a move for over 1,000 years. In response, the gray-haired elder lamented, How can it be so easy? The most important thing to progress to a middle deity is the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. The fusion of the divine spirit and divine power is dependent on the individual's innate perception. Those with high innate talent would have a higher compatibility with the divine world's laws. It would be much easier to fuse the divine spirit and divine power. Those with high perception would be able to raise their cultivation level to a higher level and gradually adapt to the divine world's laws. In terms of innate talent and perception, I am only considered ordinary. It is extremely difficult to progress to the middle deity realm. At the side, the middle-aged man with fair skin frowned and said, Wouldn't it be impossible for us ordinary low deities to progress to the middle deity realm? The gray-haired elder shook his head. There is always a way out. Apart from innate talent and perception, there is something else that is very important. That is fate. Fate can allow you to have countless encounters. Fate can allow you to have a flash of inspiration. If I have enough fate, there might be a day when I will have a flash of inspiration, allowing my divine spirit and divine power to fuse at a deeper level. Fate is too illusory. The middle-aged man with fair skin shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a powerful divine power wave coming from outside the village. Swish! The gray-haired elder was the first to rush out of the house. In the sky above the village, for low deities were standing side by side and looking at the tall mountain that was a few dozen miles away. The bearded man was shocked. This divine power wave was too powerful and was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than village chief Luke. Furthermore, it was still constantly increasing, and it felt like it was endless. The gray-haired elder Luke took a deep breath and said, "He is progressing to the middle deity realm." Progressing to the middle deity realm? The few of them were filled with envy. Earlier on, they were still talking about the middle deity realm. They didn't expect for someone to progress to the middle deity realm in the vicinity. Is the divine power wave from progressing to the middle deity realm so powerful? The village's only female low deity, Vivian, asked. Luke nodded in response and said with confusion, "Normally speaking, it isn't possible to cause such a huge commotion when progressing to the middle deity realm. The divine power wave that he is emitting is already beyond many elite middle deities." A regular middle deity's divine power index was between 1,000 to 2,000. Elite middle deity's divine power index was between 2,000 to 3,000. Elite middle deity's divine power index was between 3,000 to 4,000. And peak stage middle deity's divine power index was between 4,000 to 5,000. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the 4 low deities from the Westwell village and was immersed in the carefree feeling of progressing. 15%, 18%, 20%. The divine spirit and divine power were like 2 icebergs. At this moment, the part where the icebergs intersected started to melt and turned into ice water that fused together. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Divine Power Index started to surge. 1,300, 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. Soon enough, the Sword Dao Divine Power Index had exceeded 2,000. If Li Fuchen and Mephit were to fight again, Li Fuchen would be able to eliminate Mephit in a single sword move without any effort. 21%, 22%, 23%. Just as Li Fuchen expected, after progressing to the middle deity realm, his divine spirit and divine powers fusion was superior to regular middle deities. It meant that with the same divine power index, his divine power would be able to crush others' divine power. 25%, 26%, finally, the divine spirit and divine power stopped fusing. The fusion was actually at 28% and was only 20% away from the 30% of a high deity. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's divine power index had also gradually stopped rising. Li Fuchen didn't use the divine power ball to test, but he reckoned that his current divine power index should be around 10,000. It had suddenly increased by more than 7 times. In fact, Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he was in a place with concentrated energy in the divine world, his divine power index would reach an even higher level. Back when he progressed to the low deity realm, his Sword Dao Divine Power Index was 100 times that of those new low deities. Right now, his Sword Dao Divine Power Index was only around 10 times that of a new low deity. Of course, a low deity was a low deity, and a middle deity was a middle deity. They couldn't be lumped together. Firstly, the purity of the divine power was on a completely different level. 100 times of the former was a little lacking. There is no hurry. I can use divine stones to slowly increase it in the future. When the divine power index reached 10,000, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was filled with air. The mountain beneath his feet shook violently and rocks started to fall. Let me find a place to grind my divine power first. The divine power distorted time and space. Li Fuchen's figure suddenly vanished from the peak of the mountain, leaving behind the 4 shocked low deities that were a few dozen miles away. Chapter 1104. Li Fuchen didn't know how terrifying a divine power index of 10,000 was. He only knew that a mid-level deity with a divine power index of over 2,000, like Mei Fei, would be able to kill her with a single divine power shock. Even if Mei Fei used a mid-level deity's divine power shock, unless it was a mid-level deity's protection or divine body's mid-level deity's divine power shock. It would still be the same as death in the face of Li Fuchen's divine power shock. The difference in divine power index of a mid-level deity was already significant, let alone 7,000 or 8,000. After progressing to become a mid-level deity, putting aside his strength, Li Fuchen's other qualities had also improved greatly. Like the divine power's exploration range, the divine body, and even the divine soul had some improvements. The original pale, red color had turned deeper. 1 month later, Li Fuchen's sword Dao divine power was finally completed. At this time, his sword Wei divine power index had increased by a lot, from 10,000 to 11,000. It was already higher than those newly advanced high gods. Of course, in terms of divine power purity, he was still inferior to high gods. After all, a high god's divine spirit and divine power had reached 30% fusion. I don't have enough divine stones. It might only have increased his divine power index by 1,000, but Li Fuchen's low-grade divine stones were almost depleted. The higher the god's grade, the greater the demand for divine stones, especially when Li Fuchen's divine power wasn't saturated yet. At this moment, the demand for divine stones was 100 or 1,000 times more than normal. The desolate city was bustling as usual. Mei Fei had been living a rather uncomfortable life for the past 5 years. Li Fuchen's existence was like a fishbone that was stuck in his throat. He didn't know if Li Fuchen would come back for revenge one day. He only knew that if he didn't eliminate Li Fuchen, there would always be a shadow in his heart and it would affect his cultivation. Come back for revenge. It is best to come back as soon as possible. Mei Fei desired for Li Fuchen to come back for revenge. By then, he would be able to work together with Long Kuan to eliminate Li Fuchen. Long Kuan's divine power index was more than 1,000 in Mei Fei and was over 3,000. In terms of divine power index, Long Kuan was ranked second in the desolate city and was just inferior to city Lord Qianshi. In terms of strength, he was also ranked third and was just inferior to city Lord Qianshi and Blood Moon. With the two of them working together, even if Li Fuchen had 3 lives, it wouldn't be enough. After drinking a mouthful of wine that was worth several lower-grade godstones, Mafit walked out of her manor and flew toward Long Kuan's castle. When his divine power index reached 11,000, Li Fuchen's flying speed was increased by more than 100 times. The powerful divine power allowed him to distort the spatial zone to a certain extent, creating an effect that was close to instantaneous shifting. This was much faster than using space-time divine power to travel, as space-time divine power could only distort space slightly for now. The desolate city was still vivid in his mind. Li Fuchen's divine power was instantly released and enveloped the entire desolate city. If it was in the past, it would be a dream for Li Fuchen's divine power to envelop the desolate city. Firstly, the divine power waves from thousands of low deities and 9 middle deities would cause fatal interference to him. Once his divine power was released too far, it would be torn apart by the divine power waves. Secondly, the desolate city was protected by the divine array. Even middle deities wouldn't be able to spy on the desolate city. But now, Li Fuchen's divine power wasn't inferior to a new high-level deity. It was still possible for his divine power to cover a class, 1 divine city. Moreover, so what if he was discovered? Since he dared to come, he wasn't afraid of any retaliation. Buzz! There was a slight distortion in the void of the desolate city. Inside the city lord residence, the dark and skinny man with a boulder-like temperament opened his eyes with suspicion. The divine array that enveloped the entire desolate city might not be an incredible divine array, but it was still 1-star high tier. Any middle deity wouldn't be able to spy on the entire desolate city without alerting the dark and skinny man. But earlier on, the divine array had indeed fluctuated a little. Perhaps someone is progressing to become a low deity. Progressing to a low deity would cause a fluctuation in the divine world's law. The fluctuation of the divine world's law would naturally affect the operation of the divine array. The dark and skinny man didn't treat it seriously and continued to close his eyes. Found it. Li Fuchen found Mephet in a castle. Due to the great disparity in divine power, Li Fuchen noticed Mephet, but Mephet didn't notice him. Swish! Li Fuchen flew towards the desolate city. Like a candle flame passing through a piece of cloth, Li Fuchen easily passed through the divine array and entered the interior of the desolate city. In fact, Li Fuchen could also enter from the city gate, but he didn't want to be so troublesome. What is going on? The dark and skinny man opened his eyes, and his face flashed with doubt again. Just a moment ago, the frequency of the divine array's fluctuation was even higher. When he released his divine power, he didn't notice anything abnormal. It is truly strange. The dark and skinny man stopped cultivating with his eyes closed and walked out of the house. He was planning to look around in case he missed anything. Long Kuin's castle was massive and imposing. As the number 3 middle deity in the desolate city, he also had a large-scale mercenary group. Be it strength, status, or influence, Long Kuin was far superior to Mephet. Mephet, if you tell me the location of the dense mist treasure in advance, not only will I help you eliminate your opponent, but I will also owe you a favor. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Long Kuin was several times taller than Mephet and was like a small mountain. Mephet shook her head. Long Kuin, why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. She didn't trust Long Kuin, and what she wanted was more practical. She wanted to eliminate Li Fuchen and add a low-level divine skill. Shaking his head, Long Kuin's face flashed with displeasure. Had it not been for the city Lord Qianshir's order to prohibit killing in the desolate city, Long Kuin wanted to capture Mephet and force her to reveal the location of the dense mist treasure. Mephet, how have you been? Just as the duo was drinking, a voice echoed in the castle. He came just like that. Mephet was astonished at first, and was even more astonished. Li Fuchen came too suddenly, and she wasn't mentally prepared. He's your enemy? Long Kuin's eyes flashed with radiance. Li Fuchen came at the right time. Once Long Kuin was eliminated, Mephet wouldn't dare to continue hiding the location of the dense mist treasure. The duo flew out of the castle and arrived in the sky above the castle. In front of the duo, there was a figure standing in the sky. Who else could it be other than Li Fuchen? You actually dare to come to the desolate city? Mephet might be surprised, but she didn't panic. She looked at Li Fuchen as though she was looking at a dead man. Li Fuchen was too confident. Even if Li Fuchen had some improvements in the past 5 years, he still wouldn't be a match for Long Kuin, let alone a match for them if they worked together. Li Fuchen sized up Long Kuin. It seems like you have found a helper. While Li Fuchen was sizing up Long Kuin was also sizing up Li Fuchen. Long Kuin found it strange that he couldn't sense Li Fuchen's divine power waves. There were 2 possibilities for such situations. Firstly, Li Fuchen cultivated a method to conceal his divine power. Secondly, Li Fuchen's divine power was much stronger than Long Kuin's, and Long Kuin was unable to detect Li Fuchen's divine power waves. It was obvious that the second possibility could be eliminated. According to Mephet, 5 years ago, Li Fuchen's divine power index was only slightly over 1,000. After 5 years, even if Li Fuchen had a great fated encounter, he would only be able to increase his divine power index by a few hundred points. In order for Long Kuin to be unable to detect Li Fuchen's divine power waves, Li Fuchen's divine power index must be above 4,000, and it was impossible. Mephet, I will eliminate him for you now. Long Kuin's divine power burst out and executed his low-level divine skill, Sky Engulfing Hand, in order to capture and kill Li Fuchen. When facing Long Kuin's brazen attack, Li Fuchen revealed a sneer. He released his sword, Dao Divine Power, and vibrated. The first thing that disintegrated was Long Kuin's low-level divine skill, Sky Engulfing Hand. Immediately after, Long Kuin's divine body instantly disintegrated too. Before Long Kuin died, he didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream. His entire body had vanished completely. Apart from his spatial ring and half-divine artifact, there was nothing left. At the side, Mephit saw everything and was completely dumbfounded. A divine power vibration had killed Long Kuin. What was Li Fuchen's divine power index? Endless regret filled Mephit's heart, and she was planning to beg for mercy. Without any sound or presence, Mephit's divine body had also disintegrated. Am I going to die just like this? Mephit's consciousness sank into endless darkness. Stop! The deep and powerful voice came belatedly. It was a dark and skinny man who was also the desolate city lord, Qianshi. When Long Kuin's divine power burst out, Qianshi had already sensed the commotion here, but he was still a step too late. Who are you? Qianshi stared at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's strength was undoubtedly very powerful. Even Qianshi wouldn't be able to kill Long Kuin with pure strength. But this was the desolate city, and with the assistance of the one-star high-tier divine array, no one among the mid-gods was a match for him. He wouldn't allow anyone to challenge his prowess. You must be the city lord, Qianshi. I don't wish to kill you. Li Fuchen looked at Qianshi. Presumptuous. A battle hammer appeared in Qianshi's hand. Boundless divine array power was added to the battle hammer as Qianshi smashed the hammer at Li Fuchen. Bang! Before the hammer shadow could even make contact with Li Fuchen, it had instantly vanished. At the same moment, a horrific vibration force assaulted. Not good. Qianshi quickly activated the divine array power and added it to the divine power protection. Bang boom! The boundless divine array power couldn't even last for a single breath when facing Li Fuchen's divine power vibration. Subsequently, Qianshi was sent flying while his body was emitting a blood mist. I said before that I don't wish to kill you, but if you wish to die, I can grant your wish. Li Fuchen said to Qianshi coldly. Qianshi's heart turned cold after hearing the statement. He knew that he was too reckless. If Li Fuchen had killing intent, Qianshi would already be a corpse. No, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. My lord, please forgive me. Qianshi is blind. In the face of absolute strength, Qianshi had to lower his head. There is nothing else for you to do here, back off. Remember, I don't like to be disturbed. Long Kuin and Mephit were already dead. Therefore, the wealth in their castles naturally belonged to Li Fuchen. Yes, Qianshi felt as though he was granted amnesty and left in a hurry. This castle isn't bad and can be used as a temporary residence. Li Fuchen took a glance at Long Kuin's castle and revealed a smile. Chapter 1105. Long Kuin and Mei Fei had given Li Fuchen a lot of wealth. After a rough estimation, the duo's total wealth was around 200,000 low-grade godstones. There were also around 100,000 low-grade godstones. With so many low-grade godstones, it was enough for Li Fuchen to increase his divine power to a very high level. This golden eye is rather interesting. Li Fuchen found an ocular technique low-rank divine skill in Long Kuin's spatial ring. This divine skill allowed the cultivator to easily see through the rocks and the ground to see the divine light emitted by the metal ores in the depths of the ground. According to what was written, the denser the divine light, the more precious the metal ores were. In the eyes of some people, the golden eye's value is probably comparable with mid-rank divine skills. Even the lowest grade of divine class metal ores had shocking value. If it was a higher grade divine class metal ores, it would be enough to make higher gods envious. It only took 3 days for Li Fuchen to cultivate the golden pupil. After activating the golden eyes, Li Fuchen's pupils turned golden in color. Wherever he looked, as long as it was a metal, it would emit radiance. Metals that were below the divine class would emit a negligible radiance. The divine class metals emitted a more concentrated radiance and had a resplendent intent. In addition, Li Fuchen noticed that some of the top-notch and peak-level half-divine weapons were also emitting resplendent divine light. It was obvious that they contained divine class metals. 70%, 80%. With Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to cultivate the golden eye to the 80% proficiency with ease. It was a pity that the cultivation difficulty would increase by 10 times or dozens of times. City, Lord residents, 7 middle gods were gathered together. City Lord, what is the background of this Lord? Don't tell me you don't know anything about him? The one speaking was a strong man with a stocky build. Qianshi said, "What can I know? If I dared to say anything, I might not even be able to sit here and talk to all of you." Long Kuan and Meifei died just like that. The world is truly unpredictable. In my opinion, it doesn't matter what this Lord's background is. It has nothing to do with us. As long as we don't disturb him, he probably won't look for trouble with us. Another middle god said. Hearing this, the blood-haired Shuiyu nodded. Since he was able to easily defeat and even kill the city lord, that means that he can easily kill the 7 of us as well. He is indeed not someone to be trifled with. It wasn't easy for them to train to the mid-deity level. If they died, they would have died in vain. Finally, Qianshi set the tone to not provoke or disturb Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen had any requests, he would satisfy them at all costs. My God Power Index has reached 13,000. With sufficient low-grade godstones, Li Fuchen's sword Dao divine power increased very quickly. In just 3 months, it increased from 11,000 to 13,000. Don't underestimate this increase of 2,000 points. It allowed Li Fuchen's ability to increase by several times. Furthermore, after progressing to become a mid-god, Li Fuchen had a deeper comprehension of the divine world's laws. His sword Dao proficiency had also increased. Even if he hadn't reached the peak stage of mid-god, he wasn't far from it. Under such circumstances, the domain-level divine skill, Sword Sea Horizon, was naturally upgraded to a medium-level divine skill, and its power increased by who knew how many times. It's time to leave. At the top floor of the castle, Li Fuchen looked down at the scenery and thought to himself. To him, the wasteland city was still too small. He hadn't even seen the sights of the entire divine world. How could he continue to stay in the wasteland city? After summoning the city lord, Qianshi, Li Fuchen inquired about the surrounding situation. Qianshi replied respectfully, "The Ashen Wasteland's mid-level divine beast. The Pale Monarch is stronger than me, but there is a limit. He isn't a match for my lord. Hence, my lord left the Ashen Wasteland without any obstructions. After passing the Ashen Wasteland, it will be the territory of the Class 1 Divine City, Eagle City. The Eagle City has over a dozen mid-level deities." Qianshi explained the surrounding situation in detail. When talking about the Misty Mountains, Qianshi's expression turned grave. The Misty Mountains are extremely dangerous. Even mid-level deities would find it hard to move inside. Apart from the divine beasts, there are also all sorts of strange god-class life forms. There is a god-class life form called the Misty Mist Giant, and its strength is at the level of a high-level deity. In front of the Misty Mist Giant, mid-level deities are just rations. Furthermore, this is only the outer region. No one knows about the inner region. It is indeed a little dangerous. Li Fuchen nodded. On the next day, Li Fuchen left. He didn't court death and walked towards the direction of the Misty Mountains. Instead, he chose the Ashen Wasteland. The Ashen Wasteland had plenty of divine beasts. Along the way, Li Fuchen had encountered countless divine beasts. But under Li Fuchen's divine power pressure, these low-level divine beasts were all shivering and wouldn't dare to attack Li Fuchen. Even mid-level divine beasts would flee far away when sensing Li Fuchen's chi presence and didn't dare to get close. Just like that, Li Fuchen swaggered through the Ashen Wasteland and arrived at the even more spacious Eagle Prairie. On the Eagle Prairie, there was a Class 1 Divine City, Eagle City. As a Class 1 Divine City, The Eagle City was much more flourishing than the Wasteland City. There were almost twice as many mid-level deities, and there were over 10 of them. After staying in the Eagle City for a few days, Li Fuchen left again. His target was a Class 2 divine city. No matter how flourishing a Class 1 divine city was, it was only suitable for low-level deities. There were very few resources for mid-level deities. Qian Shi and the others from the Wasteland City would make a trip to a Class 2 divine city every few years to purchase a large amount of cultivation resources. Is this the scenery of the divine world? It is truly mystical and magnificent. Along the way, Li Fuchen's horizons had been broadened by countless times. In the divine world, there were 3 major races. There were the divine race, the divine beast race, and the various unique god-class life forms. The divine race was the race with the highest intelligence. It included the human race, the titan race, the demonic beast race, the blood race, and thousands of other highly intelligent races. The divine beast race was the beast race that was born and raised in the divine world. It was extremely difficult for them to transform into a human form. Normally, they would only be able to transform into a human form after reaching the true God realm. As for the unique God-class life forms, they were relatively rare in the divine world. Normally, such God-class life forms would only appear in desolate and dangerous places. I didn't think that I would become a member of the divine race in the divine world. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. In the Kunwu cosmos, he was the one who led the team to eliminate the divine race. Of course, he also knew that the divine race of the Kunwu cosmos wasn't a specific race. As long as it was the bloodline left behind by God, it could be considered as a member of the divine race. If Li Fuchen left his bloodline in the Kunwu cosmos, his descendants would naturally be considered as a member of the divine race. The nearest Class 2 divine city was very far away from the Eagle City. If Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, he spent a few months to arrive. This Class 2 divine city was called the Purple Moon City. It was dozens of times more flourishing than the Wasteland City, and more than 10 times more flourishing than the Eagle City. Different from Class 1 divine cities, the Purple Moon City had higher gods, although there were only 3 higher gods. There were plenty of middle gods. Even if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. There was no need to mention lower gods, as the streets were filled with them. I heard that divine artifacts would occasionally appear in the auctions of Class 2 divine cities. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to encounter one. After entering the Purple Moon City, Li Fuchen was immediately attracted by the unique environment of the Purple Moon City. In the sky above the Purple Moon City, there was a purple moon hanging there. Li Fuchen could see that this purple moon was formed by the power of the divine array. Li Fuchen reckoned that the grade of the divine array was at least 2-star. Chapter 1106. The Purple Moon City was indeed a Class 2 divine city. They even sold mid-tier divine skill ceiling stones. The price was just as Zhao Feier mentioned. It was extremely shocking. The cheapest one would cost at least 100,000 low-grade godstones. There are still too few low-grade godstones. Am I too kind? After obtaining Long Kuan and Mifiai's wealth, Li Fuchen had over 200,000 low-grade godstones. To a low god, this was naturally a shocking amount of wealth. But in a Class 2 divine city, it wasn't eye-catching. In fact, if Li Fuchen was a little more evil, he could simply sweep the entire desolate city and plunder all the low-grade godstones. By then, it wouldn't be a problem to obtain over 1 million low-grade godstones. Even 1 million low-grade godstones wouldn't be a problem. However, this went against Li Fuchen's Dao heart. Once his Dao heart was damaged, it would greatly affect Li Fuchen's future. The Divine Pill Pavilion was the largest elixir store in the Purple Moon City. After entering the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Fuchen strolled around the first floor and headed straight for the second floor. The first floor was selling 1-star divine elixirs. 1-star divine elixirs were only useful to low gods and regular middle gods. On the second floor, 2-star divine elixirs were placed on the crystal counter. The prices were extremely shocking compared to 1-star divine elixirs. There were basically a few dozen low-grade god stones, and some were even a few hundred low-grade god stones. This God Essence elixir isn't bad. God Essence elixir was a 2-star divine elixir that could rapidly replenish the divine power of middle gods and high gods. A single elixir was worth 100 low-grade god stones. Executing mid-tier divine skills consumed too much divine power, and Li Fuchen had no choice but to buy some in case of emergencies. The God Fusion elixir isn't bad either. It can enhance the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. In a single breath, Li Fuchen bought several types of 2-star divine elixirs, and each of them cost more than 10 elixirs. A divine elixir that can nourish the divine spirit? In the depths of the second floor, Li Fuchen found a 2-star divine elixir called the Purple Soul Elixir. It was worth 300 low-grade god stones. Customer, this Violet Soul Pill is a new divine pill that my Divine Pill Pavilion has developed in recent years. After consuming it, not only can it nourish the soul, but it also has a certain effect on breaking through realms. Beside the Violet Soul Pill, a gray-haired old man introduced. Can it increase the grade of the divine spirit? Li Fuchen asked. Hearing this, the gray-haired elder smiled awkwardly and said, "You must be joking. A divine pill that can raise the level of one's divine soul is priceless. Although the Violet Soul Pill can nourish one's divine soul, its limit is the peak of High God." "Sure, give me 5 elixirs first." Li Fuchen intended to see if the Purple Soul Elixir was effective on his divine soul. In the guest room of the restaurant. It's indeed effective. With the golden talisman, he could perfectly purify the Purple Soul Pill's medicinal energy and only absorb the portion that was useful to the soul. However, the effect is still too weak. No, it should be because my soul is too high level. Li Fuchen's divine soul was definitely at the true God class. The Purple Soul Elixir was just a 2-star divine elixir and was only effective for those below the true God class. Looks like I'll need at least a 3-star divine pill or 3-star divine grass to improve my soul. Li Fuchen thought to himself. After recalling something, Li Fuchen went out to buy a divine herb illustrated handbook. This illustrated handbook of magical herbs was very magical. There was an image of a magical herb on every page. Silver Eye Herb, 3-star divine grass. Consumption can greatly enhance vision and divine soul. Consumption of a certain amount will give a chance to develop the Silver Eye innate ability, increasing vision by 100 times. Red Soul Herb, 3-star divine grass. Consumption can greatly enhance the divine soul. It is also effective for true gods. Blazing Sun Rising Soul Herb, 4-star divine grass. Consumption of a low god can enhance the divine soul to the high god class. Consumption of a high god will give the divine soul a chance to evolve to the half-true god class. There were plenty of divine herbs in the illustrated handbook of magical herbs, but the highest grade of divine herbs was only 4-star. Li Fuchen realized that it was extremely difficult to rely on external items to enhance the divine soul. Even the 4-star divine herb, Blazing Sun Rising Soul Herb, wasn't able to allow a high god to enhance their divine soul by 1 rank. There was only a chance for the high god to evolve to the half-true god class. If it was already the case for high gods, it was probably 100 or 1,000 times more difficult for true gods to enhance their divine soul. Li Fuchen was able to enhance his divine soul because of the golden talisman. The golden talisman was very mystical and would constantly nourish his divine soul. Apart from that, the golden talisman could also purify the medicinal energy and remove the impurities. When others consume divine herbs and elixirs to enhance their divine soul, there would be some impurities left in the divine soul. It might be fine for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, there would be a huge impact. Li Fuchen reckoned that this should be the main reason why it was hard to rely on external items to enhance the divine soul. The blazing sun, rising soul herb is too hard to find. The red soul herb can be found in the Red Soul Mountains. The Red Soul Mountains was a 2-star danger ground. A so-called 2-star danger ground was a danger ground that could threaten a high god. Forming a team to head to the Red Soul Mountains. We are currently lacking 1 power offense type and 1 recovery type. A large-scale team of 50 members, led by the Wind God. We are currently lacking 3 members. On the way to the city gate, Li Fuchen heard plenty of mid-gods calling out. If Li Fuchen was a regular mid-deity, he might form a team. After all, the Red Soul Mountains were too dangerous, and it would be safer to form a team. But his strength was beyond mid-deities by 1 level, and forming a team with these mid-deities would only drag him down. Big Sister, the Wind God, is leading the team. Hurry up and go. Beside Li Fuchen, a pair of siblings' eyes lit up as they quickly went over. This Wind God is able to create a mid-level divine skill. His strength should be rather good. Li Fuchen had heard of the Wind God's name. The Wind God was one of the few mid-gods in the Purple Moon City that could create mid-level divine skills. Not even a high god would dare to underestimate him. Shaking his head, Li Fuchen quickly left. The Red Soul Mountains had countless low-level divine beasts. Low-level divine beasts that would move alone in 1-star danger grounds would basically live in packs in the Red Soul Mountains. A pack of sharp-blade wolves would at least be formed by over a dozen sharp-blade wolves, while a larger pack would be formed by a few hundred sharp-blade wolves and a few blood-blade wolves. When encountering such a large-scale divine beast pack, even a powerful mid-god would find it very troublesome. Once surrounded, the divine power would be greatly depleted. This was also the main reason why everyone chose to form teams to enter the Red Soul Mountains. Of course, the divine beasts would also bully the weak and fear the strong. In their eyes, Li Fuchen was an existence that was like a high god and wasn't to be trifled with. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to slaughter these divine beasts. His target was the Red Soul Herb. 1 stalk, 2 stalks with a divine power index of over 10,000 and 28% divine power fusion. Li Fuchen's scouting range was extremely wide and wasn't inferior to regular high gods. 1 month later, Li Fuchen found 4 stalks of Red Soul Herb, and it was considered a great harvest. After finding a place, Li Fuchen consumed the first stalk of Red Soul Herb. With the conversion of the Golden Amulet, the Red Soul Herb's medicinal effects on the divine spirit were purified to the extremity. As such, the total amount of medicinal effects might be lesser, but Li Fuchen felt that the overall effects would only be stronger and not weaker. After consuming the 4 stalks of Red Soul Herb, one of the pale, red divine spirit had turned red. According to this trend, I will need at least a few hundred stalks of Red Soul Herb to turn the divine spirit from pale red to red. Li Fuchen frowned. The entire Red Soul Mountains probably didn't have so many Red Soul Herbs. As usual, Li Fuchen released his divine power and carefully searched for the Red Soul Herb. Purple Red Soul Herb? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Over 1,000 miles away, he found a stalk of purple Red Soul Herb. Could it be a mutated Red Soul Herb? Li Fuchen could feel that this Red Soul Herb was emitting a chi wave that was dozens of times stronger than regular Red Soul Herbs. However, beside the purple Red Soul Herb, there was a shocking battle that was going on. The battle was between a team of mid-gods and a superior divine beast. The team of mid-gods had close to 50 members. Such a large-scale team of mid-gods was basically unstoppable in the Red Soul Mountains. The superior divine beast was a 3-headed giant python. Li Fuchen recognized that this 3-headed giant python was a relatively weaker 3-headed thunder python in the Red Soul Mountains. The 3 heads of the 3-headed thunder python could shoot out thunderbolts, hurricanes, and hail attacks, respectively. The reason why it was considered weak was because the three-headed thunder python's defense was rather brittle and wasn't as all-round as the other superior divine beasts. Of course, a superior divine beast was ultimately a superior divine beast. In a one-on-one, a mid-god wouldn't be a match for a superior divine beast. Even a mid-god that created a mid-level divine skill would only be able to barely contest with a three-headed thunder python, and it was impossible to win. Everyone, after obtaining this mutated red soul herb, I, the wind god, will not participate in the distribution of the rest of the rewards. In addition, I promise that unless more than half of you wish to leave the red soul mountains, I, the wind god, will not leave in advance. The wind god was determined to obtain the mutated red soul herb. His divine soul might have already reached the superior deity class, but he was still far from the peak stage of the superior deity. The stronger the divine soul, the easier it would be to progress, and the stronger the perception. This mutated red soul herb might not be comparable with the 4-star divine herb, scorching sun, rising soul herb, but it wasn't too far off. With it, the wind god was confident that he would be able to progress into a superior deity within 10 years. In response, everyone was naturally impassioned. They knew that the mutated red soul herb wasn't something they could hope for. They were already very satisfied with the wind god's reply. The battle was abnormally intense. Even when the wind god executed his mid-level divine skill, frequently, he was only able to fight evenly with the three-headed thunder python. It was fortunate that he had over 40 mid-gods with him. With over 40 mid-gods working together, the weak defense of the three-headed thunder python was gradually filled with injuries. Most of its attacks were intercepted by the wind god, and only a small portion landed in the crowd. It was basically unable to form an effective attack. Of course, despite the case, there were already a few mid-gods that were severely injured and had retreated far away to recuperate. Who is it? Just as the two sides were in battle, a shadow suddenly appeared beside the mutated red soul herb. With a wave of the hand, the mutated red soul herb vanished. Seeing the situation, the wind god and the three-headed thunder python were infuriated. They had fought to their deaths for this mutated red soul herb, but the other party had plucked their fruits. It was simply preposterous. Wind element slash. The wind god swung his hand, and a horrific green wind blade flew out. In an instant, there was a crackling sound in the void, as though the void was being slashed apart. On the other side, the three-headed thunder python had spat out a thunderball, a hurricane, and an ice spear. The three types of attacks were mixed together and rained down. Lifting his head, Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and launched a sword chi out of nowhere. Bang boom! Be it the wind god's mid-level deity skill, wind element slash, or the three-headed thunder python's violent attacks, they were all like floating clouds in the face of this sword chi. With a single blow of the wind, they vanished like smoke. After doing everything, Li Fuchen left leisurely. The wind god and the three-headed thunder python didn't dare to obstruct him anymore. Chapter 1107. Such power! Among the crowd, the siblings were flabbergasted. Breaking the wind god and the three-headed thunder python's attacks with a simple move was something even regular higher deities couldn't do. However, they seemed to have seen Li Fuchen on the streets of the Purple Moon City. No wonder it is the mutated red soul herb. The medicinal effects are 80 times better than regular red soul herbs. After consuming the purple red soul herb, 30% of Li Fuchen's divine soul had turned red. If he consumed another 2 or 3 stalks, it wouldn't be a problem for his divine soul to turn from pale red to red. There shouldn't be so many mutated red soul herbs, right? Li Fuchen was planning to stay in the Red Soul Mountains for a few more days. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the Red Soul Mountains, a man and a beast were in a frenzied battle. Foolish god, you shouldn't have stepped into the depths of the Red Soul Mountains. The one speaking was an 8-tailed divine leopard that looked like a cat. However, It was several times bigger and more ferocious than a cat. It was also a high-level divine beast. But the 8-tailed divine leopard wasn't just stronger than the 3-headed thunder python. Even its defense was stronger. The fur on its body could deflect all kinds of attacks, and the 8 tails could be changed to block attacks at crucial moments. It was considered a combination of offense and defense. I can come and go as I please in this Red Soul Mountains. What can you do to me? Li Fuchin brandished his sword light and easily blocked the 8-tailed divine leopard's attack. Good. Today, I, the 8-tailed divine leopard, will not rest until I eat you. The 8-tailed divine leopard's tail extended and expanded violently, covering the sky. This 8-tailed divine leopard's strength must not be underestimated. There is no need to clash with him. The battle between Li Fuchin and the 8-tailed divine leopard was because Li Fuchin entered the 8-tailed divine leopard's territory. In the Red Soul Mountains, there were a total of 10 high-level divine beasts, and each of them had their own territory. Originally, Li Fuchin didn't want to barge in, but the territories of these high-level divine beasts were too abundant with resources. The richest places in the entire Red Soul Mountains were probably all occupied by these high-level divine beasts. Wings of time. Just like the sword Tao, Li Fuchin's time and space, Tao had also reached the mid-level deity level. The time and space divine power might not be comparable with the sword Tao divine power, but in terms of speed, it was definitely superior. This Wings of Time was a mid-level divine skill that Li Fuchin spent a lot of effort to create. A pair of faintly discernible transparent wings appeared on Li Fuchin's back. With a flash of the transparent wings, Li Fuchin instantly vanished and reappeared at the horizon. It looked like it was flickering. Space-time divine skill? The 8-tailed divine leopard did not give chase. He knew that he would not be able to catch up. Encountering a god who was proficient in space-time god skills, unless he was dozens of times stronger than his opponent, he wouldn't be able to stop his opponent. Li Fuchin had gone to 5 of the territories of the 10 high-level divine beasts. As for the other 5 territories, Li Fuchin didn't have the confidence to provoke them yet. He had a rather accurate understanding of his own strength. If he encountered a regular high-level divine beast, he would be able to defeat them. But if he encountered elite high-level divine beasts, he would be slightly inferior. If he encountered a powerful high-level divine beast, even if he had the mid-level divine skill, the Wings of Time, he would still be in danger. Who knew if the high-level divine beast had an incredible innate skill? Divine beasts also had divine skills, but they would normally awaken their innate skills, and it was rare for them to create their own divine skills. In fact, divine beasts were the same as the demonic beast race in the Kunwu cosmos. They relied on their innate skills during the early stages and their perception during the later stages. 70% of it has already turned red. I still need 30% more. Li Fuchin's courting death actions had brought him generous rewards. Riches were sought from danger, nothing else. Territory of the Wave Beast. The Wave Beast was ranked top 5 among the top 10 high-level divine beasts in the Red Soul Mountains. It was an Earth Tao divine beast. Its awakened innate skill was called the Rage of Heaven and Earth. It used its body as the source of the wave to radiate the entire world, causing the entire world and the enemies to tremble. It could be said that when encountering the Wave Beast, the advantage in numbers was useless. It didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 high-level deities. It didn't make a difference to the Wave Beast. In order to deal with the Wave Beast, one must first be able to resist the rage of heaven and earth. Li Fuchin originally didn't plan to provoke the Wave Beast, but his divine power discovered that there were 2 stalks of mutated red soul herbs in the depths of the Wave Beast's territory. A single stalk of mutated red soul herb was able to transform his divine soul by 30%. 2 stalks would definitely transform his divine soul from pale red to red. How could he give up? You actually dare to provoke me, the Wave God. Stay here forever. The Wave Beast had a humanoid body and was covered in thick earthen yellow natural armor. Li Fuchin took a glance and reckoned that even if the wave beast stood there, regular high-level deities wouldn't be able to break its natural armor. As the wave beast brandished its right arm, an intense wave engulfed the world and blasted at Li Fuchin. "You are looking down on me too much." When Li Fuchin saw that the wave beast didn't even execute its innate skill and was purely using its innate skill, he didn't plan to dodge and welcome the attack with his sword. Boom! The wave force was definitely a terrifying power. As soon as Li Fuchin's sword chi made contact with the wave force, it was immediately disintegrated. Immediately after, Li Fuchin was sent flying. If Li Fuchin's destruction divine power wasn't already at the mid-level deity level, and his destruction divine body was in an indestructible state, this attack would have crippled Li Fuchin even if he didn't die. Such a terrifying innate skill. Li Fuchin had a grave expression. The wave beast's innate skill was obviously compatible with the divine world's wave law. Once the wave beast executed the rage of heaven and earth, it would be even more terrifying and would be able to attract more divine world's wave law to descend. Not injured. Seeing that Li Fuchin was unharmed, the wave beast was rather surprised. In the Red Soul Mountains, apart from the few top rankers and a higher deity called the Purple Moon City Mistress, no one else could withstand a single attack from the wave beast. "No wonder you dare to provoke me. Prepare to die, rage of heaven and earth." The wave beast didn't plan to be entangled with Li Fuchin anymore and instantly executed its innate skill, rage of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. With the wave beast as the center, the mountains and rivers in all directions were instantly turned into dust. Even the surrounding divine world's law was in chaos. The horrific vibration force engulfed the world and the time-space. At this moment, even if Li Fuchin executed the wings of time, it would be hard for him to escape, because the surroundings had formed a vibration force field. Only by breaking this vibration force field, Li Fuchin would be able to execute the time-space divine skill, Wings of Time. But since Li Fuchin dared to come to the wave beast's territory, he naturally had some confidence. "I shall let you witness my destruction divine skill, destruction divine body." Li Fuchin's body suddenly turned illusory. If one observed carefully, one would realize that Li Fuchin's divine body seemed to be formed by countless tiny particles that were glowing and dimming. These particles were constantly on the verge of destruction after a period of hard work, and because 70% of his divine soul had turned red, Li Fuchin's perception had a significant increase. He finally managed to turn the destruction divine body into a mid-level divine skill. Other people had divine body divine skills, but now Li Fuchin also had a divine body divine skill. Furthermore, it was even more powerful. They were both mid-level divine body divine skills, but his destruction divine body was definitely superior. The vibration force formed by the wrath of heaven and earth was radiating on Li Fuchin's body. The vibration force might be very intense at the initial stage, but it wasn't considered terrifying. The truly terrifying thing was that the vibration force could be stacked. When stacked, even an existence that was much stronger than the wave beast wouldn't be able to endure it. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Only Li Fuchin could hear the soft sound of bubbles bursting from his destruction divine body. It meant that the destruction divine body was damaged. It was normal after thinking about it. The wave beast wasn't a regular high-level divine beast. It was one of the top 5 high-level divine beasts in the Scarlet Soul Mountains. Its strength was enough to make regular high-level divine beasts change their expressions. Li Fuchin's strength would at most be able to contest with regular high-level divine beasts. Apart from that, the destruction divine body that was at the mid-level divine skill level wasn't truly indestructible. It was only progressing in this direction. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be imperfections. The sound of bubbles bursting was getting more concentrated, and Li Fuchin's body was getting more solid. What kind of divine body, divine skill is this? The wave beast was shocked. Li Fuchen had given him too many surprises. The wave beast couldn't understand what kind of divine body, divine skill could resist his heaven and earth rage. Could it be a high-level divine body, divine skill? Impossible. The wave beast could see that Li Fuchen's divine body, divine skill wasn't able to completely resist the heaven and earth rage and had suffered significant damage. If it was a high-level divine body, divine skill, it would be able to resist the heaven and earth rage with ease. Furthermore, the wave beast wasn't a match for an existence that could create a high-level divine skill. Li Fuchen would probably be able to kill the wave beast in a single move. Creating a mid-level divine skill and creating a high-level divine skill was like heaven and earth. Most of the high-level divine skills were able to create the former, but not even 1 in 10,000 high-level divine skills were able to create the latter. If Li Fuchen was truly able to create a high-level divine skill, the wave beast would immediately turn around and leave. Why would he fight to the death with Li Fuchen? My destruction divine power is still too weak. Li Fuchen knew clearly that it wasn't because his destruction divine body wasn't strong, but because his destruction divine power was too weak. Firstly, his destruction divine power was only at the level of a mid-level deity, while Li Fuchen's divine power was at the level of a high-level deity. Secondly, Li Fuchen's divine power and divine spirit was only at 28% fusion. It was still a small gap away from the 30% fusion of a high-level deity. Thirdly, his destruction divine power index was probably inferior to his sword Tao divine power index and shouldn't be more than 10,000. With all sorts of restrictions, the destruction divine body was like a housewife without rice. It was basically unable to exhibit the power that it should have. If Li Fuchen's destruction divine power was at the level of a high-level deity, not even 10 wave beasts would be able to damage the destruction divine body. Once my divine spirit turns red, I shall see if I can create a high-level divine skill. Perception was closely related to the changes in the spirit soul. When the spirit soul started to change in color, the perception would gradually increase. When the spirit soul turned from a light color to a dark color, the perception would have a small transformation. If Li Fuchen's divine spirit turned red, his perception would definitely have a small transformation. His perception was already very terrifying, and in a short period of time, he was able to create multiple mid-level divine skills. Once there was a small transformation, it wasn't impossible for him to create a high-level divine skill. Of course, if the spirit soul had a change in color, it would be even more terrifying. For example, from green to blue, from blue to purple, from purple to red. Such a pure change in color would cause the perception to have a huge transformation. By then, Li Fuchen would be able to casually create a so-called high-level divine skill. However, a red divine spirit was already a true god's divine spirit. Li Fuchen didn't know what color divine spirit it would be. Li Fuchen vaguely knew that in the future, every time the divine spirit had a change in color, it would be increasingly terrifying. Chapter 1108. This battle lasted for a very long time, so long that the wave beast was getting impatient. Damn God, I will let you off today. The next time I see you, I will make you stay here forever. The wave beast had enemies too. If he used up too much of his innate divine power here, he might perish if a formidable foe launched a sneak attack on him. Even though he was very unwilling, he had no choice but to let Li Fuchen go. Many thanks, then. Li Fuchen had already obtained the mutated red soul herb a long time ago. He was only discovered by the wave beast after he obtained it. Seeing that the wave beast dispersed the force field, Li Fuchen instantly executed the wings of time and vanished without a trace. After leaving the Red Soul Mountains, there was a desolate mountain with no signs of human habitation. After consuming 2 stalks of mutated red soul herb, Li Fuchen's divine soul had finally turned red. It felt as though there were red lightning flashing in his mind. Li Fuchen felt that his perception had increased by at least several times. Starting to deduce the primary extreme sword art's fourth move and seamless sword chi. The primary extreme sword art's fourth move, origin return sword form, might not be a high-tier divine skill after it was created. But Li Fuchen knew that once the seamless sword chi was created, it would definitely be a high-tier divine skill. Seamless, using seamless to enter the gap. When facing this divine skill, unless it was an extremely special divine skill or an absolute defense divine skill, otherwise it would be useless in front of the seamless sword chi. There was no difference between having or not having it. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen gradually had an idea. He could feel that the difficulty of transforming the origin return sword form was similar to transforming the origin return sword form. It was obvious that this was a change brought about by his perception. 3 months later, as expected, Li Fuchen sighed. The origin return sword form wasn't a high-tier divine skill. It was a mid-tier divine skill. It made sense after thinking about it. How could a high-tier divine skill be created so easily? But it was also a mid-tier divine skill. But the origin return sword form was too powerful. It was simply an extreme offensive divine skill. Furthermore, Li Fuchen realized that be it the origin return sword form or the first 3 moves of the primary extreme sword art, after transforming into a divine skill, their forms had changed. This was most likely related to the rules of the divine realm. After all, in the divine realm, one had to conform to the rules of the divine realm and not conform to the rules of the Kunwu universe or the rules of the divine battlefield. There was nothing special about the Guiyuan sword avatar divine skill once it was used. Instead, all the power of the Guiyuan sword avatar would be condensed within one's body. Any random sword chi would be the power of the Guiyuan sword avatar, which was the ultimate power of a medium divine skill. When others executed mid-level divine skills, they would need to accumulate strength before executing. But when Li Fuchen executed the origin return sword form, it was no different from eating or drinking. The crucial point was that it was extremely powerful. If Li Fuchen was willing, he could instantly burst out with countless origin return sword phases power to blast the enemy. This divine skill had already surpassed the wave beast's worldly wrath in every aspect, and it wasn't afraid of the numerical advantage. Next, Li Fuchen put all his attention on the seamless sword chi. Compared to the primary extreme sword art, the derivation and transformation of the seamless sword chi was 10 times more difficult. After 1 year, Li Fuchen was still unable to transform the seamless sword chi into a divine skill. Looks like there's no need to rush. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and changed his clothes before flying towards the Purple Moon City. The Purple Moon City had been rather lively for the past few months, and it was much livelier than usual. Li Fuchen asked around and found out that the East Sun sect was here to recruit soldiers. The East Sun sect was a true god class faction, and there were plenty of true gods in the sect. The East Sun sect recruited soldiers and only recruited mid and high deities. Low deities weren't recruited. Furthermore, the East Sun sect didn't recruit soldiers every year. They would normally recruit soldiers once every 10 years, sometimes every 20 years. It was said that if a mid-deity entered the East Sun sect, they would at least be allocated a set of top-notch half-divine equipment. If they had exceptional strength, they would be allocated a peak-grade, half-divine equipment. As for high deities that entered the East Sun sect, they would be able to freely choose a divine artifact. That's right, it was a divine artifact, a true divine artifact. It might be a regular standardized divine artifact, but it was still 10 times or 100 times stronger than a half-divine artifact. Divine artifact, huh? Li Fuchen revealed a curious expression as he had never seen a divine artifact before. According to what he knew, in order to refine a divine artifact, one had to satisfy 2 harsh conditions. Firstly, one had to be a divine artifact forger and be able to carve a god-class tool pattern. Secondly, the materials needed to reach the God class, and there had to be enough. Because refining a divine artifact required the extraction of the essence from the God class materials. The more the God class materials, the higher the success rate. For example, the God class materials that Li Fuqin obtained from the Copper Axe village weren't even enough to refine a divine artifact. It was just better than nothing. Of course, divine artifacts were also divided into grades. Just like the grades of gods, divine artifacts were divided into low-tier divine artifacts, mid-tier divine artifacts, high-tier divine artifacts, true god artifacts, etc. When a high deity entered the East Sun sect, they would naturally be able to freely choose a low-tier divine artifact. Furthermore, it was a standardized divine artifact that was forged in large quantities. It had a single-function ordinary power and nothing special. But a divine artifact was still a divine artifact. Any divine artifact would be enough for a high deity to fight over. Some of the high deities might already have a divine artifact, but who would complain about having more divine artifacts? After entering the East Sun sect, the divine artifacts wouldn't be distributed. One could freely choose a divine artifact that was suitable for oneself. Perhaps I can enter the East Sun sect to take a look. Li Fuqin's intuition told him that entering the East Sun sect would allow him to understand the divine world better. He had a vague feeling that the divine world wasn't right. Subconsciously, Li Fuqin walked towards one of the conscription points. As long as you are a mid-deity, you can become a soldier of my East Sun sect. If you are strong enough, you might be able to skip the low-tier soldiers and become a mid-tier soldier, or even a high-tier soldier. Mid-tier soldiers will be allocated a peak-grade, half-divine artifact set and can enter the East Sun pond to cultivate for 1 day every year. As for high-tier soldiers, they are even more incredible and will be allocated a peak-grade, half-divine artifact set and can enter the East Sun pond to cultivate for 3 days every year. They can also listen to a True Gods Tao lecture once every 10 years. At the conscription point, a mid-tier deity spoke eloquently about the various benefits of joining the East Sun sect. Needless to say, there were plenty of mid-tier deities that chose to join the East Sun sect. As for the rest, they were either observing or didn't intend to join. Becoming a soldier would result in death. The East Sun sect's enemy was the Thousand Feather Kingdom, and it was also a true god faction that wasn't inferior to the East Sun sect. At times, no matter how good the treatment was, one would need to be alive to enjoy it. Without a life, it was useless. East Sun Pond, a True Gods Tao lecture. Li Fuqin noted down the treatment of soldiers. He didn't need to guess to know that the East Sun Pond was definitely the cultivation, sacred land of the East Sun sect. As for a True Gods Tao lecture, it was just as the name suggested, a true god would personally explain the divine world's great Tao. A true god's grade was extremely high. During the process of listening to a True Gods Tao lecture, one might be able to comprehend something by analogy and have a flash of inspiration, allowing one to have a breakthrough in cultivation. I wonder what is the treatment of a higher god. Li Fuqin was rather curious about the treatment of a higher god. It was obvious that Li Fuqin wasn't the only curious one. There were others too. Hey, you're only talking about the mid-tier deities. What about the higher gods? Among the crowd, a mid-tier deity asked loudly. In response, one of the higher god managers at the conscription point grunted and didn't say anything. It was obvious that he didn't think it was necessary to talk about the treatment of a higher god to a group of mid-tier deities. The mid-tier deity who was talking about the treatment of soldiers laughed and said, "All of you are mid-tier deities. What is the use of telling you about the treatment of a higher god? But since all of you are curious, I shall give a simple explanation." After clearing his throat, he continued, "When a higher god enters the East Sun sect, they will at least become a low-tier centurion. They will be free to choose a low-tier divine artifact and can enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for a week every year. Every 5 years, they will be able to listen to a True Gods Tao lecture. Formidable higher gods can become mid-tier centurions and can choose a low-tier divine artifact. They will be able to enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for half a month every year. Every 3 years, they will be able to listen to a True God's Tao lecture. After speaking, he paused. What about a high-tier centurion? Someone asked anxiously. All of you. It was unknown if this person was intentionally keeping everyone in suspense or if he was helpless, but his face was obviously filled with envy. A high-tier centurion will be free to choose a mid-tier divine artifact and can enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for a month every year. Every 3 years, they will be able to listen to a True God's Tao lecture. Finally, when a high-tier centurion listens to a True God's Tao lecture, they will be able to ask for a pointer from the True God. A True God's words will enlighten even the deaf. Even if you don't comprehend anything, it will still be greatly beneficial. A pointer from a True God. This treatment is too amazing. True gods and high-tier deities might seem to be one class apart, but the cultivation levels are completely different. That's right. Just the lifespan of a true god is far superior to a high-tier deity. Normally, a true god will be able to live for more than 1,000,000 years after progressing to a true god. Furthermore, they will be able to enter and exit the minor kiliacosm divine world freely. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Minor kiliacosm divine world? When Li Fuchin heard this keyword, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Could it be that this isn't a complete divine world? Li Fuchin guessed. After listening to the side, Li Fuchin got a shocking truth. The divine world that he was in was just one of the many divine worlds. The divine world was divided into minor kiliacosm, middle kiliacosm, and major kiliacosm. Among them, the minor kiliacosm was the lowest class. Even if the divine world's laws were complete, it would only produce true gods and wouldn't be able to produce existences that were stronger than true gods. The middle kiliacosm was incredible. There were plenty of true gods there. The so-called low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier deities were all ants there and didn't have any status. Generally speaking, a middle kiliacosm would be surrounded by a large number of minor kiliacosm. The minor kiliacosm that Li Fuchin was in was called the Bright World Divine World. As the lowest class divine world, the Bright World Divine World revolved around the middle kiliacosm, the Purple Cloud Divine World. Countless years ago, it was unknown why the Bright World Divine World damaged the source of the Divine World, causing the Divine World's laws to be incomplete. Since then, not only were true gods unable to be produced, but it was also 10 times or dozens of times more difficult to become a god. In order to resolve this problem, the True God faction started to search for divine world teleportation arrays that were constructed during the ancient times of war. The East Sun sect and the Thousand Feather Kingdom actually found an ancient divine world teleportation array. This teleportation array was able to connect to a nearby minor kiliacosm. However, there was only one teleportation array and there were 2 true god factions. There were too many monks and not enough gruel. Therefore, it was natural for a war to break out. According to the agreement between the Thousand Feather Kingdom and the East Sun sect, the true gods from both sides wouldn't make a move. They would allow the regular gods below the true god level to decide the direction of the war. They would only be in charge of guiding. As such, there would be conscription every 10 or 20 years. Chapter 1109. I see. Li Fuchin took a deep breath. No wonder he felt that, as a divine world, the number of gods was too shabby. It turned out that the Bright World was just a minor kiliacosm and one of the countless minor kiliacosm. It wasn't eye-catching at all. If he had to make a comparison, it was equivalent to a planet with life in the universe. In a minor kiliacosm, true gods were the pinnacle. If one wanted to continue cultivating, they would have to leave the minor kiliacosm and head to the middle kiliacosm. But it was said that every few years the middle kiliacosm would send people to the minor kiliacosm to recruit incredible prodigies. The Bright World source is damaged. Is it related to the battlefield of gods and the half-god region? Li Fuchin instinctively thought about the battlefield of gods and the half-god region. The appearance of the battlefield of gods and the half-god region was too unusual. The other transcendents guessed that the battlefield of gods and the half-god region were originally a part of the divine world and were torn from the divine world. Now that they thought about it, it shouldn't be too far off. But who could tear a minor kiliacosm? No matter how small a minor kiliacosm was, it was still a divine world and could produce true gods. Logically, even those above true gods would have a hard time tearing a minor kiliacosm. Tearing a minor kiliacosm? It is impossible for anyone to do that. When someone heard Li Fuchin's question, he quickly shook his head. A minor kiliacosm might be a minor kiliacosm and its grade isn't high, but that is in comparison to other divine worlds and individuals. A minor kiliacosm is at least comparable with a god king. A god king is basically the pinnacle and supreme in the divine void. God king? Divine void? Today, Li Fuchin obtained a lot of information that was very important to him. It had broadened his horizons. Putting aside the God King, it was already in existence that far surpassed true gods. The godly void was empty, but it was also filled with infinite possibilities. One only knew that up until now. No existence knew how large the godly void was. All divine worlds were born in the godly void. Because the godly void was too vast, many divine worlds had never been discovered. Once one found a primeval divine world, they would strike it rich. This was because there were endless resources inside, the most precious resources. Of course, there were also endless dangers. Normally, in these primeval divine worlds, there would be god beasts and terrifying divine level life forms. However, exploring the godly void was not an easy task. True gods only barely had the ability to roam the godly void. They did not dare to go too far from the divine world. This was mainly because whether it was a minor dimension divine world or a middle dimension divine world, they would emit their own divine world force field. This divine world force field had an extremely wide range, and it was rare for divine void dangers to appear within it. Even dangerous divine void life forms wouldn't dare to approach. As for the middle kiliacosm and the large number of lesser kiliacosm, they formed an even larger force field. However, this force field had flaws. It was like a net with holes in it. True gods could be considered safe inside, but there was no guarantee that there would be no danger at all. Seems like becoming a true god is the true starting point. Li Fuchin's eyes were very bright. Only after becoming a true god would he have the ability to head to the other minor kiliacosm domains, or the middle kiliacosm domain, the purple cloud divine world. He truly didn't know how flourishing the middle kiliacosm domain, the purple cloud divine world, would be. He also didn't know how majestic the great kiliacosm domain would be. The conscription continued. "Count me in." Li Fuchin walked over. "All right. Leave a message on the conscription stone." The mid-level deity at the conscription pointed at the giant yellow stone in the center and said to Li Fuchin. In response, Li Fuchin walked over and placed his palm on the conscription stone. He saw others doing the same thing too. "Name?" A voice echoed in Li Fuchin's mind. "Rock Spirit?" Li Fuchin's eyes flashed with surprise. All living things had spirits. It was obvious that this conscription stone had spirit intelligence, and it was a special spirit intelligence. In just a short moment, Li Fuchin's image and chi presence were stored in the conscription stone. It is too late to regret now. Once the information is stored in the conscription stone, it will be the same as betraying the East Sun sect. You must remember this, the mid-level deity said to Li Fuchin. Understood. Li Fuchin naturally wouldn't regret. After joining the East Sun sect, Li Fuchin was brought onto a super-large ship. This super-large ship was too massive, and it was in the sky above a mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles away from the Purple Moon City. When looking from below, it looked like a dark cloud that was covering the sky. When looking from above, it wasn't any smaller than a Class 1 divine city. It was simply a mobile city fortress. This should be a ship-type divine artifact. Furthermore, its grade isn't low. In the divine world, half-divine artifacts weren't able to expand too much. Only divine artifacts could expand so much. After boarding the ship, the spacious deck was filled with mid-level deities and high-level deities. It was obvious that these were the newly recruited soldiers. There were some places that were still testing the soldiers' grades and issuing soldier-grade badges. Come, one by one. Don't be in a hurry. It was very simple to test a soldier's grade. There were 4 combat puppets in the soldier testing area. Those who could exchange 10 moves with the first combat puppet were low-grade soldiers. Those who could exchange 10 moves with the second combat puppet were mid-grade soldiers, and those who could exchange 10 moves with the third combat puppet were high-grade soldiers. Above the high-level soldiers, there was the honorary soldiers. Normally, only mid-level deities that created mid-level divine skills could become honorary soldiers. Therefore, it was very rare for soldiers of this grade to appear. Low-level soldiers, low-level soldiers, mid-level soldiers, high-level soldiers. All of the mid-level deities were being tested. This test was very important as it would determine one's starting point. The higher the starting point, the better the resources that one would obtain in the initial stages of the East Sun sect. Honorary soldier. What? There is actually an honorary soldier. There were too few mid-level deities that could create mid-level divine skills. It was said to be 1 in 10,000, but no one knew if there were any. Furthermore, such mid-level deities wouldn't be willing to join the East Sun sect so early. They would wait until they became high-level deities before joining the East Sun sect. By then, their status would be even higher. If they joined the East Sun sect so early, they might be able to obtain some benefits, but it would also increase the risk. The honorary soldier was naturally Li Fuchen. After concealing his abilities, he was only able to suppress the 4th combat puppet and wasn't able to defeat it easily. Good, very good. This is your honorary soldier badge. The high-level deity in charge of the test was smiling while looking at Li Fuchen. Mid-level deities that could create mid-level divine skills were in high demand. High-level deities might be more incredible, but there were too few of them. On the battlefield, the ones that were mainly responsible for killing were the mid-level deities. The soldier grades were starting to show in the ship-type divine equipment. Low-level soldiers stayed in the worst ordinary rooms. When Li Fuchen passed by, he took a glance and noticed that there was only enough space for a bed, a table, and a chair. Mid-level soldiers were slightly better. High-level soldiers had a rather spacious room, while honorary soldiers had a bedroom and a living room, even though the living room wasn't big. After entering the room, Li Fuchen cleaned it up and stayed in. For the next few days, there were more soldiers on the ship. From the others, Li Fuchen found out that this ship was the East Sun Sect's 1,000-sun ship. It was a mid-level ship-type divine equipment and also the largest recruitment ship. Many of the nearby Class 2 and Class 1 divine cities would send the recruited soldiers to the 1,000-sun ship. With a large number of people, it was easy for conflicts to occur. For example, mid-level soldiers would bully low-level soldiers, while high-level soldiers would bully mid-level soldiers. On the spacious deck, a figure bumped into Li Fuchen and was about to burst out cursing. Honorary soldier. After seeing the honorary soldier badge on Li Fuchen's chest, the person immediately shut up and was fearful. Honorary soldier was the highest honor among the soldiers. On the battlefield, they would normally be able to become a team leader and could lead a team or even a brigade. As for regular soldiers like them, they might be soldiers in a nice way, but they were actually cannon fodder in a bad way. Be more careful next time. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to bicker with the person and walked towards the high-level god testing area. There were a lot more combat puppets in the high-level god testing area than the mid-god testing area. There were a total of 6. They represented low-grade centurions, mid-grade centurions, high-grade centurions, low-grade kiliarchs, mid-grade kiliarchs, and high-grade kiliarchs. It was understandable after thinking about it. The mid-god rank was just a transition. The high-level god rank was the true embodiment of a god's innate perception. A regular high-level god and a high-level god that had been stuck at the high-level god rank for countless years might have a difference of 100 or 1,000 times. There were also some high-level gods that were unable to progress due to the damage to the divine world source. Their strength was actually comparable to quasi-true gods, and it was natural that regular high-level gods couldn't compare with them. As such, it was easy to understand why the East Sun sect would split the high-level gods into 6 levels. As compared to the mid-god testing area, the high-level god testing area was much more leisurely. There would only be one high-level god taking the test after half a day. Li Fuchen took a look and saw that these high-level gods were usually low-grade centurions and mid-grade centurions. There were very few high-level centurions, and there weren't any Kiliarchs for now. Finally, the conscription ended. The 1,000-sun ship turned into a sun of light and instantly vanished into the horizon. Rumble, rumble, the ground in the distance would occasionally tremble. The sky would burst out with rainbow colors and pitch-black colors at times. The entire world seemed to be in turmoil. Swish! A light arrow that was a few kilometers in length suddenly skimmed past the 1,000-sun ship and created a large hole in the ground behind the 1,000-sun ship. Battlefield, we have arrived at the battlefield. On the deck, a mid-god soldier reacted and exclaimed. In the past, after the conscription ended, they would be sent to the East Sun sect and rarely to the battlefield. The front line is in an emergency. We will head straight for the number 7 military camp. One of the East Sun sect's high-level gods walked out and explained. After hearing the explanation, everyone's expression changed. The moment they arrived, they were going to the battlefield. This was much more dangerous than they had imagined. If they knew this, they would have reconsidered and shouldn't have joined the East Sun sect so quickly. Don't worry. Once you arrive at the number 7 military camp, you will be temporarily assigned to the recruit camp. You don't have to head to the front line for now and just need to provide support from the rear. Despite the explanation, everyone wasn't in a good mood. The front line was in an emergency. There wasn't a huge difference between providing support from the rear and fighting at the front line. It was just a difference between joining the battle earlier and joining the battle later. Chapter 11:10. Li Fuchen, even if you train for another 10 years, you still won't be a match for me. Pum. On the martial arts stage, the delicate-looking Li Fuchen was sent flying by a green-clothed youth. He, just as I expected, defeated in 3 moves. This is already the 7th time Li Fuchen has lost to Li Yunhe in the past year. Isn't that so? Li Fuchen was considered a prodigy in the past and had always been suppressing Li Yunhe. Who would have thought that in just a year, the prodigy would turn into trash? Not only did his ability stagnate, he also became stupid. Knowing that he isn't a match for Li Yunhe, he still accepted his challenge. You are wrong about Li Fuchen. He has always been a prideful person and never avoids a challenge. Sigh, if you want to blame someone, blame Li Fuchen for having a fiancé named Guan Shui, who knew that Li Yunhe liked Guan Shui too. The 3 of them grew up together, but Guan Shui was already betrothed to Li Fuchen. This made Li Yunhe unhappy. The gloating laughter from the surroundings was so piercing to Li Fuchen's ears, causing his breathing to become slightly rushed. 1 year. Everything happened 1 year ago. 1 year ago, he was definitely considered a prodigy in the Li clan, and Li Yunhe was never considered a match for him. But one day, he suddenly lost his talent. To be exact, his talent could no longer be used. Whenever he concentrated, his head would be in a splitting pain. That kind of pain made it impossible for him to cultivate peacefully. After a single exchange, Li Yunhe noticed that Li Fuchen's ability didn't have any improvement, so he tried to find a way to challenge Li Fuchen. Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen looked up at the sky, his heart filled with unyielding will. Damned heavens! How did I, Li Fuchen, offend you? Why did you take away my talent? Do you know, in this world where the strong rule, what is the consequence of not having a talent? Li Fuchen roared in his heart. A pity the heavens couldn't hear his inner voice. Sneering at Li Fuchen, Li Yunhe felt extremely carefree. He had always been jealous of Li Fuchen. He was jealous that Li Fuchen's father was the Li clan patriarch. Be it resources or treatment, Li Fuchen was better than him. If his father was also the patriarch, his achievements would definitely surpass Li Fuchen. Now that the other party had become trash, the patriarch could not help him. It should be known that the patriarch was not the only one who had the final say in the Li family. Behind the patriarch was the Council of Elders. Once the Council of Elders made a decision, the patriarch could not change it. Of course, most of the time, it was the patriarch who had the final say. The Council of Elders usually did not participate in the family's affairs. Li Fuchen, I advise you to give up on Guan Shui. A trash like you isn't worthy of her. Li Yunhe turned around and left the martial arts field after leaving behind a mocking sentence. The spectators left one by one, leaving only Li Fuchen standing there. In a pavilion far away, a white-robed, middle-aged man saw all of this. Fuchen, father may be the patriarch, but father can't help you with such matters. You can only rely on yourself. Seeing Li Fuchen being bullied, as a father, he felt worse than anyone else. But he knew that once he stood up for Li Fuchen would suffer even more humiliation and resentment. In this world where the strong ruled and the hierarchy was strict, everything depended on one's own ability. External forces might make him look good on the surface, but in the dark, who knew how many people would be disdainful and resentful of him? Deep into the night, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the futon, diligently cultivating the red jade technique. The red jade technique was the only high-tier, yellow-class technique of the Li clan. It was separated into 7 ranks. A year ago, Li Fuchen was already at the 3rd rank. But after a year, he didn't make any progress. Li Yunhe used this time to cultivate the red jade technique to the 4th rank, which was why he could suppress Li Fuchen. Even though he had experienced this countless of times, the pain in his head still made Li Fuchen cry out in pain. This type of pain was 100 times worse than physical pain. It came from the depths of his soul. With his body drenched in sweat, Li Fuchen opened his eyes unwillingly. Due to his tightly clenched teeth, fresh blood flowed down his lips. It was a ghastly sight. Is it still like this? Li Fuchen still couldn't understand what happened to his body. The external humiliation was a huge blow to him, but this ignorance was an even bigger blow to him. It was as if a venomous snake was slowly eating away at his bone marrow. By the time he realized it, his bone marrow had already been sucked dry. The night was over and the sun was up. Early in the morning, a guest came to the Li clan. It was the Guan clan's patriarch, Guan Yu. In the meeting hall, a white-robed Li Tianhan passionately welcomed him. Guan Yu, what brings you here? Guan Yu was almost 8 feet tall with a stocky build. He awkwardly laughed. I have nothing better to do today, so I came to take a look. Oh right, how is Fuchen? He is still the same. This incident had a huge impact on him. I hope he can pull through. Li Tianhan's expression was a little gloomy. Don't worry, it might just be temporary. I believe he can pull through. Pausing for a moment, Guan Yu took out a jade bottle. This is a vitality pill. It might be of some use to him. Vitality pill. Li Tianhan didn't accept it and had a puzzled expression. The vitality elixir wasn't just any ordinary elixir, but a high-tier, yellow-class elixir. A single elixir was worth a few thousand gold coins. Even though Li Tianhan's daughter was engaged to Fuchen, they weren't married yet. Gifting such a valuable elixir made Li Tianhan a little confused. Guan Yu unhappily replied, It's just a pill. Why? You don't like it? It's not about the pill. Guan Yu, do you have something to say? As an old friend, Li Tianhan knew that Guan Yu was hiding something. Placing the jade bottle on the table, Guan Yu spoke with difficulty. Tianhan, I am here to discuss something with you. Speak. I'm listening. Li Tianhan had a bad premonition. Clearing his throat, Guan Yu said, "Just a week ago, my daughter, Guan Shui, broke through to the 7th level of the Qi realm." 7th level of the Qi realm? Li Tianhan took in a deep breath. Guan Shui and Li Fuqin were the same age, 14 years old. A 14-year-old at the 7th level of the Qi realm. If he didn't know Guan Yu's character, he would have thought he was joking. The Li clan's top prodigy, Li Yunhai, was only at the 6th level of the Qi realm. Li Fuqin and Li Yunhe were only at the 4th level of the Qi realm. I remember she just broke through to the 6th level of the Qi realm half a year ago, Li Tianhan asked. Guan Yu laughed bitterly. My daughter is naturally talented. She actually managed to cultivate our Guan clan's aquaselenic arts to the 6th rank. To a certain extent, it is harder to break through a cultivation technique than a cultivation level. Those who managed to cultivate the aquaselenic arts to the 6th rank were all origin realm martial artists. None of them were in the Qi realm. What a monster! Li Tianhan sighed in his heart. Brother Tianhan, my daughter has already been accepted as a disciple of the Tsanglan sect. I'm afraid this engagement cannot be carried out. Guan Yu didn't bother to hide anything and got straight to the point. Li Tianhan raised his eyebrows. They are still young. It is still too early to talk about this engagement. We can talk about it a few years later. Guan Yu replied seriously, This is also my daughter's wish. I hope Brother Tianhan can fulfill it. Li Tianhan's expression turned ugly. He stared at Guan Yu. What? Your Guan clan wants to break off the engagement? It was your Guan clan who initiated the engagement. Now it is your Guan clan who is the first to break off the engagement. What do you take my Li clan for? What do you take me, Li Tianhan, for? Do you think my Li clan has declined and is not worthy of your Guan clan's marriage? Brother Tianhan, my Guan clan will compensate you. Keep this vitality pill first. In a few days, my Guan clan will give the best Guan clan in Yunwu City to your Li clan. Now that the words were out, Guan Yu relaxed a little. Yes, Guan Yu was right. A marriage alliance must have its value. The Li clan had not sent anyone into the Tsanglan sect for the past 10 years, while the Guan clan was thriving. Every 2 years, there would be 1 or 2 Guan clansmen entering the Tsanglan sect. This year, Guan Shui became a disciple of the Tsanglan sect in advance. To be able to become a disciple in advance, which one of them didn't have a bright future ahead of them. If this was the case, the Guan clan wouldn't be in such a hurry to break off the engagement. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. As one of the 4 major clans of Yunwu City, the Li clan was still a force to be reckoned with, not any weaker than the rising Guan clan. A pity that Li Fuqin was too disappointing. His innate talent was considered decent, but 1 year ago he did something that angered the heavens and caused his innate talent to disappear. A cripple. How could he be worthy of the Guan clan's #1 prodigy? This was something the Guan clan couldn't tolerate. What's more, Guan Shui herself wasn't interested in this marriage alliance. She had requested to break off the engagement more than once, but Guan Yu kept it to himself. He felt that he had done enough for the Li clan. The pill and the restaurant, my Li clan won't accept it. We can't afford to lose this vase. Guan Yu Xiong, this is the last time I will address you as Xiong Guan Yu. From today onwards, we are no longer friends. Li Tianhan was completely disappointed. The Guan clan was able to rise because of the Li clan. He didn't expect them to burn the bridge after crossing it. Tianhan Xiong, I have nothing else to say. It is my Guan clan's fault this time. I will take my leave first. Taking a deep breath, Guan Yu stood up and left. Bring the pill. Li Tianhan waved his hand. An invisible qi was released, and the jade bottle flew towards Guan Yu. Catching the jade bottle, Guan Yu left in silence. Crack! Once Guan Yu walked out of the hall, Li Tianhan crushed the armrest of his chair with an ashen face. A few days later, the Guan clan sent over a letter to break off the engagement. At the same time, the entire Li clan and even the entire Yunwu city knew of this matter. Unknowingly, the Li clan and Li Fuchen became the laughingstock of the masses. During their leisure time, everyone would talk about this matter. On par with this topic was the news of Guan Shui becoming a disciple of the Zhonglan sect. Everyone knew in their hearts that the Guan clan was about to soar. Being accepted as a disciple of the Zhonglan sect in advance was something that had never happened before in the past century. Mobile users, please browse to see Eternal Supreme for a better user experience. Chapter 1111. Time elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, Li Fuchen had been at the 7th military camp for close to a year. According to the rules, high-ranking soldiers and above could return to the East Sun sect once a year. Of course, you don't have to go back. As for cultivating in the Dongyang Pond every year, you can accumulate it for the next year. Honorary soldiers can cultivate in the East Sun Pond for 3 days every year. It's too short. Let's save it for next time. Li Fuchen chose not to return. 3 days of training was meaningless to him. He didn't believe that 3 days of training in the East Sun Pond would help him become a high god. He decided to wait until the true god was preaching before returning. As the years passed by, only 2 of the 4 honorary soldiers that joined the East Sun sect with Li Fuchen had perished. The battlefield was simply too dangerous. Even high gods were in danger, much less gods. On the dried-up river, 2 figures stood facing each other. For a mere honorary soldier to possess such strength, he is truly amazing. The Greyhorn monarch was a high-ranking centurion of the 1,000-feather kingdom. He was staring at Li Fuchen with a grave expression. In the beginning, he didn't even take Li Fuchen seriously. An honorary soldier, no matter how incredible, wouldn't be able to defeat a centurion, and he was a superior centurion. But after the initial exchange, he realized that he was wrong. Li Fuchen might be an honorary soldier, but his divine power was obviously at the superior deity level. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's self-created divine skill was simply terrifying to the extreme. He wasn't able to defeat Li Fuchen within a short period of time. God artifacts truly are formidable. Li Fuchen stared at the large saber in his opponent's hand. As a high-ranking centurion of the 1,000-feather kingdom, he possessed a mid-grade divine artifact. The power of a mid-grade divine artifact was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. Even when Li Fuchen executed the Origin Return Sword form and constantly used the power of the Origin Return Sword form to blast at his opponent, he wasn't able to injure his opponent at all. "Brat, you will die today." Even though he knew that Li Fuchen's strength was close to a high-class centurion, the Greyhorn King was still very confident. He believed that as long as he spent more time, he would definitely be able to eliminate Li Fuchen. Really? Li Fuchen was on standby. Boom, boom, boom. The duo started to fight again. The Greyhorn King's large saber was like a giant axe that could split the heaven and earth. Every saber had astounding power. Li Fuchen's split sun sword might be inferior, but Li Fuchen's sword moves were much more profound and sharp. Die. Invincible in all directions. All of a sudden, the Greyhorn King's figure split into 10. 10 Greyhorn Kings raised their large sabers and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Absolute invincibility was a perfect grade, mid-level divine technique, and it was also the Greyhorn King's strongest trump card, Boundless Sword C. It was a pity that the Greyhorn King's 10 Directions invincibility wasn't able to break Li Fuchen's defense after encountering the extreme class mid-level divine skill, Sword C Horizon. Damn it, divine power ignites, invincible in all directions. The god power on Greyhorn King's body burned fiercely, and his aura instantly increased by more than 10 times. The next moment, 10 Greyhorn Kings raised their blades and slashed at him. Puff, puff, puff! This time, Li Fuchen's field divine skill. Sword C Horizon was broken, but Li Fuchen still had the Destruction Divine physique. When the tyrannical saber light landed on the Destruction Divine physique, it was only able to leave behind some faint saber marks. Soon enough, the saber marks vanished. Extreme grade mid-level field divine skill. Extreme grade mid-level divine physique divine skill. Who exactly is this kid? The Greyhorn King was about to go crazy. He was a high-grade centurion and had risked his life to obtain a perfect grade mid-level divine skill. Li Fuqin was able to casually execute multiple extreme grade mid-level divine skills. Wasn't this bullying? It is about time to end this. Li Fuqin slowly let out a turbid breath while his eyes turned sharp. He was already clear of the strength of a high-grade centurion, and there was no need to probe further. Shameless boasting. The Greyhorn King sneered. How could he not see that Li Fuqin seemed to have a trump card? It was a pity that, even if Li Fuqin's trump card was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't be able to injure the Greyhorn King. After all, no matter how powerful Li Fuqin was, he was just an honorary soldier and a mid-level deity. Of course, the Greyhorn King wouldn't be careless either. He immediately activated a mid-level divine skill, golden armor. The Greyhorn King's entire body was glowing with golden light, as though he was covered with a layer of golden armor. It wasn't over yet. The Greyhorn King activated another slightly inferior mid-level divine skill, Luoxing Shield, to conceal himself. Looking at Li Fuqin with mockery, the Greyhorn King sneered. He wanted to see how Li Fuqin was going to deal with him. Li Fuqin watched helplessly as the Greyhorn King equipped himself to the teeth, but he didn't move. He wanted to know exactly what level this move's power was at. Are you ready? Li Fuqin looked at the Greyhorn King again. Bring it on. The Greyhorn King yelled out. Since that is the case, I shall begin. Seamless sword chi. Li Fuqin's chi presence turned illusory like the clouds in the sky. It was ever-changing, but once the illusory chi presence burst out, it caused the Greyhorn King's hair to stand up. He felt that he wasn't facing a mid-level deity, but heaven and earth power, the divine world power. In the face of this horrific pressure, his willpower wavered for the first time. Everything is fake, come on. The Greyhorn King burst out with a yell. TSS! An invisible sword chi skimmed across the Greyhorn King's body. At that instant, the time and space that the Greyhorn King was in had an obvious ripple. Superior divine skill? The Greyhorn King's face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the Luoxing Shield was split into two, the golden armor was split into two, and the Greyhorn King's body was also split into two. They were rapidly disintegrated, and not even ashes were left. No wonder it is a superior divine skill. Seeing this scene, Li Fuqin revealed a satisfied expression. During the past few years, he had finally transformed the seamless sword chi into a divine skill, just as he expected. Once the seamless sword chi was transformed into a divine skill, it was a superior divine skill. It must be known that no matter how powerful a medium deity technique was compared to a superior deity technique, there was still a huge difference. Not to mention the fact that the Greyhorn King was only a high-grade centurion. Even if his opponent was a low-grade chiliarch, he would not be able to handle the seamless sword chi easily. I already have 15,000 merit points. It is time to return to the East Sun sect. After a few years of killing, Li Fuqin was a little tired. He decided to return to the East Sun pool of the East Sun sect to cultivate for a period of time. After returning to the 7th military camp without any mishaps, Li Fuqin immediately applied to head to the East Sun sect. The application was approved smoothly. On the next day, a divine artifact ship carried Li Fuqin and the others and soared into the sky towards the East Sun sect. The East Sun sect had boundless prowess. The Class 2 divine city, Purple Moon City, was simply like a village when compared to the East Sun sect. There was no comparison at all. On one of the mountains in the East Sun sect, the divine artifact ship landed. On the peak of the mountain, there was a chain of buildings and an imposing and simple grand hall. The East Sun sect is indeed formidable. After getting off the ship, Li Fuchin took a casual glance and immediately noticed that there were several superior deities with divine power waves that were as vast as the sea. Li Fuchin reckoned that their divine power index was at least 100,000, and it was unimaginable in the outside world. But this also meant that there was a huge difference between superior deities. After all, a newly promoted superior deity would only have a divine power index of around 10,000. If they encountered a superior deity with a divine power index of 50,000 or 100,000, a single divine power shock would probably severely injure them. After a few years of cultivation, Li Fuchin's divine power index was only close to 20,000. Without becoming a superior deity, it would be extremely difficult to continue to increase his divine power. East Sun Pool, the cultivation sacred land of the East Sun sect. It might be called a pool, but it was actually a large lake. There are countless lotus leaves on the lake, and on the outer lotus leaves, there are basically people sitting cross-legged. After handing over the honorary soldier medal, Li Fuchin was informed that he had 9 days of cultivation time. Once the 9 days were up, even if he was in a deep state of cultivation, he would be expelled. Li Fuchin picked a lotus leaf in the outer region and sat cross-legged. Such concentrated divine world energy. As soon as Li Fuchin stepped on the lotus leaf, he immediately felt countless divine world energy seeping out from the lotus leaf and entering his body, nourishing his divine power. It was obvious that this lotus leaf could shorten the cultivation time, and with the divine stones, the efficiency was several times higher than the outside world. As for the specific number of times, Li Fuchin had to experience it carefully. 1 day later, Li Fuchin opened his eyes that were filled with surprise. The lotus leaf's effects were too mystical. Apart from the endless divine world energy seeping out from the lotus leaf, it was also emitting a special and mystical fragrance. This fragrance could speed up the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. The higher the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power, the faster the advancement in cultivation level. It was said that the crux to becoming a true god was to achieve 50% fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. Without 50% fusion, no matter how terrifying the divine power index was, it was impossible to progress to become a true god. The red divine spirit was terrifying, and with the lotus leaf, Li Fuchin's divine power index was rapidly increasing. 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. The fusion of the divine spirit and divine power was also increasing steadily. 32%, 33%, 34%. At the end of the 9 days, Li Fuchin's strongest sword, Tao Divine Power, had reached 25,000 divine power index. But as compared to the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power, the increase in divine power index wasn't worth mentioning. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming divine spirit. Li Fuchin's fusion of the divine spirit and divine power was forcefully at 40%. Even the strongest higher deities can't achieve 50% fusion of the divine spirit and divine power. Only true gods can achieve 50%. Li Fuchin knew clearly that, as compared to the divine power index, the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power had a greater influence on the strength. Right now, he didn't even know how much his strength had improved. After all, the difference between 32% and 40% was too great. The former was just a new higher deity, while the latter was a powerful higher deity. Generally speaking, the higher the fusion, the more terrifying it was. Those higher deities that were extremely close to 50% fusion had terrifying strength that no one could guess. After leaving the East Sun Pond, Li Fuchin returned to his courtyard. There were still a few more days before the true gods Tao discussion. He was planning to see if he could break through to the higher deity realm. P.S. Temporarily resuming updates. By the way, let me talk about my current situation. I have visited the hospitals in Nanjing and Shanghai and didn't find the root cause. Right now, I have diarrhea 3 to 4 times a day and have absorption disorders. If I eat something that is hard to absorb, my weight will immediately drop. Right now, my weight is less than 40 kilograms, and it can be said that I am extremely malnourished. Therefore, the updates were only temporarily resumed. If the situation wasn't right, I would probably continue to apply for a long period of time. There were still a few chapters left, and I should be able to keep updating for the next few days. Chapter 11:12. It is still a little lacking. Even though Li Fuchen's God Spirit and Divine Power Fusion was already at 40% and was stronger than most of the higher deities, he still needed a period of time to progress to become a higher deity. It is a pity. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. In the East Sun sect, only by becoming a higher deity would one be able to enjoy the greatest privileges. Firstly, only higher deities could become centurions and kiliarchs. Low-grade centurions could obtain an excellent class, low-tier divine artifact and could enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for a week every year. Every 5 years, they could listen to a True God's Tao lecture. Mid-grade centurions could obtain an excellent class, low-tier divine artifact and could enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for half a month every year. Every 3 years, they could listen to a True God's Tao lecture. High-grade centurions could obtain an ordinary mid-tier divine artifact and could enter the East Sun Pond to cultivate for a month every year. Every 3 years, they could listen to a True God's Tao lecture. Apart from that, they could also receive pointers from a true God. As for kiliarchs, the treatment was even better. According to what Li Fuchen knew, kiliarchs were basically all East Sun sect disciples. Those who could become kiliarchs were all people with exceptional innate talents and perception. Without exceptional innate talents, there were only a few that could become kiliarchs. The East Sun sect disciples were separated into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. After becoming an inner sect disciple, one would be able to cultivate in the East Sun Pond without any restrictions. Of course, Li Fuchen was now a mid-deity. When Li Fuchen became a higher deity, the East Sun Pond wouldn't be of much help to him. No matter what, I have to become a higher deity first. This True God Tao lecture is an opportunity. Low deities, middle deities, and high deities were only the first tier of gods. There were still the second tier, True God, third tier, fourth tier, and even the legendary god monarchs that stood at the pinnacle of the divine void realm. Li Fuchen couldn't possibly waste too much time at the middle deity realm. It was naturally a good thing to become a higher deity and a true god earlier. East Sun Sect, MT Tao Lecture. On this day, the MT Tao lecture was unprecedentedly bustling, because today was the day of the True God Tao lecture. I wonder which elder will be preaching this time. Tao, Preaching Mountain, was a conical mountain peak, and at the peak was a stone platform. This should be the place where the true divinity would preach the Tao. Below the stone platform, all the way to the foot of the mountain, were layers of platforms. Each platform had countless praying mats, and at this moment, most of the praying mats were already filled with people. Everyone was discussing in low voices, waiting for the true divinity to arrive. Last time it was Elder Hua. This time, it should be Elder Waterluster's turn. Elder Waterluster is good at water elemental laws of nature. He's not suitable for me. What do you know? A true god's realm is so high. Don't think that he's just one level higher than us. His comprehension of the rules is something we can't even imagine. Apart from the rules he's good at, Elder Waterluster will definitely talk about other das. That's true. True gods can live for millions of years and can freely enter and exit the minor kiliacosm. Their comprehension of the laws isn't something I can guess. As everyone discussed animatedly, the platforms on the Tao Preaching Mountain were basically filled with people. As expected, one's status determines their position. On the Tao Preaching Mountain, soldiers had the lowest status, therefore they could only sit on the platforms near the foot of the mountain. Centurions would sit on the platforms at the waist of the mountain, while kiliarchs could sit on the platforms near the peak of the mountain. Li Fuchen might be an honorary soldier, but an honorary soldier was still a soldier, and it was impossible for him to sit on the platform at the waist of the mountain. When the sun rose, a figure suddenly flew over from the depths of the East Sun sect. It's Elder Tai Yang. Everyone recognized the person. Is this a true god? The sunlight was glaring, but Li Fuchen was still able to see Elder Tai Yang's appearance. It was an elder with withered yellow hair and a grim expression. The elder didn't have an obvious qi presence and looked very ordinary. Only Li Fuchen could see that Elder Tai Yang's body contained terrifying power. Once this power burst out, it would definitely destroy the world. Divine Power Index of 500,000 or 1 million. Li Fuchen wasn't able to estimate Elder Tai Yang's Divine Power Index. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen's Divine Soul was only at the True God class. If Li Fuchen's Divine Soul was at the Level 3 God, he should be able to see Elder Tai Yang's Divine Power Index. But Li Fuchen was certain that Elder Tai Yang's Divine Soul wasn't as powerful as his and should be pale red. Elder Water Luster has something to attend to. This time, I shall preach the Tao for everyone. After landing on the stone platform at the peak of the Tao preaching mountain, Elder Tai Yang spoke indifferently. Welcome, Elder Tai Yang. Everyone yelled in unison. Elder Tai Yang nodded and sat down cross-legged before explaining his understanding of the Tao. As time elapsed, everyone was immersed in listening. When a true God preached the Tao, even if they couldn't understand, the profundity would still affect them through the voice. This Elder Tai Yang is proficient in the Metal Tao Law and the Yang Tao Law. He isn't of much help to me, but it is also a good thing to know about the true God's cultivation realm in advance. Li Fuchen didn't plan to comprehend the Metal Tao Law and the Yang Tao Law. With his perception, it wasn't difficult for him to comprehend a few more divine world laws. Finally, Elder Tai Yang spoke about the Sword Tao. In fact, the Sword Tao was also one of the divine world laws that Elder Tai Yang was proficient in. After all, the Metal Tao Law and the Sword Tao Law had some similarities. The Sword Tao is the Tao of attack and the Tao of massacre. It is very special, and any Tao can become a part of it. As Elder Tai Yang spoke, he suddenly brandished his hand and shot out a golden sword qi. From the golden sword qi, everyone could feel the Metal Tao Law and the Sword Tao Law. It isn't pure enough, but it can be used as a reference. Li Fuchen's Sword Tao was different from Elder Tai Yang's. Li Fuchen's Sword Tao was extremely pure and didn't contain any trace of impurities. Elder Tai Yang was a true god, and his cultivation realm was much higher than Li Fuchen. Therefore, even if his Sword Tao wasn't pure enough, it was still a great inspiration for Li Fuchen. Of course, it was mainly because of Li Fuchen's astounding perception, and he was able to deduce many things from one instance. During this period of time, there were centurions who requested for pointers from Elder Tai Yang, and Elder Tai Yang would also give them pointers. Unknowingly, the sky had gradually darkened, and the True God's Tao lecture had come to an abrupt end. A true God is indeed a true God. It actually allowed my Sword Tao rank to increase by 1 level. After going back into seclusion for a period of time, breaking through to the High God realm shouldn't be a problem. Li Fuchen's harvest from this True God's Tao lecture had exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that unless he encountered a true god that specialized in Sword Tao Law, he wouldn't have a huge improvement. How could he know that a true god's cultivation realm was so high? Even if they didn't specialize in the divine world's law, their comprehension would still far surpass high gods. Late-stage high god. Previously, Li Fuchen might have turned the seamless sword qi into a high god skill and achieved things that many pinnacle-level high gods couldn't do. But in terms of cultivation realm, Li Fuchen was still inferior to pinnacle-level high gods and was only at the mid-stage of high god. The reason why he was able to turn the seamless sword qi into a high god skill was mainly because of his overwhelming perception. He was able to transcend realms to comprehend and create divine skills. In terms of perception, most of the true gods were probably inferior to Li Fuchen. After returning to the courtyard, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had been in the East Sun sect for a period of time. Soon, he would have to return to the battlefield. In the East Sun sect, only the East Sun sect's disciples were qualified to stay here. Everyone else could only stay for a period of time. The higher the status, the longer the duration. Li Fuchen was only an honorary soldier, and he wasn't given a lot of time. But if he could progress to become a high god, he would be able to fight for more time. If he could become an East Sun sect's disciple, he would have more freedom in the future. Li Fuchen's courtyard was located on a lush green mountain peak. This mountain peak had plenty of courtyards, and all of them were honorary soldiers. On this day, a large amount of Divine World's energy was channeled into a small courtyard through the East Sun sect's array. Someone is breaking through to the High God realm. Such exaggerated Divine World's energy. I remember that the last time someone broke through, there wasn't such a huge commotion. Everyone is different. Some people are naturally able to contain more divine power. Therefore, when they break through, they will absorb more Divine World's energy. But it is indeed rare to see such a commotion. On the mountain peak, everyone was in a heated discussion. The person who broke through was naturally Li Fuchen. After his sword Dao reached the late-stage High God realm, Li Fuchen's cultivation had also broken through. His accumulation was too robust. Before breaking through, his divine power index was already more than many high gods and was around 25,000. Right now, it was already over 100,000 and was still rising. Of course, if it was in the outside world, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. After all, the bright world Divine World was only a minor kiliocosm, and it was a damaged minor kiliocosm. The Divine World's energy wasn't too concentrated, and the amount of energy required to break through to the High God realm was too much. It would take a very long time to break through with the help of the Divine World's energy and divine stones. Li Fuchen knew that the East Sun sect was protected by the 4-star divine array. With the support of the 4-star divine array, he was able to draw in so much Divine World's energy. When his divine power was increasing, Li Fuchen's fusion with his divine spirit and divine power was also increasing. 43%, 44%, 45%. Who is breaking through? Why is there such a huge commotion? Just as Li Fuchen was breaking through to the High God realm, a figure that was skimming across the mountain peak suddenly stopped. The figure that stopped was a beautiful woman with 3 eyes. There was a sun pattern on the edge of the eye between her eyebrows. It looked extremely mysterious and ancient, and it even seemed to have a faint connection with the sun in the sky. If there were disciples from the East Sun sect here, they would definitely recognize that the 3-eyed lady was the daughter of the East Sun sect patriarch, Dongyang Chinyu. She was also one of the core disciples of the East Sun sect and one of the top 10 prodigies. Dongyang Chinyu opened her glabella eye and saw Li Fuchen. He is so young. Dongyang Chinyu could see that Li Fuchen was very young, excessively young. It was imaginable how much potential he had to progress to become a high god at such a young age. Chapter 11:13. 120,000, 130,000. Li Fuchen's accumulation was too robust, and his divine power was constantly increasing. A divine power index of around 100,000 was already considered a pinnacle high deity. Generally speaking, 10,000 to 30,000 was a regular high deity's divine power index. 30,000 to 60,000 was a mid-class high deity's divine power index. 60,000 to 90,000 was a powerful high deity's divine power index, and around 100,000 was a pinnacle high deity's divine power index. 47%, 48%. At the same time, Li Fuchen's god spirit and divine power fusion was also increasing and was quickly approaching the limits of a high deity. With the same divine power index, the higher the fusion, the stronger the combat strength. Furthermore, the difference wasn't just a little bit. Ultimately, Li Fuchen's sword Tao Divine Power Index stopped at 150,000, while his God Spirit and Divine Power Fusion was at 49%. This was basically the limit of a high deity. It would be extremely difficult to increase it in the future, unless he progressed into a true god. Of course, Li Fuchen was different. When he was still a middle deity, his divine power index and fusion had already reached the level of a high deity. Now that he was a high deity, there might be a day when he could increase his divine power index and fusion to the level of a true god. Li Fuchen stood up and took a glance at Dongyang Qinyu, who was in midair. Divine power index 120,000 and has the sun divine eye. She should be from the Dongyang clan. Li Fuchen might not know who she was, but he knew that the sun divine eye was the symbol of the Dongyang clan. The Dongyang clan was the largest clan in the Eastern Sun sect and was also the founding clan. Li Fuchen could see Dongyang Qinyu's divine power index, but Dongyang Qinyu couldn't see Li Fuchen's divine power index. Normally, only those who are one cultivation realm higher would be able to see the other party's divine power index. However, Dongyang Qinyu knew that Li Fuchen's divine power must be very powerful. If such a prodigy wasn't roped in, it would be a waste. I am Dongyang Qinyu. May I know how to address this junior brother? Dongyang Qinyu flew over and spoke with a gentle tone. Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen replied, Junior Li, you have progressed to a high deity and are now qualified to participate in the disciple test. I have a set of information regarding the Eastern Sun sect's disciples. You can take a look. Dongyang Qinyu handed Li Fuchen a jade scroll. Many thanks, Senior Qinyu. Li Fuchen received the jade scroll and poured in his divine power. As Li Fuchen knew, East Sun sect disciples were divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. Although outer sect disciples could cultivate in Dongyang Pond without any restrictions, they still had to complete missions assigned by the sect. The treatment of inner sect disciples was much better. Apart from having the opportunity to become a disciple of a true God Elder, they could also head to other minor kiliacosm to cultivate. As for the core disciples, they were the focus of the East Sun sect's training, so one could imagine how they were treated. According to the Jade Scroll, in order to become an outer sect disciple, one's lifespan must not exceed 3,000 years, and one's combat strength must be comparable to a high-ranking centurion. Upon becoming an inner sect disciple, one's lifespan could not exceed 2,000 years, and one's battle prowess was comparable to a low-ranked chiliarch. A core disciple's lifespan could not exceed 1,000 years, and their combat prowess was comparable to a mid-level chiliarch. If it was before Li Fuchen broke through, it would be very difficult for him to become an inner sect disciple. After all, a low-level chiliarch was far superior to a high-ranking centurion. On the battlefield, Li Fuchen could only kill a high-ranking centurion by executing the high-class divine skill, Seamless Sword Chi. If the opponent was a low-level chiliarch, Li Fuchen would only be able to contest a little. But it was different now. Li Fuchen's divine power had increased by 6 or 7 times, and his divine spirit and divine power fusion had increased from 40% to 49%. His strength had increased by more than 10 times or 100 times. Since Dongyang Qinyu had the intention to befriend him, Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't reject her. After exchanging communication tokens, Dongyang Qinyu left. Let me consolidate my cultivation first. After becoming a higher deity, Li Fuchen didn't have the time to familiarize himself with the power of a higher deity. In the divine world, or in the divine void, the god level wasn't determined by the cultivation level, but the vitality level. In terms of cultivation level, before breaking through, Li Fuchen's cultivation was already at the higher deity level. The so-called vitality level was actually the evolution of the bloodline. The descendants of gods had the bloodline of gods. The descendants of true gods had the bloodline of true gods. Different from the cultivation level, the vitality level could be passed down to the next generation. The offspring of formidable true gods would be born as gods. Of course, the higher the vitality level, the harder it was to produce offspring. This wasn't just a law in the Kunwu cosmos, it was also a law in the divine void. After becoming a higher deity, Li Fuqin could obviously feel that his sword Dao bloodline had evolved again. A single drop of his blood would probably cause a world-shaking anomaly in the Kunwu cosmos. For the next few days, Li Fuqin did his best to consolidate his cultivation level. When the conditions were right, his sword Dao level had reached the peak stage of the higher deity level and had even reached the half-step true god level. The high-tier divine skill, Seamless Sword Qi, had evolved from a regular high-tier divine skill to a powerful high-tier divine skill. The rest of the sword Dao divine skills had also evolved into high-tier divine skills. Due to the vitality level reaching the high-tier divine power, Li Fuqin's fire Dao divine power, time and space divine power, and destruction divine power had all evolved into high-tier divine power. However, Li Fuqin was pleasantly surprised when his red divine soul finally had some changes. Within the red color, there was a trace of pale yellow. It also meant that the next color attribute divine soul would be a yellow attribute divine soul. Spirit God is above true God. Spirit gods can only be born in the middle thousand divine world. Li Fuqin knew about the realm after true God. As for the realm after spirit God, Li Fuqin didn't know. He only knew that god monarchs stood at the pinnacle of the divine void realm. I shall become a disciple of the East Sun sect first. Without further ado, Li Fuqin flew towards the East Sun sect's disciple testing hall. East Sun sect's disciple testing hall. Take your time. Remember, your lifespan cannot exceed 3,000 years. If you dare to come after 3,000 years, you will be looking for trouble. Don't blame me for punishing you harshly. In the hall, the East Sun sect's deacon that was in charge of the testing yelled out. The queue was very long, but it was fortunate that they were advancing very quickly. In just a short moment, Li Fuqin had lined up from the outside to the inside of the hall. Nile, high-class Centurion strength, outer sect disciple. Jiehua, high-class Centurion strength, outer sect disciple. Most of the people could only become outer sect disciples. There were only a few who could become inner sect disciples. Jinju, low-class Chiliarch strength, inner sect disciple. Finally, an inner sect disciple was born. Everyone looked at him with envy. Outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples might only have a difference of one class, but the treatment was worlds apart. But who asked the inner sect disciple to be stronger by 10 times or dozens of times? Soon enough, it was Li Fuqin's turn. Li Fuqin was facing a combat puppet that had the strength of a high-class centurion. Buzz! The combat puppet's body was emitting divine light as it blasted a mid-tier divine skill at Li Fuqin. Bang! Li Fuqin didn't need to draw his sword and sent the combat puppet flying with a single fist. Immediately after, Li Fuqin used another fist to send the low-class Chiliarch battle puppet flying. Such power! Everyone held their breaths. As of now, the strength that Li Fuqin displayed was much stronger than Jinju. When facing the low-class Chiliarch combat puppet, Jinju could only resist for more than 10 moves and wasn't able to send it flying. The mid-class Chiliarch combat puppet appeared in front of Li Fuqin. Its body was emitting divine light that was extremely resplendent. TSS. Wielding the black saber, the combat puppet cleaved at Li Fuqin. It was obvious that this saber was an extreme class, mid-tier saber, Dao divine skill. It wasn't just unbelievably fast, it was also unbelievably mystical. Break! Li Fuqin still didn't draw his sword. His fist that was emitting sparks struck the combat puppet's chest and forced it to take a step back. Extreme class, mid-tier fire, Dao divine skill. The East Sun sect deacon who was in charge of the test raised his brows. It was also an extreme class, mid-tier divine skill, but the combat puppet was definitely inferior to a real life form. To be able to create an extreme class mid-tier divine skill, Li Fuchen's innate talent and perception was evident. Li Fuchen didn't have an overly shocking performance, as he merely suppressed the combat puppet and didn't send it flying easily. Li Fuchen, mid-class Chiliarch strength, core disciple. The East Sun sect didn't have any high-class Chiliarch combat puppets, therefore there wasn't any further test. I didn't think that he could actually become a core disciple. After knowing that Li Fuchen had become a core disciple, Dongyang Qinyu was rather surprised. Back then, she became an inner sect disciple before becoming a core disciple. It also meant that in terms of innate talent and perception, Li Fuchen was definitely superior to her. He is probably comparable with Junior Tian Shui. Tian Shui was publicly recognized as the #1 prodigy in the East Sun sect. When he was a low deity, he created an extreme class low-tier divine skill. When he was a mid-deity, he created an extreme class mid-tier divine skill. After becoming a high deity for 100 years, he had already created an excellent class high-tier divine skill. Tian Shui believed that in just a few more years, he would definitely be able to create a perfect class or even an extreme class high-tier divine skill. Li Fuchen becoming a core disciple didn't cause a huge commotion. For countless years, the East Sun sect had produced plenty of core disciples, but there were only a few that could become true gods. Therefore, if one didn't become a true god, no matter how incredible one was, it wouldn't attract much attention. This was what Li Fuchen wanted. He didn't wish to live under the watchful eyes of others every day. Just like the soldier centurions and Chiliarchs, if the East Sun sect disciples wanted to obtain good items from the sect, they would need to use contribution points to exchange for them. For example, mid-tier divine artifacts, high-tier divine artifacts, rare 2-star divine elixirs, 3-star divine elixirs, high-tier divine skills, etc. Li Fuchen had just become a core disciple and only had a negligible amount of contribution points. Therefore, he was planning to use some fire Dao divine skills to exchange for contribution points. After spending some time, and with the fire Dao divine skills that he already had, Li Fuchen created a total of 10 extreme class mid-tier fire Dao divine skills. Each extreme class mid-tier fire Dao divine skill would give Li Fuchen 10,000 contribution points. 10 of them would be 100,000 contribution points. I am still far from enough to exchange for a slightly better mid-tier divine artifact. After becoming a core disciple, Li Fuchen was rewarded with a perfect class mid-tier divine artifact, Thousand Sun Sword. If he was to use contribution points to exchange for it, a single Thousand Sun Sword would be worth a few million. 100,000 contribution points would barely be enough to exchange for a regular mid-tier divine artifact. As compared to divine skills, divine artifacts were too precious. After all, everyone had the chance to create divine skills, while divine artifacts could only be forged by divine weapon forgers. Divine weapon forgers were rare goods that could be hoarded anywhere. Of course, if Li Fuchen was willing, he could use sword Dao divine skills to exchange for contribution points. Any of the high-tier divine skills would be worth at least 1 million contribution points, especially Li Fuchen's seamless sword Qi, which could be exchanged for tens of millions of contribution points. But Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't necessary. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a true god, he wouldn't be in any danger. If he encountered a true god, it wouldn't matter even if he had a few more mid-tier divine artifacts. Therefore, there wasn't a need to be in a hurry. With 100,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen exchanged for a large number of 2-star divine elixirs that could nourish the divine soul. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the 2-star divine elixirs that could nourish the divine soul were of little help to Li Fuchen. He reckoned that only 3-star divine elixirs would be of some help to him. However, 3-star divine elixirs weren't cabbages. Even in the East Sun sect, 3-star divine elixirs were extremely precious. Apart from needing a massive amount of contribution points, one would also need to increase their contribution grade to 3-star. There was only one way to increase the so-called contribution grade, and that was to complete the sect missions. Chapter 11:14. After becoming a core disciple, Li Fuchen had his own mountain peak. The mountain peak might not be big, but it was exceptionally beautiful. The divine world's energy was also exceptionally dense. At the waist of the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there were 18 waterfalls. Each waterfall contained mystical transformations and was obviously set up by experts. Junior Fuchen, your residence is not bad. It is very relaxing every time you come. Ever since Li Fuchen became a core disciple, Dongyang Chenyu would come over frequently. Sometimes she would come alone. Sometimes she would bring other core disciples. It was obvious that she wanted to introduce Li Fuchen to everyone, and also to tell everyone that Li Fuchen was her friend. Li Fuchen already knew Dongyang Chenyu's identity and said, "Aren't you afraid I will offend people if you are always with me?" Dongyang Chenyu's status, innate talent, and appearance were all top-notch in the East Sun sect. There were naturally plenty of admirers, and some of them had great backgrounds. They were either true God elders or upper echelons of the East Sun sect. Don't worry, the East Sun sect is very particular about fairness. Furthermore, the true God elders won't interfere with the juniors' matters. True gods were high and mighty, and wouldn't bother with such small matters. I hope so. During these days, Li Fuchen felt several hostile intents. After thinking about it carefully, he knew what was going on. Let's go. Senior Guangwu's social gathering is about to begin. It is best not to be late. The senior Guangwu that Dongyang Chenyu mentioned was one of the strongest core disciples in the East Sun sect. All right. Li Fuchen nodded and flew towards senior Guangwu's mountain peak with Dongyang Chenyu. From afar, the duo could see a majestic mountain peak. The mountain peak had a very peculiar shape and looked like a monster that was entrenched there. Dongyang Chenyu said, "Senior Guangwu's original body is a type of starry sky giant beast called Guangwu. This Guangwu mountain is his original body." When the duo landed on the mountain peak, there were already plenty of core disciples. Li Fuchen took a look and noticed that those who could become core disciples of the East Sun sect would have divine power indexes of at least 60,000 to 70,000. However, there were only a few that exceeded 100,000. Dongyang Chenyu's divine power index was at 120,000 and was definitely second to none. Junior Chenyu is here. Junior Chenyu, take a seat here. Who's that kid next to him? The more popular Dongyang Chenyu was in the East Sun sect, the more attention Li Fuchen received. Many people curiously sized up Li Fuchen, wanting to know who he was to have Dongyang Chenyu personally accompany him. You still don't know. This person is a genius that junior apprentice Sister Chenyu discovered. According to junior apprentice Sister Chenyu, his talent and comprehension are above hers. What kind of joke is this? Junior Sister Chenyu is one of the top 10 geniuses of our East Sun sect. How could his talent be higher than Junior Sister Chenyu? Perhaps Junior Sister Chenyu is trying to rope him in. However, for him to be worthy of being roped in by Junior Sister Chenyu, he should be quite extraordinary. We'll find out soon enough. There will be people who can't help but make a move. Everyone discussed animatedly with different tones. Junior Sister Chenyu, why don't you come over and have a seat? There were plenty of small pavilions at the peak of Mt. Light Marshall. In one of the pavilions, there was a purple-clothed youth with a sharp horn on his forehead. He was surrounded by many people and had a domineering and noble aura. He was extremely extraordinary. When he saw Dongyang Chenyu, he quickly called out. Dongyang Chenyu frowned and said to Li Fuchen, "This person is the Grand Elder's grandson, Nyakue. Her father might be the sect patriarch of the East Sun sect, but her father didn't have the final say in the sect. Grand Elder Nya was a mid-level true god, and his strength wasn't inferior to her father. True god elders might not interfere with the juniors' matters, but a background was still a background. A strong background would always bring a lot of convenience. Since Nya Kuei's grandfather was the East Sun sect's grand elder, it was a little blatant to pursue Dongyang Chinyu, which made Dongyang Chinyu very annoyed. Senior Nya Kuei, I still have something to attend to. Dongyang Chinyu immediately rejected. Nya Kuei walked out and blocked the duo's path. He smiled and said, Junior sister Chinyu, I know you don't like me, but it doesn't matter as long as I like you. As for the people around you, I will help you get rid of them. While speaking, Nya Kuei glanced at Li Fuchen and shot 2 purple thunderbolts at Li Fuchen. Extreme class, mid-level divine skill, purple electric demon eye. Bang bang! It was a pity that before the purple thunderbolts could make contact with Li Fuchen, they had already dispersed. There seemed to be an absolute barrier on the surface of Li Fuchen's body that could neutralize all attacks. Nya Kuei's eyes narrowed and he was rather surprised. Ocular technique divine skills were the hardest to defend against. His extreme class, mid-level divine skill, purple electric demon eye, was already comparable with regular high-level divine skills in terms of value and combat effectiveness, but it actually couldn't injure Li Fuchen. Senior Nya Kuei, you're too much, Dongyang Chinyu said with anger. Nya Kuei smiled and said, I only used 10% of my divine power earlier. Junior sister Chinyu doesn't have to be nervous. Senior Nya Kuei, senior sister Chinyu, the exchange has yet to start. Since I am bored, why don't I spar with him? A stalwart youth stood out from behind Nya Kuei and suggested. Dongyang Chinyu wanted to reject on behalf of Li Fuchen, but Nya Kuei said, as long as he can defeat the Horned Kuin, I will not pester you during the exchange. That is for the best. Li Fuchen stood out. Junior Fuchen, you have to be careful. This Horned Kuin is the same as Senior Guangwu. His original body is a starry sky giant beast, and his divine power is extremely powerful. His divine power index is probably at 130,000, and he has also created a normal high-level divine skill, God Engulf. In fact, Dongyang Chinyu also wanted to know what was Li Fuchen's strength level. The Horned Kuin's divine power might be powerful, but his divine spirit and divine power fusion wasn't too high and was only at 40%. Even if Li Fuchen couldn't defeat the Horned Kuin, he wouldn't lose too miserably. The commotion had attracted plenty of core disciples' attention, and some of them came over. It is the Horned Kuin. He is considered an expert beside Nya Kuei. Yes, if it isn't for the low divine spirit and divine power fusion, the Horned Kuin's 130,000 divine power index is still very terrifying. Among the core disciples, it was extremely rare to have a divine power index that exceeded 100,000. But combat strength wasn't just related to the divine power index. It was also related to the divine spirit and divine power fusion. Some prodigies might be limited by time and their divine power might not be too powerful, but their divine spirit and divine power fusion was extremely high. It allowed them to easily defeat enemies with divine power indexes that were much higher than them, or even 2 times higher. Ardent Shadow. The divine power burst out, and the air around the Horned Kuin turned even more viscous than magma. Immediately after, a blinding light burst out from the Horned Kuin's body and enveloped Li Fuchen. Ultimate class, mid-tier, divine skill. Ardent Shadow. Every core disciple had basically created multiple ultimate class, mid-tier divine skills. As compared to high-tier divine skills, mid-tier divine skills might be weaker, but they were faster to execute and had lower consumption. Furthermore, high-tier divine skills weren't created easily. The Horned Kuin had been a high-tier divine skill for a few thousand years and had only created a normal high-tier divine skill, God Engulf. Not everyone was like the #1 prodigy of the East Sun sect, Tian Shui, who was able to create an excellent class high-tier divine skill in less than 100 years. The Ardent Shadow had a massive range, and it wasn't easy to dodge. The Horned Kuin's thoughts were very simple, and it was to use divine power to crush Li Fuchen. Once Li Fuchen was enveloped by the ardent shadow, the Horned Kuin's powerful divine power would be enough to wipe out Li Fuchen's divine power. When facing the Horned Kuin's ultimate class mid-tier divine skill, Li Fuchen didn't move and executed a fist strike, causing sparks to scatter. Ultimate class fire, Dao divine skill. Ardent flame fist. PFFF. The ardent shadow was like a curtain that was melted by the fist force. The remnant fist force poured down at the Horned Kuin. The ardent flame fist had a very ordinary name, but the power wasn't ordinary. What? The Horned Kuin was shocked. He could see that Li Fuchen's fire Dao divine power wasn't as powerful as his and wouldn't exceed 100,000. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's divine skill wasn't a high-tier divine skill either. But why was Li Fuchen able to destroy the Horned Kuin's ultimate class, mid-tier divine skill, Ardent Shadow? Could it be? The Horned Kuin didn't need to guess to know that Li Fuchen's divine spirit and divine power fusion was superior to his. A portion of divine power would be able to exhibit 20% or even 30% of the power. When the fist force blasted over, the Horned Kuin countered with a fist and dispersed the remnant ardent flame, fist force. Receive another move from me, swamp prison. The Horned Kuin's body shook. The divine power was like a vast ocean and swamp mud that surged out in all directions. In the world, there was a corresponding divine world's law that supported it and increased the prowess. Ultimate class, mid-tier, divine skill. Swamp prison. Furthermore, this mid-tier divine skill was actually a domain class, mid-tier divine skill. It was a divine skill among divine skills. Before creating a high-tier divine skill, the swamp prison had always been the Horned Kuin's trump card. Even if Li Fuchen had a high-tier divine skill now, the swamp prison was still extremely useful. At times, it was even more useful than a high-tier divine skill. The Horned Kuin was able to create this domain class, mid-tier divine skill, the swamp prison. It wasn't because of his innate perception, it was mainly because the swamp prison was related to his starry sky, colossal beast bloodline. Such an incredible domain class divine skill. The spectators were only slightly affected and felt their bodies getting heavier. It felt as though they were stuck in the swamp mud and couldn't move at all. A domain class divine skill is indeed a divine skill among divine skills. When both parties have similar strength, the one with the domain class divine skill will be the one laughing at the end. Everyone didn't think highly of Li Fuchen, even though Li Fuchen had a slight advantage earlier. Domain class divine skill, huh? I have one too. Li Fuchen's body shook as well. A ring of fire extended out from his body and clashed with the Horned Kuin's swamp prison. Rumble. The void shook and ashes scattered in the sky. The Horned Kuin's swamp prison was the first to disperse. Immediately after, Li Fuchen's ring of fire had also collapsed. What? He also has an extreme class, mid-tier, domain class divine skill? When did domain class divine skills become so easy to create? Everyone was extremely shocked. Domain class divine skills were extremely difficult to create. Many core disciples had created several high-tier divine skills, but none of them were able to create a single domain divine skill. In fact, they couldn't even create an extreme class, mid-tier domain divine skill. Of course, this was mainly because a person's energy was limited and it was impossible to be all-round. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who had a divine soul perception that was comparable with a powerful true God and was able to create 10 extreme class mid-tier fire Dao divine skills within a short period of time. Furthermore, these 10 extreme class mid-tier fire Dao divine skills were all-encompassing and basically included all kinds of skills, like domain divine skills, divine body divine skills, and ocular technique divine skills. I have underestimated you. I shall let you witness my high-tier divine skill now. The Horned Kuin's eyes turned stern and burst out with divine power again. A giant shadow emerged from its body. It was a giant beast that looked like a bird, but wasn't a bird, like a fish, but wasn't a fish. It had 18 sharp horns on its body. The giant beast opened its mouth and produced a spatial whirlpool that was trying to devour Li Fuchen. High-tier divine skill. God Swallow. Chapter 1115. It's here. The Horned Kuin's superior deity technique, God devouring. Core disciples were divided into two types. One type was those who had created high God skills, while the other type was those who hadn't. For a Horned Kuin to be able to create a superior God skill, he could be considered an expert among the core disciples. The God Engulf was obviously a spatial and time divine skill. When the giant beast opened its mouth, a horrific spatial and time power enveloped Li Fuchen. It's over. Everyone shook their heads. They'd seen the Horned Kuin execute the Spirit Devourer technique, and they knew very well that once one was swallowed, then, unless one's strength greatly surpassed the Horned Kuin, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible for one to escape, or one would simply not give the Horned Kuin the chance to execute the Spirit Devourer technique. Space-time God skills had always been difficult to deal with, and only domain God skills of the same level could suppress them. It is fortunate that I have also created a high-class fire Dao divine skill. Li Fuchen's right hand was flowing with lava before he brandished his claw. High-rank fire path, divine skill, flame God claw. Silently, a scorching hot claw mark appeared in the void. This claw mark seemed to be imprinted in the depths of space-time. The power of space-time could not affect it at all. Crackle! The space between the two of them fluctuated like a raging wave in a calm lake. Pucci! A claw mark suddenly appeared on the body of the gigantic beast above the Horned Kuin's head, and its momentum came to a halt. Soon, more claw marks appeared on the giant beast's body. Finally, the giant beast turned into ashes and collapsed. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Horned Kuin's mouth as he was sent flying, and his face was filled with disbelief. Mid-superior God skill. The opponent had actually created a mid-superior God skill. He had been a high God for thousands of years, but he still hadn't been able to create a mid-level high God skill. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Medium superior God skill, truly impressive. That's right, we've all underestimated him. Among the core disciples, there are quite a few who have created their own medium superior God skills, but they've all spent a lot of time grinding them out. The Horned Kuin didn't lose unjustly. This Li Fuchen is superior to the Horned Kuin in terms of the fusion of his divine power and divine spirit, or his superior divine skill. It is just that his divine power index is slightly lower. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen's eyes. There were a lot of changes. Perhaps this Li Fuchen, the talent perception, is really not inferior to the Eastern Sun sect 10 major geniuses. After defeating the Horned Kuin, Li Fuchen didn't make another move. This middle-high level fire path divine skill, Flame God Claw, was something he had created a few days ago, mainly to exchange for contribution points. After all, ordinary high God techniques could be exchanged for more than 1 million contribution points, while mid-level high God techniques could be exchanged for roughly 3 or 4 million contribution points. Of course, he hadn't expected that the first high God skill he had created in the way of fire would actually be a mid-level high God skill, and not an ordinary high God skill. When he broke through that day, it was clearly Sword Path Divine Power. What's with this Fire Path Divine Power and Fire Path Divine Skill? Dongyang Qinyu vaguely guessed that Li Fuchen was hiding his true strength. His true ability should be Sword Dao and not Fire Dao. However, if his Fire Dao was so powerful, what level had his Sword Dao reached? Dongyang Qinyu found it hard to imagine. It seems like I really picked up a treasure this time. The next time I go to the Spirit God Cemetery, the harvest will be even greater. Dongyang Qinyu's eyes shone. After seeing Li Fuchen defeating the Horned Kuin, Niakue's expression turned gloomy. He then laughed and said, "Junior Qinyu, I am a man of my words. I will not disturb you during the exchange. But if others want to challenge him, I don't care. You don't have to worry about that. Dongyang Qinyu frowned. To be honest, she regretted bringing Li Fuchen to the exchange. But since Senior Guangwu had personally invited her, she had to come. After all, Senior Guangwu was destined to progress into a true god within the next 100 years and had an extraordinary status. Haha, I have kept everyone waiting. Right at this moment, a majestic voice echoed throughout the hall. Everyone looked up and saw a bald youth that was emitting radiance descending from the sky. Divine Power Index, 200,000. Li Fuchen raised his brows. His Divine Power Index was actually 200,000. Furthermore, his divine spirit and divine power seemed to have a very high degree of fusion and wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen. Senior Guangwu is here. Such horrific pressure. It is simply like the sun in the sky. The pressure from a divine power index of 200,000 was unparalleled. It was like a normal person facing the sun. The sun would simply emit light and heat, but it would make people feel reverence and insignificant. Same rules. Anyone who comes to participate in the exchange will receive 1 low-grade spirit divine fruit. Guangwu waved his hand and threw yellow fruits the size of longan fruits to everyone. After receiving the yellow fruits, everyone revealed a delighted expression. The spirit divine fruit can only be found in the spirit god cemetery. This might only be a low-grade spirit divine fruit, but because it can accelerate the fusion of the divine spirit and divine power, it is extremely valuable. Most importantly, apart from the spirit god cemetery, it can't be found in the outside world. Our East Sun sect will only have 20 slots to enter the spirit god cemetery every 50 years. Only Senior Guangwu has the confidence to take out so many low-grade spirit divine fruits at once. After listening to everyone's discussions, Li Fuchen lowered his head and sized up the spirit divine fruit. This spirit divine fruit looked as though it was forged with yellow jade. If one took a closer look, they would notice that there was an orange-yellow thread swimming within the spirit divine fruit. It looked rather spiritual. The low-grade spirit divine fruit is a 2-star divine fruit. It is very helpful for those higher deities whose fusion of divine spirit and divine power is below 40%. Above 40%, it won't be very useful. Above 45%, it won't have any effect at all. Dongyang Qinyu's fusion of divine spirit and divine power was just right at 45%. Is that so? I wonder what it tastes like. Li Fuchen consumed the spirit divine fruit in a single gulp. The spirit divine fruit melted in the mouth and turned into a warm current that spread into Li Fuchen's limbs and bones. The taste isn't bad, but the effect is indeed negligible. Li Fuchen's fusion of divine spirit and divine power was at 49%. Only the Guangwu was comparable with him. I have a mid-grade spirit divine fruit here. It might be of some help to you. Dongyang Qinyu flipped her palm and a dark yellow spirit divine fruit appeared in her hand. She then handed it over to Li Fuchen. Mid-grade spirit divine fruit? Li Fuchen looked over. Dongyang Qinyu explained, the mid-grade spirit divine fruit corresponds to the 3-star divine fruit. It is slightly helpful to lower true gods. Li Fuchen didn't take the mid-grade spirit divine fruit and said, you need it more. I shall not snatch it from you. Dongyang Qinyu said, actually I have my own selfish motives. The next time the spirit god cemetery opens, I hope that you can join my team. Dongyang Qinyu felt that it was worth it to exchange a mid-grade spirit divine fruit for an expert. Most importantly, there was still a period of time before the spirit god cemetery opened. Who knew how much Li Fuchen would improve during this period of time? What kind of place is the spirit god cemetery? Can you bring anyone in? Li Fuchen asked. Dongyang Qinyu said, the spirit god cemetery isn't in the bright world divine world. It is in the nearby Bohai Divine World. The teleportation array that our East Sun sect and the Thousand Feather Nation are fighting over is connected to the Bohai Divine World. As for the Spirit God Cemetery, it is a dangerous place that was formed after a spirit god died and fell into the Bohai Divine World. You should know that spirit gods are superior existences, above true gods. They weren't allowed to enter the small thousand divine world when they were alive, mainly because they were too powerful. Their divine spirit and divine power had already fused completely. Just the divine power chi presence that they emitted was enough to change the environment of the small thousand divine world. The spirit god cemetery is affected by the chi presence of the spirit god's corpse. There are all sorts of dangers and also all sorts of fated opportunities like low-grade, mid-grade, and even high-grade spirit god fruits. But the spirit god cemetery is ultimately a dangerous place formed by the spirit god's corpse. The time and space isn't that stable. If a true god enters, the time and space of the spirit god cemetery will collapse, resulting in unpredictable consequences. Furthermore, the spirit god cemetery in the Bohai Divine World is already in a dilapidated state. True gods aren't allowed to enter, and high gods aren't allowed to enter at once either. My East Sun sect has 20 slots for high gods, the Thousand Feather Nation has 24, and the Bohai Divine World has 5 true god class factions. That is a total of 256 slots. Therefore, there are a total of 300 slots to enter the Spirit God Cemetery. 300 slots, huh? Li Fuchin nodded. Dongyang Qinyu continued. Before the next opening of the Spirit God Cemetery, the core disciples will hold a martial contest. The top 20 will be chosen to enter the Spirit God Cemetery. I believe you will be one of them. If Li Fuchin couldn't enter the top 20, it was useless for him to join her team. I will do my best. Li Fuchin was very interested in the Spirit God Cemetery. After distributing the low-grade Spirit God fruits, the Guang Wu continued. The purpose of me organizing this exchange is to allow everyone to exchange divine skills and improve together. The best way to exchange divine skills is none other than sparring. Apart from the low-grade Spirit God fruits, I have also prepared 10 Spirit God blood crystals. Those who win 3 matches in a row will obtain 1 Spirit God blood crystal. Those who lose, don't be discouraged. I have plenty of low-grade Spirit God fruits here. Those who lose can also obtain one. As soon as the Guang Wu finished speaking, the peak of the mountain was in an uproar. The Spirit God blood crystal was a great item. It was formed by the Spirit God's blood after a long period of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. If the low-grade Spirit God fruit could accelerate the fusion process of the God's spirit and divine power, then the Spirit God blood crystal would allow the God's vitality level to improve. Once the vitality level evolved, it would also increase the cultivation level. What was the greatest difference between a regular God and a true God? Wasn't it the difference in vitality level? It wasn't exaggerating to say that if a low God obtained a Spirit God blood crystal, they would instantly progress to become a mid-God. If a mid-God obtained a low-grade Spirit God blood crystal, as long as they accumulated a little, it wouldn't be difficult for them to progress to become a high God. In fact, if the quality of the Spirit God blood crystal was high enough and there were enough of it could help a high God progress to become a true God. It could also help a low God progress to become a mid-God. Of course, everyone knew that the 10 Spirit God blood crystals that the Guang Wu took out weren't mid-grade Spirit God blood crystals. They should be low-grade Spirit God blood crystals. If there were mid-grade Spirit God blood crystals, the Guang Wu would only keep it for himself, who would foolishly take it out. As for whether the Guang Wu had mid-grade Spirit God blood crystals, it was unknown. With a prize, the exchange suddenly became lively, and everyone was eager to give it a try. I will be the first. A short and fat core disciple jumped onto the empty ground. Let me spar with you. Seeing someone going up, The others couldn't help it either. On empty ground, the duo was in a great battle. It was obvious that the duo's strength was extremely formidable and wasn't inferior to the Horned Quinn. They were constantly clashing with their ultimate mid-level divine skills. Heavenly Lightning Strike, Infinite Wind Blade. In the end, both of them exploded with normal high-level divine skills. After a moment of stalemate, the short and fat core disciple's skill was a notch higher. He sent his opponent flying with a heavenly lightning and obtained the first victory. Chapter 11:16. The Spirit God Blood Crystal was too tempting. The short and fat core disciple was defeated in the second spar and returned to his pavilion regretfully after receiving a low-grade Spirit God fruit. Sparring matches began and ended. A long time had passed, but no one had been able to win 3 matches in a row. Without a choice, the effulgence marshal added a rule that everyone could only fight twice. The effect was immediate. 1 hour later, the first core disciple to win 3 matches in a row was finally born. Soon enough, the second and third core disciple that won 3 matches in a row were born. When it was the fourth core disciple, the core disciple looked up at Li Fuchen and said, "I am very impressed that Junior Li is able to defeat Senior Horned Quinn. Janice would like to spar with you. I wonder if Junior Li is willing to give me some face?" Earlier on, Nyakue transmitted a message to him and asked him to test Li Fuchen's strength. Janice didn't have any reason to reject, and it wasn't appropriate for him to do so either. After all, Nyakue was the Grand Elder's grandson, and Nyakue had promised to give Janice sufficient benefits. "I shall accept." Li Fuchen flashed and appeared in front of Janice. "Be careful, Destruction Fireball." Janice immediately burst out with the normal high state, divine skill, Destruction Fireball. In the air around him, dark red fireballs were instantly condensed and poured down at Li Fuchen without any rest. "Flame God Claw!" Li Fuchen brandished his claw and exploded all the fireballs. They couldn't even get close to Li Fuchen. Good, no wonder it is a mid-class high-state divine skill. Receive my Destruction Fire Snake. Since Janice dared to challenge Li Fuchen, he naturally had his own confidence. He also had mid-class high-state divine skills. In the air, Janice turned into a lively flaming snake and clashed with Li Fuchen. "If this is all you have, then you shall be defeated." After a moment of stalemate, Janice burst out with divine power and the flaming snake expanded. It was like a flaming giant dragon that swept at Li Fuchen. When divine skills were similar, it would depend on the strength of the divine power. Janice's divine power index might not be comparable with the Horned Quinn, but his divine spirit and divine power fusion was far superior. Most importantly, Janice had a perfect class mid-state divine artifact, blazing divine armor. This divine armor didn't just increase his defense, it could also greatly enhance his fire Dao divine power. Bang, 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 Li Fuchen was constantly retreating. He wasn't a match for Janice with just his fire Dao strength. Good timing. Li Fuchen took out the perfect class mid-tier divine artifact, Thousand Sun Sword, and instantly converted the fire Dao divine power into sword Dao divine power. Crack! With a slash of the sword, the fire dragon was sent flying and its flames dimmed. As compared to his fire Dao strength, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was more than 10 times or 100 times stronger. Sword doctrine. A bad thought flashed through Janice's mind. As expected. Dongyang Chinyu smiled. Again, Jane's frenziedly circulated the blazing divine armor. Violent fire Dao divine power surged out from the blazing divine armor and fused with Jane's fire Dao divine power. Finally, the fused divine power gathered on his hands. After being enhanced by the perfect class mid-level divine artifact, Raging Flame Ring, it turned into a pair of flaming dragon claws that clawed at Li Fuchen. Different from Li Fuchen, Janice had 2 perfect class mid-level divine artifacts. One was bestowed by the sect when he became a core disciple, while the other was redeemed with his contribution points. Sect origin, swords. Against Janus' valiant attack, Li Fuchin let out a faint smile and brandished his sword. 10,000 sword shadows burst forth and drowned Janus. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. After enduring for an instant, Janus's flaming dragon collapsed. Sparks burst out from his body, and it felt as though there was an invisible sword chi slicing through. His divine body was constantly shaken by the blazing divine armor and was depleting his divine power. After vomiting fresh blood, Janus quickly said, "I admit defeat." Without the blazing divine armor, Li Fuchin's sword was enough to kill him. The difference in strength was too great. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchin didn't leave the stage. According to the rules, he had to fight 2 more matches before he could leave the stage. Junior Li, Tafu will fight you. A massive figure appeared in front of Li Fuchin. It was a giant that was covered in gray scales and was around 3 times taller than Li Fuchin. He was wielding a giant axe and had an astounding chi presence. Junior Fuchin, be careful. Tafu's giant axe is an ultimate class mid-tier divine artifact. Apart from that, he has at least 2 other perfect class mid-tier divine artifacts. Dongyang Chenyu's voice echoed in Li Fuchin's ears. A divine artifact could greatly increase a god's strength. Tafu, who possessed an ultimate class mid-tier divine artifact, wasn't someone that Janus could compare with. Ultimate class mid-tier divine artifact, huh? Li Fuchin sized up the giant axe in Tafu's hand. Divine artifacts were extremely precious in the bright world, divine world. Only in the East Sun sect, core disciples would have a perfect class mid-tier divine artifact. In the outside world, those that were circulated were basically normal or mid-tier divine artifacts. As for ultimate class mid-tier divine artifacts, only a few core disciples would have them. After all, any ultimate class mid-tier divine artifact was worth at least 10 million contribution points. Receive my axe. It was just a normal class high-tier divine skill. But with the support of the giant axe, it was able to exhibit the power of a mid-tier high-tier divine skill. In the void, a gray axe light cleaved at Li Fuchin. Sword sea horizon. Li Fuchin's body shook and an invisible sword pressure spread out. The gray axe light felt as though it had entered a sticky world and its speed was slowed down by 10 times or 100 times. What? A mid-tier, high-tier field divine skill? Everyone was shocked, including Nyakue and the Guangwu. They knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend high-tier divine skills. At least, they hadn't created their own high-tier divine skill and had only created an ultimate class mid-tier divine skill. In terms of strength, the duo was definitely top 10 among the core disciples. But why weren't they considered as the top 10 prodigies of the East Sun sect? It was because they hadn't created a high-tier divine skill. As for why Tianxue was able to become the #1 prodigy of the East Sun sect, apart from creating an excellent class high-tier divine skill within 100 years, it was also because the high-tier divine skill he created was a field divine skill. Field divine skills were incredible because they could lower the opponent's strength and increase the user's strength. Unless the difference in strength was ridiculously huge, no one would be able to defeat a field divine skill. After being enveloped by Li Fuchin's sword Dao field, Tafu felt his body becoming countless times heavier and his divine power was rapidly depleting. Break open! Tafu burst out with a yell. The giant axe in his hand burst out with resplendent radiance as he cleaved at Li Fuchin again. Rumble! This time, a giant axe shadow appeared and constantly tore at Li Fuchin's sword Dao field. However, the closer Tafu got to Li Fuchin, the more condensed the sword Dao field was. The axe shadow that was unstoppable at the start was now having a hard time advancing. Receive a move from me too. Li Fuchen thrust with his sword and countless sword chi exploded on Tafu's body. Bang! Tafu's body flashed with light, and his massive body was sent flying before crashing into a small pavilion. Interesting. The Guangwu nodded and didn't really mind. In at most a few dozen years, he would be able to progress to become a true god. As compared to becoming a true god, comprehending a high-tier divine skill didn't mean much. Once he became a true god, he would be able to create high-tier divine skills with ease. Junior Lee, you have a high-tier divine skill. I also have a high-tier divine skill. Let's have a contest. Once Tafu was defeated, another figure appeared in front of Li Fuchen. It is Senior Black Snake. This is going to be interesting. Senior Black Snake is one of the top 10 prodigies of the East Sun sect. He created the high-tier divine skill, Black Snake Field, a long time ago. I wonder if Junior Lee's Sword Dao Field is stronger or Senior Black Snake's Black Snake Field is stronger. You will find out soon. Everyone was very interested in the contest and didn't even blink their eyes as they stared at the duo. Please enlighten me. Li Fuchen didn't waste any time and immediately released his Sword Dao Field. A shocking sword pressure was emitted. Black Snake Field. An ancient black snake appeared above Black Snake's head. The snake's body was coiled, and there was an invisible power that was emitting and clashing with the sword pressure. Crackle, crackle. In the depths of the void, there was a sound that sounded like a mirror shattering. It made everyone's heart palpitate. Good. You are good enough to be my opponent. Black Snake laughed heartily and waved his hand. Countless tiny black snakes were shot at Li Fuchen like thousands of arrows that were unstoppable. On the other side, Li Fuchen had also released thousands of sword shadows to obstruct the tiny black snakes. The contest between the duo had lasted for 15 minutes, and there wasn't a victor. My accumulation is still too shallow. Li Fuchen had just progressed to a high-level deity. Among the 4 moves of the primary extreme sword art, the Sword Sea Horizon and the Sect Origin, swords were only mid-class high-level divine skills. The Sword Chi returned to Origin, and the Origin returned sword form were excellent class high-level divine skills. Only the Seamless Sword Chi was at the perfect class high-level divine skill level. Rage of the Sky Snake. Black Snake executed the excellent class high-level divine skill, Rage of the Sky Snake. Origin returned sword form. Li Fuchen brandished the Thousand Suns sword and blasted out countless Origin returned sword form's power. Bang boom! There were constant chi force explosions, and neither side was able to do anything to the other. However, if one observed carefully, they would notice that Li Fuchen's attacks were getting more ferocious, while the Black Snake's prowess was gradually weakening. It was very easy to understand. Firstly, the Black Snake might have more accumulation than Li Fuchen, but the fusion of his divine spirit and divine power wasn't as good as Li Fuchen's. It was around 46%. Secondly, constantly bursting out with divine power would be extremely taxing on the divine body. The Black Snake only had a regular divine body, while Li Fuchen had the destruction divine body. Thirdly, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao level was advancing rapidly and was currently at the half-step true god level. He might not be able to defeat the Black Snake within a short period of time, but as time passed, his advantage would only increase. If the Black Snake didn't possess an extreme class mid-tier divine artifact, Li Fuchen would have already defeated him. Of course, divine artifacts were also a part of one's strength, and one couldn't restrict others from using divine artifacts. This person's strength. How could the Black Snake not know that he was already at an absolute disadvantage, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated? After taking a deep breath, the Black Snake was also a person who was able to let go of things. He took the initiative to retreat and said, "Junior Lee, you win. I am not a match for you." Admitting defeat now was better than vomiting blood and admitting defeat later. At least, it would be better for him to maintain his reputation. Senior Black Snake, let's consider this match a draw. Li Fuchen wasn't that persistent about winning or losing. A loss is a loss. The black snake isn't someone who can afford to lose. But Junior Lee must continue to work hard. I will win the next spar. After speaking, the black snake turned around and flew back to his pavilion. After defeating the black snake, Li Fuchen's reputation had increased tremendously. Most of the people had acknowledged Li Fuchen's identity as a prodigy. In their opinion, the East Sun sect's top 10 prodigies should become 11 prodigies. This is your spirit, God, blood crystal. The light marshal waved his hand, and a spirit, God, blood crystal flew into Li Fuchen's hand. Many thanks. After receiving the spirit, God, blood crystal, Li Fuchen turned around and left the stage. He wasn't interested to continue accepting challenges. Chapter 11:17. As the exchange neared its end, all 10 spirit, God, blood crystals had been distributed. Junior Sister Chinyu, let's have some fun. Not everyone cared about the low-grade spirit, God, blood crystal. On the empty space at the peak, a graceful figure descended. It was a beautiful woman with purple eyeshadow. She called out his name. Senior Sister Wu, I'll accept your invitation. Dongyang Chinyu stood up and appeared in front of the beautiful woman in a flash. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two was intense. The senior Sister Wu that Dongyang Chinyu spoke of was also one of the top 10 geniuses of the Eastern Sun sect. Her name was Wu Zi, and the two had always been at odds with each other. Ultimate Violet Heaven and Earth. Ardent Sun Domain. Both of them used their superior domain techniques at almost the same time. Wu Zi's domain turned half the void purple, while Dongyang Chinyu's domain turned the other half golden. Purple and gold clashed, bursting forth with dazzling light. Ultimate Violet Saber. Wu Zi's mid-divine weapon was a small purple scimitar. With a slash of the blade, rays of purple blade light flew toward Dongyang Chinyu. Upon closer inspection, one could see that each ray seemed to contain a world of its own. Excellent grade, superior divine technique. Ultimate Violet Saber. Dongyang Chinyu didn't dare to be careless in the face of Wu Zi's ultimate Violet Saber. The divine eye of the sun opened on her forehead and shot out a blinding beam of light. The beam was terrifying, and wherever it went, the void boiled as if it was about to melt and drip. The divine eye of the sun was a bloodline technique of the Dongyang clan, a manifestation of the purity of one's bloodline. Not everyone in the Dongyang clan possessed the divine eye of the sun. Only 1 or 2 out of 100 possessed it. As a bloodline technique, the divine eye of the sun was extremely powerful. It originated from the first patriarch of the Dongyang clan, an existence that surpassed the spirit god realm. Seeing Dongyang Chinyu use the divine eye of the sun, Guangwu and Nyekue's eyes lit up. It would be great if my ancestor also had a powerful existence that surpassed the spiritual god realm. Guangwu was envious. Junior Sister Chinyu, you have the purest bloodline in the history of the Dongyang family, and I have the purest bloodline in the Nye family. The children born from the union of the two will only be stronger, so for my children, I must have you. The first patriarch of Nyekue's Nye family was also a powerful existence beyond the spiritual god realm. However, the patriarch of the Nye family was much weaker than the Dongyang family. At least, the Dongyang family had 2 bloodline divine skills, while the Nye family only had 1. Crackle! The seemingly invincible purple blade light melted away upon encountering the blinding light, unable to pose a threat to Dongyang Chinyu. Reversal of heaven and earth. Wu Zi then used another excellent grade superior god skill. This was a spatial god skill. When the blinding light met this spatial god skill, it was immediately refracted. However, a portion of it still hit Wu Zi. Extinguishing the flames on her body, Wu Zi's expression was unsightly. If she hadn't been wearing a mid-divine artifact, this attack would have injured her. She hadn't expected Dongyang Qinyu's divine eye of the sun to become even more powerful after so many years. As expected of a bloodline divine skill. "If you didn't have the divine eye of the sun, you wouldn't be my match," said Wuzi. Any bloodline divine skill was extremely powerful. After all, only a powerful existence that surpassed the spiritual God realm could pass down a bloodline divine skill. Moreover, a divine skill created by an existence that surpassed the spiritual God realm couldn't be a superior divine skill, nor could it be a true divine skill. It must be a terrifying divine skill that surpassed the spiritual God skill. In other words, Dongyang Qinyu had learned a divine skill that surpassed the spiritual God realm. At this stage, everyone only had superior divine skills, but Dongyang Qinyu had used one that surpassed the spiritual God skill. Wasn't this bullying? Of course, it was impossible for Dongyang Qinyu to display the true power of the divine eye of the sun. The power of a bloodline divine skill was related to one's vitality level, bloodline purity, and innate perception. Dongyang Qinyu's divine eye of the sun was still at the superior divine skill level, so it wasn't too ridiculous. The bloodline divine skill originates from my bloodline, and my bloodline is one with me. It is naturally a part of my strength. Senior Wu, you can't be a sore loser, right? Dongyang Qinyu smiled. She was able to defeat Wu Zi because of her bloodline and the bloodline divine skill. But she wasn't a fool to not use her advantage. In the divine world, powerful bloodlines were everywhere, and there was no such thing as absolute fairness. The so-called absolute fairness was, in fact, absolute unfairness. Wu Zi might be unwilling, but she had no choice. Who asked Dongyang Qinyu to be born with a powerful ancestor that surpassed the spiritual God realm? If her ancestor also had a powerful ancestor that surpassed the spiritual God realm, it would be hard to tell who would win today. The divine eye of the sun is truly powerful. It is probably not inferior to a perfect grade, superior divine skill. Li Fuqin praised when Dongyang Qinyu returned to the pavilion. He had some understanding of the bloodline divine skill. It was a skill hidden in the depths of the bloodline. The purer and denser the bloodline, the easier it was to awaken the bloodline divine skill. If the bloodline was too heterogeneous and thin, the bloodline divine skill wouldn't be complete and wouldn't be able to awaken it. It was extremely difficult for descendants to inherit the bloodline divine skill. Even the spiritual God couldn't hide the divine skill in the bloodline and pass it on to their descendants. Only powerful existences that surpassed the spiritual God realm could. In other words, the ancestor of the Dongyang clan must have had a powerful existence that surpassed the spiritual God realm. This powerful existence had fused the divine eye of the sun into the bloodline and passed it down. In the divine realm, one's background was sometimes more important than one's talent and perception. Think about it. Others had the enhancement of their bloodline. Not only would their vitality level increase quickly, but they would also have the chance to awaken the bloodline divine skill. If they had a bit more talent and worked hard, their improvement speed wouldn't be comparable to regular prodigies. Although one could also learn other people's divine skills, under normal circumstances, one could only learn a divine skill that was one major realm higher. For example, a high god could learn a true divine skill, but it would be too difficult for a high god to learn a spirit divine skill. One would already be considered a genius among geniuses if he could learn even a little. It wasn't like the bloodline divine skill. It might come from the ancestor, but it was one with the bloodline. As long as one slowly unearthed it, there wouldn't be any obstacles to cultivation. It's just that the ancestor is incredible. I am still far from it. Dongyang Qinyu shook her head. She knew clearly that in terms of talent and perception, she wasn't as good as Wu Zi. I heard that apart from the Sun Divine Eye, your Dongyang clan has another bloodline divine skill called the Sun Divine Body, Li Fuqin suddenly said. Dongyang Qinyu nodded. That's right. The Sun Divine Body is stronger than the Sun Divine Eye. But only after reaching the true God realm will one have the chance to awaken the Sun Divine Body. Bloodline divine skills were also divided into grades. Just like regular divine skills, they could be divided into low-tier divine skills, mid-tier divine skills, and high-tier divine skills. There were also normal grade, mid-grade, excellent grade, flawless grade, and extreme grade. But being able to awaken the Sun Divine, means that I am destined to become a true god. Dongyang Qinyu's mouth curled up into a smile. Being able to awaken the Sun Divine, meant that her bloodline was pure and dense enough. Becoming a true god was just a matter of time, and there wouldn't be any obstacles. This was one of the terrifying aspects of bloodline inheritance. It is truly enviable. I wonder what kind of innate talents the descendants of the legendary godly monarch who stands at the pinnacle of the divine void realm will inherit, Li Fuchen said. Dongyang Qinyu replied enviously, "The descendants of the godly monarch are truly extraordinary. It is rumored that the children of the godly monarch are born as powerful existences that surpass the spirit god. His descendants might get weaker, but they will also inherit a trace of terrifying potential. This trace of terrifying potential is enough for them to become super prodigies. Furthermore, the godly monarch's bloodline is very special. As long as the godly monarch learned a divine skill, it would be contained in his bloodline. Therefore, the descendants of the godly monarch would awaken all sorts of bloodline divine skills. It can be said that any godly monarch's bloodline clan is a clan without any flaws. Their bloodline divine skills are varied and have no shortcomings. It is indeed extraordinary." Li Fuchen nodded. No one knew how many divine skills a godly monarch possessed. No one knew how many unique divine skills a godly monarch possessed either. There were many types of divine skills. There were offensive skills, defensive skills, escape skills, assassination skills, and evasion skills. There were plenty of divine skills that countered each other. Once a godly monarch encountered a divine skill that countered them, it would be considered good if the godly monarch was able to utilize 30% or 40% of their strength. This was the terrifying aspect of the godly monarch's bloodline. You wouldn't know how many unique bloodline divine skills they had. Some of the bloodline divine skills could easily reverse the situation. Dongyang Qinyu continued, "Of course, godly monarchs might be incredible, but they aren't able to transcend the divine void realm. They are still restricted by the divine void law. There are ancient legends that after reaching the godly monarch realm, it is basically impossible to have children. If one doesn't have children before reaching the godly monarch realm, the godly monarch might not have any children for the rest of his life. Didn't you say that the children of godly monarchs are born as powerful existences that surpass the spirit god?" Of course, Li Fuchen knew that the higher the realm, the harder it was to have children. However, it wasn't impossible. Dongyang Qinyu said, "Everything has a chance of survival. In normal situations, godly monarchs aren't able to have children. But if there are special fated encounters or special circumstances, they are able to have children. However, such cases are very rare." Oh, as a member of the Dongyang clan, Dongyang Qinyu knew a lot of things. As the duo were conversing, the exchange had ended. Before leaving, Nyakue took a deep look at Li Fuchen. His intuition told him that Li Fuchen would bring him a lot of trouble in the future. He decided to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Li Fuchen and let Li Fuchen know what was appropriate. Chapter 11:18. At the peak of Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen stood in the wind and was quietly comprehending the Sword Dao law in heaven and earth. His Sword Dao level was already at the half-step True God level, while his divine soul perception was at the middle or upper True God level. As long as he spent some time, it wouldn't be difficult for his Sword Dao divine skills to break through. Of course, who wouldn't wish for their own improvement speed to be faster? If possible, Li Fuchen hoped to make all 5 Sword Dao divine skills break through to the extreme class high-tier divine skills within a short period of time. Li Fuchen wanted to cultivate in peace, but there would always be people who wouldn't let him do as he wished. In the distant sky, a black shadow skimmed over. It was Nyakue, I wonder why Senior Nyakue is looking for me. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Fuchin didn't wish to fall out with Nyakue. After landing on the peak of Fuchin Peak, Nyakue smiled and said, "Junior Li, you and I are both disciples of the East Sun sect. It is reasonable for us to visit each other. Why? Do you not welcome me?" "Of course not." Li Fuchin didn't express his opinion. Nyakue let out an indifferent smile. "I am here to look for you, because of something. I shall get straight to the point. I can see that you have rather good innate talents. I wonder if you are willing to join my faction? Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I will not let you join for free. As long as you agree, you will immediately obtain an extreme class mid-tier divine artifact. Apart from that, you can also choose any three-star divine elixirs." Nyakue felt that this condition was very generous and normal people wouldn't reject it. It was a pity that he encountered Li Fuchin. Shaking his head, Li Fuchin said, "Senior Nyakue, apologies. I will not join." Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchin wasn't on good terms with Nyakue, even if Nyakue was pleasing to the eye, Li Fuchin wouldn't join Nyakue's faction. Hee, everyone has their own aspirations. It might be a little regretful, but I will not force you. Nyakue's expression turned gloomy before he laughed again. "During the exchange, I saw that Junior Li didn't go all out. I think your opponent is too weak and isn't enough for you to use your full strength. Since you are free today, why don't you spar with me?" Before Li Fuchin agreed, Nyakue's eyes burst out with 2 purple thunderbolts and pierced at Li Fuchin's eyes. Ultimate, intermediate, god technique. Purple lightning demon eye. Although the purple electric demon eye was only an ultimate, intermediate god skill, when Nyakue used it, its power was more powerful than the superior god skills of ordinary core disciples. This was mainly because Nyakue's divine power index was as high as 170,000, and his divine power integration degree had reached 48%. Crackle! Even though Nyakue's purple electric demon eye was extremely fast, and it was more or less a sneak attack, if it was someone else, they would have already been killed. It was a pity that Nyakue's luck wasn't good. Li Fuchin, who had also upgraded the Annihilation Divine Body to the high-class deity skill, wasn't afraid of sneak attacks. When the purple thunderbolts struck on his eyes, they only flickered a few times before dispersing, leaving no traces behind. Divine body skill? Nyakue was startled. Nyakue was rather surprised that the purple electric demon I didn't injure Li Fuchin, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, no matter what, the purple electric demon I was only an ultimate intermediate god skill. It was just that the activation speed was faster and it was concealed, making it hard to defend against. In terms of pure firepower, it was still lacking and was far inferior to superior god skills. But when Li Fuchin was defenseless, he was able to resist the purple electric demon eye. It was truly shocking. In his opinion, Li Fuchin was definitely proficient in a divine body skill, and it was a superior god body skill. The difference between divine body skills and other divine skills was that even if the divine body wasn't actively executed, the cultivator's divine body would still possess the characteristics of the divine body skill. It was just that the effects were slightly inferior. In other words, it was basically a waste of effort to sneak an attack on a god that cultivated the divine body skill. In order to defeat a god that cultivated the divine body skill, there was only one way, and that was to defeat them head-on. Of course, if one had special methods, then it would be a different story. Interesting. Purple electric Thunder Saber. Since the first move failed, Nyakue executed his second move. Normal superior god skill. Purple electric Thunder Saber. Nyakue's right hand was straight, like a saber, as he cleaved at Li Fuchin ruthlessly. As the palm blade cleaved at Li Fuchin, a gloomy thunderbolt saber light poured down like a thunderbolt waterfall and struck straight at the peak of Fuchin Peak. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if Li Fuchin wasn't able to block this attack, the entire Fuchin Peak would probably be split into 2. Sword C Horizon. When facing Niakue's violent attack, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore and burst out with his sword Dao strength. During these days, Li Fuchen's sword Dao divine power had already reached 150,000. It might not be comparable with Niakue's 170,000, but Li Fuchen's divine power and divine spirit fusion was much higher than Niakue's and had already reached 49%. Therefore, in terms of divine power burst, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to Niakue. As for the divine skill, Niakue's purple electric Yin Thunder Saber was only a normal superior god skill, while Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was a mid-class superior god skill. The horrific sword pressure was emitting, and the thunderbolt saber light that was descending from the sky was getting slower. It was as though it was frozen and turned into a splendid scene. His divine power? Niakue realized that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's divine power was dozens of times stronger than he imagined and wasn't inferior to him at all. Was Li Fuchen still a newly promoted high deity and core disciple? Could Li Fuchen have some fortuitous encounter? After realizing that he had underestimated Li Fuchen, Niakue immediately adjusted his mentality. Next up, he was going to treat Li Fuchen seriously and wasn't going to use regular divine skills to probe Li Fuchen anymore. It wasn't Li Fuchen's style to passively take a beating. Once the Sword Sea Horizon was executed, Li Fuchen's Thousand Sun Sword was also unsheathed. 10,000 sword shadows were like a violent storm, like 10,000 arrows that were shot at the same time. It was like 10,000 streams returning to the origin as they poured down at Niakue. Mid-class, superior god skill. Sect origin swords. Niakue's body was already enveloped by Li Fuchen's sword Dao field. Be it his reaction speed or body movements, they were much slower than usual. However, his face didn't have any expression of panic. He was confident and calm. You have a divine body, divine skill. I also have a divine body, divine skill, undying demon body. Niakue's divine body suddenly turned black like metal. Even his clothes and hair were the same. A dominant and undying chi presence was emitted from his body. Cling, 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 cling. When the 10,000 sword shadows landed on Niakue's body, there were only countless sparks and weren't able to break Niakue's divine body. Undying law, huh? Li Fuchen frowned. Divine body, divine skills had attributes. There were fire Dao attributes, thunderbolt attributes, and naturally, there were also undying attributes. Among them, divine body, divine skills that contained the undying attribute were the most incredible. It was just like how Li Fuchen's destruction divine body contained the destruction attribute. How is it, as compared to your divine body, divine skill, how is my undying demon body? Niakue was very proud of his undying demon body. This was one of his trump cards, and it was just inferior to his bloodline divine skill. It was a pity that the undying demon body wasn't created by him. It was a superior divine skill that was exclusive to the Nye clan. If the undying demon body was created by him, no one among the core disciples would be able to break his defense, not even the effulgence weapon. Sword Chi returned to origin. Since the mid-class high-grade sword Dao divine skill wasn't enough, Li Fuchen immediately executed the excellent class high-grade sword Dao divine skill. Sword Chi returned to origin. The violent sword Chi burst out violently with Niakue at the center. It was a pity that the sword Chi wasn't able to penetrate into Niakue's body. In the past, when Li Fuchen dealt with enemies, the enemy's body would be like a porcupine that would emit countless sword lights. It is useless. The undying demon body is a perfect class high-grade divine skill. You cannot break it. It is my turn to attack now. Undying Thunder Saber. Niakue cleaved with his palm, and a black thunderbolt saber light rushed out and slashed at Li Fuchen at a slanted angle. Before the saber light arrived, Li Fuchen could already feel the horrific thunderbolt law and undying law engulfing him. It was obvious that this high-grade divine skill contained the thunderbolt and undying attributes. With the sword Dao field, the black thunderbolt saber light wasn't considered fast and could even be considered slow. With a swing of the sword, the black thunderbolt saber light was shattered. But in the next moment, the shattered black thunderbolt saber light instantly gathered and slashed at Li Fuchen again. No wonder it is the undying law. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised. If the undying law was so easy to deal with, it wouldn't be the undying law. Hee, undying thunder saber, blade storm. Nia Kuei's body turned and executed consecutive slashes with his palms. In an instant, countless black thunderbolt saber lights poured down at Li Fuchen. As a mid-class high-grade divine skill, the undying thunder saber's power wasn't considered much, but it contained the undying law and made it look superior. To a certain extent, the undying thunder saber was even more fearsome than excellent class, high-grade divine skills. I have underestimated him. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a severe intent. Hundreds of sword qi burst out from Li Fuchen's body and blasted at Nia Kuei and the black thunderbolt saber lights. Excellent class, high-grade, divine skill. Origin, return, sword form. As the strongest move of the primary extreme sword art, the origin return sword form didn't just have terrifying power, it was also limitless when activated. It was different from the 10,000 returning swords. Although the 10,000 returning swords could release more sword qi, the power of each sword qi was weakened. As for the sword qi unleashed by the Guiyuan sword avatar, each of them contained the complete power of the Guiyuan sword avatar. In other words, each of them was an excellent level superior god technique. Pu, the black thunder and lightning blade lights, released by Nia Kuei, were like bubbles when they encountered the sword qi. They exploded one after another and couldn't be condensed anymore. The difference between the two was too great. Furthermore, this was under Li Fuchen's sword Dao field. Nia Kuei's black thunderous saber light was already weakened by a lot. As the disparity continued, the inextinguishable law within the black thunderous saber light was rapidly worn down and wasn't very effective. The sword qi was like a hot knife through butter. After breaking the black thunder and lightning saber light, it submerged Nia Kuei. Ding, 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 ding. At first, Nia Kuei's undying demon body could hold on for a while. However, after a few breaths, wounds appeared on Nia Kuei's body. Puff, puff, puff. Under the slashes of the sword qi, the tiny wound continued to expand and deepen, and it looked like it was about to seep into the wound. Bastard, Nirvana light ray. 2 dazzling white rays swept across and eliminated all the sword qi. Another bloodline divine skill? Li Fuchen lifted his head and had a grave expression. It was the same bloodline divine skill, but the power would be different when executed by different individuals. Be it Nia Kuei's divine power index, or the degree of fusion between his god spirit and divine power, they were all superior to Dongyang Qinyu. Therefore, the bloodline divine skill he executed was naturally superior to Dongyang Qinyu too. Chapter 1119. You should be proud to be able to force me to use my bloodline divine skill. The wounds on Nia Kuei's body rapidly healed, and he stared at Li Fuchen with a stern gaze. Nia Kuei's talent and perception weren't considered great. Apart from his bloodline divine skill, the strongest divine skill he had created was only the mid-class high-rank divine skill, Undying Thunder Saber. But so what? In the divine world, talent and perception might be important, but it wasn't the most important. The most important thing was the bloodline. As long as your bloodline was powerful, your bloodline divine skill would be powerful too. So what if others created countless incredible divine skills? In the face of a bloodline divine skill, they were all useless and couldn't withstand a single blow. Nia Kuei pursued Dongyang Qinyu, crazily, not because of love, but because of her bloodline. He and Dongyang Qinyu were destined to become true gods, and the lifespan of a true god was at least 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years was enough for them to nurture an incredible child. In the divine world, There were plenty of gods who relied on their children to prosper their entire lives. Nyakwe might become one of them. Of course, there were risks too. The combination of two bloodlines might cause the bloodline of the descendants to be diluted. But high risk corresponded with high returns. If he was lucky, his children might be able to perfectly inherit their bloodlines and awaken two bloodline divine skills in the future. If their talent and perception were slightly better, it wouldn't be difficult to become a spirit god in the future. In fact, it might be possible for them to surpass the spirit god. Just think about it. If his children were spirit gods or beyond, how glorious would he be? With the support of Dongyang Chinyu, he might be able to become a spirit god too. In short, if Nyakwe relied on his current clan and himself, he believed that the middle true god was his limit. Therefore, he had to find a way out. Dongyang Chinyu was his best choice. All right, I can witness the uniqueness of the bloodline divine skill. Li Fuchen slowly let out a turbid breath while his eyes turned sharp. You sure are optimistic. I wonder how long can you be optimistic? Nirvana Ray. Nyakwe's eyes glowed with white light and blasted two white rays at Li Fuchen. The white rays were too fast and had astonishing power. Li Fuchen's sword Dao Field was like snow under the scorching sun. It couldn't form any obstruction and was immediately penetrated. Immediately after, the white rays broke Li Fuchen's sword chi barrier. Puff, puff. Li Fuchen's body was penetrated and the destruction divine body was instantly broken. It wasn't that the extermination divine body wasn't strong enough, but Nyakwe's extermination light was too strong. The annihilation divine body was only an excellent superior divine skill, while Nyakwe's annihilation ray was at least at the level of a perfect superior divine skill. There was a whole level difference between the two. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's destruction divine power was slightly inferior to the sword Dao divine power. The special nature didn't mean that the difference in quality could be ignored. Most importantly, his opponent's Nirvana light ray did not contain any ordinary attribute, but the Nirvana attribute. It was an existence similar to the destruction attribute. Of course, it was impossible to defeat Li Fuchen with a single Nirvana extinguishing ray. Li Fuchen's body might have been penetrated, but due to the special nature of the annihilation divine body, Li Fuchen only consumed some of the annihilation divine power. Puff, 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 puff. Nyakwe wasn't going to let Li Fuchen off. He executed the Nirvana light ray repeatedly and penetrated Li Fuchen's body again and again. Looks like I'll have to use the seamless sword energy after all. Nyakwe's ability was formidable. If Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Nyakwe. Let's see who can persist until the end. Li Fuchen swept his sword and an invisible sword chi instantly appeared in front of Nyakwe. PFFFTSS. Nyakwe's body was nearly severed at the waist. Flawless high-class divine skill. Seamless sword energy. What? Nyakwe was shocked. He was still in the undying demon body state, and Li Fuchen was actually able to break his undying demon body in a single sword. The invisible sword chi and the white light rays shuttled through the air. The duo were covered in injuries, and there wasn't enough time to recover. At this moment, other methods were useless, and it was a battle to see who could persist until the end. 1 hour later, Nyakwe was the first to be unable to persist. His undying demon body wasn't created by himself after all. He wasn't able to condense the undying demon body's imprint and wasn't able to obtain the support of the divine world's undying law. On the contrary, Li Fuchen's annihilation divine body might only be an excellent class divine body skill. But firstly, the annihilation divine body was created by Li Fuchen. Secondly, the destruction law was extremely special and was already in the state of destruction. It was superior to the so-called undying law. Apart from that, the seamless sword energy was seamless and could ignore Nyakwe's undying demon body and various defenses to a certain extent. It could directly penetrate into Nyakwe's divine body. As such, Nyakue was naturally the first to be unable to persist. Seeing that his divine power was about to be exhausted, Nyakue had no choice but to retreat even if he was unwilling. Junior, Lee has a good move. I, Nyakue, have experienced it. Nyakue's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he escaped from Fuchin Peak in a miserable state. Li Fuchin didn't give chase. This was the East Sun sect, and he couldn't possibly kill Nyakue. It seems like I have to increase my cultivation level and strength as soon as possible. Just Nyakue alone was enough for him to go all out. This made Li Fuchin understand that he wasn't considered the strongest among the superior deities and was only considered slightly stronger. Above the superior deities there were true gods, spirit gods, and powerful existences that surpassed spirit gods. Above the spirit gods, there were still god monarchs that stood at the pinnacle of the divine void realm. The path of cultivation was long, and Li Fuchin had joined the East Sun sect to improve himself faster. He didn't wish to cultivate slowly and spend a few dozen or a few hundred years to reach the true god realm. After that, he would need a few thousand or tens of thousands of years to reach the spirit god realm. Who knew how long a year in the divine world was in the Kunwu cosmos? If a year in the divine world was in the divine world, countless years would have passed in the Kunwu cosmos. If the Kunwu cosmos was destroyed, it would be too late for regrets. Firstly, I have to earn enough contribution points to exchange for divine artifacts and divine elixirs. Divine artifacts could increase one's strength. Li Fuchin only had a perfect class, mid-tier divine artifact, the Thousand Sun Sword. As compared to most of the core disciples, it was still too shabby. In Li Fuchin's opinion, he had to at least obtain a set of perfect class mid-tier divine artifacts. As for a set of extreme class mid-tier divine artifacts, it was fine as it would require at least 100 million contribution points. He wouldn't be able to earn so many contribution points within a short period of time. Divine elixirs were also very useful for Li Fuchin, but he required 3-star divine elixirs. Only 3-star divine elixirs could allow him to rapidly increase his various attributes. It would be even better if he could have a 3-star divine elixir that could enhance his divine spirit. The divine spirit was Li Fuchin's greatest reliance. With a powerful divine spirit, all aspects would be rapidly enhanced. Currently, his divine spirit should be at the upper true god level. If he could break through to the lower true god level and reach the lower spirit god level, the effects would surpass everything. However, in order to exchange for 3-star divine elixirs, it was even harder than exchanging for perfect class mid-tier divine artifacts. Because 3-star divine elixirs required 3-star contribution points, but perfect class mid-tier divine artifacts only required 2-star contribution points. In the East Sun sect, mid-tier deities were initially 1-star contribution points, while high-tier deities were 2-star contribution points. Li Fuchin was originally 1-star contribution points, but after progressing to high-tier deities and becoming a core disciple, his contribution points were upgraded to 2-star. But if he wanted to upgrade it to 3-star, he would have to complete sect missions. Of course, if Li Fuchin progressed to a true god, his contribution points would increase too. I shall not bother about it first. I shall spend some time to transform all my fire Dao divine skills into high-tier divine skills. There were still 10 years before the opening of the Spirit God Cemetery. During these 10 years, Li Fuchin was planning to concentrate on cultivation in the East Sun sect and complete some sect missions. A few months later, apart from the Flame God Claw, Li Fuchin had also upgraded the other 9 fire Dao divine skills to high-tier divine skills. Among them, there were 3 mid-class high-tier divine skills and 7 normal class high-tier divine skills. Not bad. The normal class high-tier divine skills had different attributes and had different values. The Fire Dao attribute might not be rare, but a normal class high-tier Fire Dao divine skill was worth 100,000 contribution points. A mid-class high-tier Fire Dao divine skill was worth 500,000 contribution points. 10 fire Dao divine skills gave Li Fuchen 2 million contribution points, and it wasn't too far away from redeeming a perfect class, mid-tier divine weapon. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the mission hall. By completing sect missions, not only could he earn contribution points, but he could also increase his contribution points. Right now, Li Fuchen lacked both. Among the sect missions, there were battlefield missions, exploration missions, collection missions, and all sorts of strange missions. Most of these missions were issued by the sect, a minority were issued by elders, and some were issued by private individuals. After looking through the missions, Li Fuchen felt that battlefield missions were more suitable for him. This shall be it. A short moment later, Li Fuchen selected a battlefield mission. This mission required him to lead the East Sun sect soldiers and recapture the blazing Sun Fortress. The mission reward was very high. If he succeeded in recapturing the blazing Sun Fortress, the high-class Chiliarch would be rewarded with 500,000 contribution points. Even if he failed, he would still be rewarded with 50,000 contribution points. Contributing a normal class high-tier divine skill would only be worth 100,000 contribution points. Apart from that, killing enemies would also give merit points. Merit points and contribution points were equivalent. On the battlefield, killing a low-class centurion would give 200 merit points. Killing a mid-class centurion would give 500 merit points. High-class centurions would give 1,500 merit points. Low-class centurions would give 5,000 merit points. Mid-class centurions would give 20,000 merit points, and high-class centurions would give 100,000 merit points. In the past, Li Fuchen wasn't a match for centurions, but now regular high-class centurions weren't a match for him. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill some of the high-class centurions. Set off. Every once in a while, the East Sun sect would send a divine artifact ship to the battlefield. On the deck, Li Fuchen, who was wearing the high-class Chiliarch insignia, was leisurely enjoying the scenery of the divine world. The previous time he returned, he was still an honorary soldier. Right now, he was already a high-class Chiliarch. On the battlefield, only generals had a higher status than high-class Chiliarchs. A general's strength might not be stronger than a high-class Chiliarch, but they would definitely be more trusted by the sect. After offending young Master Nyakue, you will have to die. The divine artifact ship's deck was huge and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Among the crowd, there were two men who were also wearing high-class Chiliarch insignia. They took a glance at Li Fuchen and sneered. Chapter 1120. Boom, boom, boom. The contest for the stronghold was much more intense than Li Fuchen imagined. Millions of middle and high deities were in a frenzy, and there were gods falling at every moment. Swish! A red saber light flashed by, and at least a dozen middle deity soldiers from the East Sun sect perished under the saber light. Everyone attacked together! Of course, there were also high deity centurions that perished under the concentrated fire of the middle deity soldiers. After all, the vast majority of high god centurions trained in god-level techniques, while god-level soldiers trained in god-level techniques as well. The difference between god-level techniques wasn't ridiculously large. Forget about high god centurions. Even high god thousand-man commanders, when faced with tens of thousands of god-level soldiers, would sometimes have to flee in a sorry state. Blazing flame fist. Li Fuchen blasted his fist forward. In the air, a massive flaming fist smashed through with irresistible force and turned dozens of thousand feather kingdoms, mid-god soldiers, into ashes. At the same moment, a large number of light spots flew into Li Fuchen's Chiliarch insignia. Attacked together, Li Fuchen's killing speed was too fast, and he was already targeted by 1,000 feather kingdoms high deity Chiliarch. This person had secretly gathered a group of 1,000 men and was charging at Li Fuchen. This group of 1,000 men had one mid-class Chiliarch, 5 low-class Chiliarchs, dozens of centurions, and the rest were all mid-deity soldiers. Thousands of attacks were like a flood that surged at Li Fuchen. On the battlefield, without powerful defensive divine skills or divine body divine skills, one might perish at any moment. When facing the thousands of attacks, Li Fuchen had a calm expression. As long as he was willing, he had dozens of methods to deal with them. For example, he just had to execute the high-grade Fire Dao defensive divine skill, Blazing Barrier, to block the thousands of attacks with ease. Or he could use the high-grade Fire Dao divine body divine skill, Blazing God Body, to ignore the attacks. Apart from the Fire Dao, Li Fuchen was also proficient in the Time-Space Dao, Destruction Dao, and Sword Dao. Blazing Flame Field. Li Fuchen didn't execute the Blazing Barrier or the Blazing God Body. He executed the high-grade Fire Dao divine skill, Blazing Flame Field. Rings of fire extended in all directions with him as the center. In an instant, the thousands of attacks were immediately frozen, like flying insects frozen in amber. Field divine skills had always been able to suppress other divine skills. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's Raging Inferno Field was a high-tier divine skill. If it couldn't deal with some mid-tier divine skills, it would be a joke. This was the divine world, and the range of the field wasn't huge. After Li Fuchen killed a few hundred enemies, the rest of the enemies scattered and escaped. Over 30,000 merit points. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Perhaps Li Fuchen felt that the surrounding enemies were still too few, so he continued to go deeper into the battlefield. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy exploded forth, and the dozens of god-level soldiers nearby didn't even have the chance to scream before they were transformed into dust. It was Li Fuchen and a high-class Chiliarch from the Thousand Feather Kingdom. As a high-ranking Chiliarch, he had created quite a few high god techniques. Interesting. To think that you could block my demonic mountain, Splitterhammer. This Thousand Feather Nation's Chiliarch was a giant demon with horns on his head and black scales all over his body. It was obvious that he possessed the bloodline of a demon. You aren't too bad either, to be able to block my blazing fire fist. In Li Fuchen's eyes, this giant demon was just a massive amount of merit points. A high-class Chiliarch was worth 100,000 merit points and was equivalent to a normal high god technique. Boasting shamelessly, I was just showing off earlier. Now, witness my true strength, wrath of god and demon. The giant demon wielded a giant hammer with both hands and raised it high. At the same moment, a horrifying figure appeared behind him. This horrifying figure was also wielding a giant hammer and was raising it high. Go to hell! As the hammer crashed down, countless violent hammer shadows poured down at Li Fuchen. Mid-class high god technique, wrath of god and demon. I thought it was an incredible divine skill. Li Fuchen smiled and formed a claw with his right hand before he clawed. Mid-class high god technique, flame god claw. Bang bang! The giant demon's hammer was an extreme class mid-tier divine artifact. With the advantage of a divine artifact, it was evenly matched with Li Fuchen. I don't have time to waste with you. Converting the Fire Dao divine power into Sword Dao divine power, Li Fuchen used the Sword Chi return to eliminate the giant demon. Now is the time, kill. Just as Li Fuchen killed the giant demon, two attacks, one from the left and one from the right, rushed over. Such a horrific chi presence. Li Fuchen's expression changed. His body flashed and the surrounding void turned blurry. Immediately after, Li Fuchen's figure vanished. Boom! The area where Li Fuchen was previously, it was turned into nothingness. There was a deep pit and a horrific saber scar on the ground. If this attack hit Li Fuchen, even if Li Fuchen had the destruction divine body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it and would definitely be severely injured. What? Space-time divine skill? This child has truly concealed himself deeply. Apart from the Fire Dao and Sword Dao, he is actually proficient in the space-time Dao. Two figures appeared. The two of them were wearing masks. Not only were their appearances hidden, Their chi presences were also concealed. It was obvious that the masks had the ability to conceal their identities. The two of them each had a divine artifact. The one on the left had a saber that was circulating with green light. The edge of the saber was surging with saber chi. Just a glance at it would cause a piercing pain on one's skin as it was extremely sharp. The one on the right had a silver hammer. The silver hammer was very small, but the surrounding void was distorting as though it couldn't withstand the heavy chi presence. High-grade divine artifact. From far away, Li Fuchen didn't have a great expression. His divine spirit was extremely sharp, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. He executed the space-time divine skill, Wings of Time, and barely dodged the attack. It could be said that if he didn't have the space-time divine skill, he might have perished in the hands of these two. Your eyes aren't bad. The one on the left chuckled and waved the green saber in his hand. The green saber was indeed a high-grade divine artifact. It might just be a normal high-grade divine artifact, but a high-grade divine artifact was still a high-grade divine artifact. Its power was completely different from mid-grade divine artifacts. Especially in the hands of a high-grade deity, it would be able to exhibit extremely horrific lethality. Wings of Time. Li Fuchen didn't plan to fight with them. They had high-grade divine artifacts, and he wasn't a match for them. Li Fuchen immediately executed the space-time divine skill, Wings of Time. Trying to escape? The one on the right wielded the silver hammer and smashed at the void. Boom! Li Fuchen was blasted out of the space-time. Such an incredible high-grade divine artifact. Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed. His intuition told him that the silver hammer on the right had a higher grade than the green saber on the left. Li Fuchen was proficient in 3 types of high-grade space-time divine skills. Among them, the Wings of Time was a mid-class high-grade space-time divine skill. Due to the uniqueness of the space-time divine skill, unless the disparity was too great, it was impossible to be blasted out of the space-time. To tell you the truth, the divine artifact in my hand is a mid-class high-grade divine artifact. You don't have a chance. The one on the right spoke arrogantly. High-grade divine artifacts were priceless in the bright world divine domain. Even in the true God class factions, they were very rare. In normal situations, many low-level true gods would use high-grade divine artifacts. Of course, low-level true gods would use high-grade divine artifacts. Of course, the high-grade divine artifacts that low-level true gods used would at least be excellent or perfect grade. How would I know if I don't try? Li Fuchen decided that when he returned, he must redeem a space-time attribute mid-grade divine artifact. If he had a perfect grade mid-grade space-time divine artifact, no, an excellent grade mid-grade space-time divine artifact, his chances of escaping would increase by several times. I need contribution points everywhere. Li Fuchen immediately let out a bitter smile. Li Fuchen didn't need to bother about the Fire Dao, but for the Sword Dao, Space-Time Dao, and Destruction Dao, even if it was just a simple equipment, Li Fuchen would need at least 6 divine artifacts. Furthermore, these divine artifacts couldn't be too low in grade. They had to be at least excellent grade, mid-grade divine artifacts. With a simple calculation, he would need at least 6 million contribution points. If it was a perfect grade, mid-grade divine artifact, it would be even more exaggerated. A single perfect grade, mid-grade divine artifact would be worth a few million contribution points. Take the Thousand Sun sword, for example. If he had 6 of them, it would be a few dozen million contribution points. As for an ultimate class mid-grade divine artifact, Li Fuchen didn't dare to think about it. An ultimate class mid-grade divine artifact was worth 10 to 20 million contribution points, and he wasn't able to redeem it for now. At the thought of this, Li Fuchen took a glance at the 2 high-grade divine artifacts in their hands. In the East Sun sect, a single normal-grade high-grade divine artifact was worth around 200 million contribution points. Furthermore, The contribution points had to be at least 4-star. A mid-grade, high-grade divine artifact was worth around 1 billion contribution points. In normal situations, core disciples might not be able to accumulate so many contribution points even after tens of thousands of years. If I can seize the high-grade divine artifact, I will have made a huge profit. Li Fuqin couldn't help but have this absurd thought. It wasn't strange for him to be tempted. High-grade divine artifacts were too precious. If he could offer them to the sect, these 2 high-grade divine artifacts would at least allow him to obtain 1 billion contribution points. Of course, he was just thinking about it as it was impossible to succeed. Die. The person on the right swung his hammer again and smashed at Li Fuqin ruthlessly. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuqin was sent flying. The silver hammer's attack range was too huge, and the entire spatial zone was within the opponent's attack range. Li Fuqin was just grazed by it and felt as though he was struck by lightning. It was hard to imagine what it would feel like if he was struck by it head-on. Truly slippery. The person on the right brandished his silver hammer and produced afterimages. Countless hammer shadows scattered into the void. PFFF. Li Fuqin's figure would appear and disappear from time to time. Every time he appeared, he would be forced out. Every time he vomited blood, it meant that he would consume some divine power. It was fortunate that he had the destruction divine physique and only consumed some divine power. If he didn't have the destruction divine physique, the divine power he consumed would be at least a few times or even 10 times more. Ferocious tiger, heaven murder /. Making use of the opportunity, the person on the left brandished his green saber. The horrific green saber chi turned into a giant green tiger that pounced at Li Fuqin. Excellent class, high-grade divine skill. Ferocious tiger, heaven murder /. Spatial time door. Just as the giant green tiger was about to devour Li Fuqin, a translucent door suddenly appeared in front of Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin stepped into it. Crackle! The giant green tiger was only able to leave a mark on the spatial time door before it vanished. Trying to escape? Dream on, come out. The person on the right mustered up all his divine power and smashed at the void with his hammer. In the next moment, the void rippled like water. One could vaguely see that Li Fuqin's figure was in the depths of the water ripple. Soon enough, the water ripple dispersed, and Li Fuqin wasn't forced out. He should have been torn apart by the spatial time storm. The person on the left said, such a long-distance spatial shift was most afraid of being disrupted. Once it was successfully disrupted, it would immediately deviate from the orbit and be swept into the spatial time storm. If a superior god was swept into the spatial time storm, it was obvious what would happen. I hope so. The person on the right was rather uncertain. Chapter 11:21. Tens of thousands of miles away from the blazing sun fortress, a figure fell from the void. It was none other than Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin was in a rather miserable state. His body was tattered, and even his bones were exposed. The person on the right wielded a mid-class high-tier divine artifact that was too horrific. If the spatial gate wasn't rather stable, Li Fuqin might have been swept into the spatial storm. Despite the case, Li Fuqin was still affected by the spatial storm, and his destruction divine body had nearly crumbled. It is fortunate that the spatial gate is also a mid-class high-tier divine skill, and the effects are stronger than expected. The spatial gate was different from the Wings of Time. The Wings of Time was extremely fast, but the spatial gate required time and space power to be slowly gathered. Therefore, even though the spatial gate was a mid-class high-tier divine skill, once it was successfully executed, the effects wouldn't be inferior to a perfect class high-tier divine skill. After knowing that the duo's divine artifacts were high-tier divine artifacts, Li Fuqin had already gathered the spatial power in the dark. It was fortunate that the spatial power was formless, and the duo didn't notice it in advance. Otherwise, Li Fuqin wouldn't have been able to execute it successfully. My strength is still too weak. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. The strength that he mentioned came from two aspects. One was his own strength, the other was external power like a divine artifact. If he also had a high-tier divine artifact, he wouldn't need to fear the duo. I wonder when my divine soul will transform into pale yellow. Inside the soul sea, Li Fuchen's divine soul had already transformed into a pale yellow color. After arriving at the divine world, Li Fuchen could obviously feel that the golden amulet's enhancement of the divine soul seemed to have gotten stronger. With this speed, even if Li Fuchen didn't consume any divine herbs or divine elixirs to enhance his divine soul would be able to evolve from a high-tier true god to a low-tier spirit god within a few dozen years. It was understandable. Back when Li Fuchen first obtained the golden amulet, his spirit soul had transformed by leaps and bounds. It was only at the later stages that it gradually slowed down. In comparison, the current transformation speed was already very slow. I wonder if it will be faster to progress in the mid-thousand divine world. Li Fuchen shook his head and let out a bitter smile. It wasn't easy to head to the middle thousand divine world. There were only two ways for people from the minor thousand divine world to head to the middle thousand divine world. The first way was to teleport through the teleportation array. The second way was to progress to a true god and slowly fly to the middle thousand divine world. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the bright world divine domain didn't have a teleportation array that led to the purple cloud divine domain. Otherwise, the two sides wouldn't be fighting over a teleportation array that led to the Bohai divine domain. After all, going to the middle Kiliacosm was much more promising than going to the minor Kiliacosm. As for progressing to the true god realm, it was still rather far away for the current Li Fuchen. He had just progressed to the superior god realm not long ago, and in normal situations he wouldn't be able to progress to the true god realm within 10 to 20 years. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen couldn't think of a method to quickly increase his strength. If he didn't increase his strength, he wouldn't be able to escape the next time he encountered someone with a high-grade divine artifact. Soul, right soul attack. Suddenly, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The soul was his greatest advantage. If he could turn this advantage into an attack, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? I wonder if the East Sun sect has a divine soul skill. Li Fuchen didn't require a high-class divine spirit skill. Even if it was a low-class divine spirit skill, if he executed it with his upper true god level divine spirit, it would be enough to pose a huge threat and lethal power to any higher gods. However, Li Fuchen wasn't sure if the East Sun sect had a divine soul skill. He didn't need to guess to know that divine soul skills were definitely very rare. Firstly, the divine soul was the foundation of a god. It was extremely difficult to create a divine soul skill. Li Fuchen had researched divine soul skills before, but he could only increase his soul attack to the limits of a divine skill. It was impossible to obtain the recognition of the divine world's laws. It didn't mean that Li Fuchen's perception wasn't good enough. It was mainly because Li Fuchen spent too little time on divine soul attacks. Furthermore, he didn't have enough reference materials. If he relied on himself, he could only spend time to slowly grind and gradually comprehend the true essence of the divine soul. Secondly, divine soul skills might sound incredible, but they were actually a little useless. When a low-level deity executed a low-level divine soul skill, it would at most injure a low-level deity. It was very hard to injure a mid-level deity. When executing other low-level divine skills, they would also be able to injure a low-level deity. Since that was the case, why would Li Fuchen spend so much effort to research divine soul skills? With such a long period of time, he could research several other divine skills. A person's energy was limited, and not many people were willing to spend so much effort to research divine soul skills. Furthermore, divine soul skills weren't that easy to research. Many gods researched for their entire lives and didn't achieve anything, leaving behind a heart full of regret. Of course, there were always exceptions. For those people with innately powerful divine souls, Divine soul skills were extremely important to them. They were able to defeat and even kill mid-level deities at the low-level deity level. Unless the opponent cultivated a divine soul defense divine skill, otherwise, it was impossible for them to withstand the attacks of divine soul skills. Li Fuchen wasn't considered to have an innately powerful divine soul, but he had the golden amulet, and his divine soul was even stronger than those who are innately powerful. In the future, his divine soul would only get stronger. The blazing sun fortress ultimately wasn't conquered. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the 1,000 Feather Kingdom's overall strength wasn't just a little stronger than the East Sun sect. On the returning divine artifact ship, he isn't dead. Damn it, he actually escaped with his life like that. What should we do now? What else can we do? We can only wait for the next opportunity. Two voices were communicating silently. After returning to the East Sun sect, Li Fuchen headed straight for the Divine Skill Hall. After searching for a long time, Li Fuchen finally found 3 low-level Divine Soul skills. As for mid-level and high-level Divine Soul skills, there wasn't a single one. It was imaginable how hard it was to obtain a Divine Soul skill. The 3 low-level Divine Soul skills were divided into 2 Divine Soul attack skills and 1 Divine Soul defense skill. The price was ridiculously expensive and was even more expensive than regular high-level Divine skills. The cheapest one required 30,000 contribution points, while the cheapest one required 200,000 contribution points. It was important to mention that redeeming a divine skill and contributing a divine skill were different. If contributing a divine skill to the sect could obtain 10,000 contribution points, then redeeming a divine skill from the sect would only require around 3,000 contribution points. After all, a divine skill could be learned multiple times. These 3 divine soul skills were all sealed in 3-star divine skill seal stones. If the inferior god skill was sealed in a 1-star god skill sealing stone, it could only be cultivated once. If it was sealed in a 2-star god skill sealing stone, it could be cultivated 10 times. If it was sealed in a 3-star god skill sealing stone, it could be cultivated 100 times. All in all, a low-level god skill sealed in a high-level god skill sealing stone could be cultivated many times. However, high-star divine skill seal stones were extremely rare, and no one would waste it on low-level divine skills or mid-level divine skills. Only divine soul skills were rather special and could enjoy such treatment. Li Fuchen didn't know how many times these 3 divine soul skills could be cultivated. He only knew that he had the contribution points, but it was impossible to redeem them, because these 3 low-level divine soul skills actually required 3-star contribution points to redeem. Logically, low-level divine soul skills shouldn't be that important. They would at most be useful to low-level and mid-level deities. Could it be that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was? Li Fuchen guessed correctly. Divine soul skills were too rare, and even though they weren't very useful, the East Sun sect still increased the redeeming grade of these 3 divine soul skills to 3-star. This was also because these 3 divine soul skills were normal or mid-class, low-level divine skills. If they were perfect class or extreme class, low-level divine skills, they might need 4-star contribution points to redeem them. As for mid-level divine soul skills, the East Sun sect probably wouldn't offer them for others to redeem. It was impossible to learn them even if one wanted to. It seems like I have to increase my contribution points to 3-star first. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. It meant that he still had to do sect missions. In the mission hall, Li Fuchen picked carefully and chose a mission that had a lot of contribution points. The higher the rank, the harder it was to increase the contribution points. 1-star contribution points would start at 10. 2-star contribution points would be 100 points. 3-star contribution points would be 1,000 points. For star contribution points would be 10,000 points. For star contribution points would be 10,000 points. The previous mission to contest for the Scorching Sun fort had an abnormally generous reward. If Li Fuchen succeeded, he would be able to obtain 50 contribution points. But he ultimately failed and only obtained 5 contribution points. His current contribution points were 105, and he actually needed to increase it to 1,000 points for 3-star contribution points. There was a difference of 895 points. I shall take it slowly. Li Fuchen knew that it was useless to be anxious. The only thing he could do was to pick a mission that was suitable for him. East Sun Sect, Myriad Herb Valley. The Myriad Herb Valley was a place where the East Sun Sect nurtured the divine herbs. In the divine world, each divine herb required a vast space to grow. The higher the grade of the divine herb, the larger the space. This made it very troublesome to harvest the divine herbs, but it had to be harvested frequently. After all, some divine herbs would immediately wither if no one harvested them for a period of time. Li Fuchen's mission this time was to harvest the divine herbs. According to the mission details, harvesting 1,000 1-star low-tier divine herbs would reward 1,000 contribution points. Harvesting 1,000 1-star mid-tier divine herbs would reward 2,000 contribution points and 1 contribution point. Harvesting 1,000 1-star high-tier divine herbs would reward 5,000 contribution points and 2 contribution points. When it came to 2-star divine grasses, the rewards were much higher. Harvesting 1,000 2-star low-tier divine grasses would reward 50,000 contribution points and 10 contribution points, while mid-tier 2-star divine grasses would reward 100,000 contribution points and 20 contribution points. One might need to harvest 1,000 stalks of divine herbs, as the lifespan of gods was very long. Middle gods could live up to 10,000 years, and high gods could live up to a few tens of thousands of years. It wasn't a big deal to spend some time to harvest divine herbs. After entering the 100 Herb Valley, Li Fuchen couldn't bring his own spatial ring, and had to use the spatial ring prepared by the sect. Apart from storing the divine herbs, the spatial ring was also used for surveillance and to prevent anyone from consuming the divine herbs. This is the 100 Herb Valley. There is indeed a universe inside. The inside and outside of the 100 Herb Valley were 2 completely different worlds. The divine world's energy was unbelievably concentrated, and even the air felt very moist. The 100 Herb Valley was massive, and there were plenty of people when Li Fuchen entered. After half a day, Li Fuchen couldn't see a single person. This divine herb has ripened. After scanning with his divine power, Li Fuchen noticed a mature 1-star mid-tier divine herb. Li Fuchen had seen this divine herb in the illustrated handbook of divine herbs that was distributed by the East Sun Sect. Once this divine herb matured, if it wasn't harvested within 10 days, it would wither and rot. Chapter 11:22. Li Fuchen's divine power index was definitely at the top tier among the East Sun Sect's core disciples. It was currently at 160,000, and only a few core disciples with deep accumulations had a higher divine power index. But in terms of the divine power scouting range, there weren't many core disciples that could compare with Li Fuchen. This was mainly because Li Fuchen's divine power and divine spirit was already at 49% and was extremely close to 50%. When the divine spirit and divine powers fusion was higher, it would be easier to control the divine power. With a wide divine power scouting range, Li Fuchen's harvesting efficiency was extremely high. Li Fuchen calculated and realized that increasing his contribution rank through harvesting missions was much faster than completing other sect missions. Furthermore, there wasn't any danger, and he didn't have to worry about being ambushed. Days passed by. While Li Fuchen was harvesting divine herbs, he didn't neglect cultivation. The 100 Herb Valley had dense divine world energy, and it was a great place for cultivation. In a hidden corner, Li Fuchen opened his eyes after the divine stone in his hand turned into dust. The original low-grade divine stones are almost used up. Li Fuchen's divine power was increasing too quickly, and the consumption of divine stones was 10 times or 100 times faster than others. Therefore, even if he had a few 100,000 low-grade divine stones, it wasn't enough for him to squander. Of course, he could also rely on absorbing the divine world's vital energy between heaven and earth to increase his God force without using divine stones, but that would be too slow. Absorbing the divine world's vital energy in conjunction with absorbing divine stones' vital energy was the fastest way to increase his God force. It is fortunate that I used contribution points to exchange for some low-grade divine stones before entering. In the East Sun sect, 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 10 low-grade divine stones. 1 million low-grade divine stones could be exchanged for 10 million low-grade divine stones. Li Fuchen didn't know if this exchange rate was worthwhile. After all, the sect's price system was different from the outside world. Nothing could escape the law that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. For example, in the outside world, a God skill sealing stone with a normal medium God skill sealed inside was worth at least 100,000 low-grade God stones. But in the sect, one only needed 5 contribution points to cultivate at once, which was equivalent to 50 low-grade God stones. It was a difference of 200 times. It was extremely horrifying. The reason was because mid-tier divine skills were very precious in the outside world. In the East Sun sect, mid-tier divine skills weren't worth much, and any outer sect disciple could create them. Many people joined the East Sun sect for the sake of learning divine skills. In the outside world, they did not have so many divine stones to buy divine skills. He might be able to use contribution points to exchange for low-grade God stones. But Li Fuchen knew that low-grade God stones weren't something that could be exchanged for as many as he wanted. A 1-star contribution level could only be exchanged for 1 million low-grade God stones. A 2-star contribution level could be exchanged for 10 million low-grade God stones. A 3-star contribution level could be exchanged for 100 million low-grade God stones, or 8,000 mid-grade God stones. In the divine world, 1 mid-grade immortal stone was worth 10,000 low-grade immortal stones, but on the other hand, 10,000 low-grade immortal stones could not be exchanged for 1 mid-grade immortal stone. Before entering, Li Fuchen had redeemed 5 million low-grade God stones, and it was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's sword Dao Divine Power Index was rapidly improving. 170,000, 180,000, 190,000, 200,000 finally, Li Fuchen's Divine Power Index was already comparable with the core Disciple Efflorescence weapon. According to Li Fuchen's knowledge, a Divine Power Index of 200,000 was the limit of a high god. There were plenty of people who didn't even have a Divine Power Index of 200,000 when progressing to the true God realm. In normal situations, as long as the Divine Power Index was over 150,000, it would be enough to break through to the true God realm. When the Divine Power Index reached 200,000, Li Fuchen's Divine Spirit and Divine Power Fusion had naturally broken through to 50%. The 50% fusion had already exceeded the limits of a high god and was at the level of a true god. The weakest true god might have more than 50% fusion of the divine spirit and divine power, but 50% was still a hurdle. If one couldn't cross it, they wouldn't be able to progress to the true god realm. Subsequently, Li Fuchen increased his spatial time and space divine power index to 150,000. After the assault at the stronghold, Li Fuchen placed great importance on the spatial time Dao. It was a pity that the spatial time Dao wasn't comparable to the sword Dao. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was already at the half-step true God realm, but his spatial time Dao was only at the late stage of high God. It wasn't at the peak stage of high God or the limits of high God. If his cultivation level wasn't high enough, it would be extremely difficult to increase his divine power. As for the fire Dao, Li Fuchen didn't bother about it. The divine power index was easy to increase, but divine skills weren't so easy to increase. After a few years, Li Fuchen was only able to increase his sword Dao divine skills by 1 level. Among the sword Dao divine skills, the sword Sea Horizon and Sect Origin swords were originally mid-class high-tier divine skills, but they had been upgraded to excellent high-tier divine skills. The sword Chi returned to Origin and Return to Origin sword form were upgraded to perfect class high-tier divine skills. The seamless sword Chi was Li Fuchen's trump card and was also the sword Dao divine skill that consumed the most of Li Fuchen's energy. It didn't disappoint Li Fuchen and was upgraded to an extreme class high-tier divine skill. Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity that his spatial time and space divine skills didn't have much improvement. His perception might be comparable with a high god and might even be comparable with a peak-level high god. However, he spent too little time on the spatial time Dao and didn't have enough accumulation. In Li Fuchen's opinion, there was only one way to quickly increase the accumulation of the spatial time Dao. It was to learn other people's spatial time and space divine skills. Li Fuchen immediately chose to leave the Myriad Herb Valley. After handing in the mission, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 480,000 contribution points and 180 contribution points. This efficiency was definitely shocking. Many people wouldn't be able to compare with Li Fuchen even after a few decades. In the Divine Skill Hall, Li Fuchen redeemed a total of 36 mid-grade spatial time and 2 high-grade spatial time and space divine skills. It wasn't that he didn't want to redeem more, but the spatial time and space divine skills were too rare, especially the high-grade spatial time and space divine skills. They weren't just rare, they were also ridiculously expensive. 2 normal class high-grade spatial time and space divine skills had already cost him 2 million contribution points. As for mid-grade, high-grade spatial time and space divine skills, Li Fuchen couldn't afford them at all as they required 7 million contribution points. Forget it. I shall learn every bit I can. After depleting all his contribution points, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile and consoled himself. Mid-grade spatial time and space divine skills weren't difficult for Li Fuchen. In just a few months, Li Fuchen had successfully cultivated all 36 mid-grade spatial time and space divine skills, and they were all at 80% mastery. 2 normal class high-grade spatial time and space divine skills weren't able to stump Li Fuchen either. In just a few months, Li Fuchen had also successfully cultivated them. 38 types of spatial time and space laws were flowing in Li Fuchen's soul sea. Li Fuchen felt that he would be bursting with inspiration at every moment, and it felt like he was comprehending something. 1 year later, there were only 5 years left before the Spirit God Cemetery opened. Wings of Time. A pair of transparent wings appeared on Li Fuchen's back. Li Fuchen's body flashed and instantly appeared at the horizon. During this period of time, the spatial waves that he caused were extremely small and weren't as obvious as before. The Wings of Time has finally broken through to the excellent grade. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. As the Wings of Time was upgraded to the excellent grade, high-grade divine skill, Li Fuchen's traveling speed had increased by several times. His dodging speed had also increased by several times. Even the spatial waves that he caused were several times smaller. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. For example, when a person had 100 kilograms of strength, they would be able to defeat 1 enemy. When the person had 200 kilograms of strength, they would be able to defeat a group of enemies instead of 2. This was a qualitative change that caused a quantitative change. As compared to the Wings of Time, the door of time and space was much harder to break through. At least, Li Fuchen couldn't see any signs of breaking through within a short period of time. I still don't have enough accumulations. I better go and earn more contribution points first. Time waits for no man. Li Fuchen quickly accepted the harvesting mission and continued to the 10,000 Herbs Valley to harvest divine herbs. One had to admit that with the upgrade of the Wings of Time, Li Fuchen's harvesting efficiency had increased by several times. In the past, when Li Fuchen discovered divine herbs, he would need a breath of time to rush over. Right now, he didn't even need half a breath of time to rush over. Apart from that, Li Fuqin realized that the spatial and temporal divine power with a divine power index of 150,000 was actually much larger than the sword Dao divine power with a divine power index of 200,000. It was actually several times larger. After thinking about it, the spatial and temporal power was omnipresent. In terms of scouting, there was probably no Dao that was more incredible than the spatial Dao. With all sorts of advantages, Li Fuqin's harvesting efficiency was at an extreme level. In just 3 years, Li Fuqin had accumulated enough 3-star contribution points. Immediately, Li Fuqin spent 270,000 contribution points to redeem the 3 divine skills. For this divine herb gathering mission, he obtained another 2 million contribution points. I shall cultivate the soul sees first. The 3 divine soul skills were 2 normal class, low-tier divine skills and 1 mid-class, low-tier divine skill. The soul sees was one of the normal class, low-tier divine skills. I see. After researching for a period of time, Li Fuqin finally comprehended the crux of the soul sees divine skill. Soul sees. On Fuqin Peak, Li Fuqin's eyes narrowed and an illusory pupil appeared in the void. Once the pupil appeared, an invisible prowess extended out. The surrounding flora and fauna were shivering as though they were afraid of something. The soul sees divine skill used the divine spirit power to construct a pupil and used it to awe the enemy's divine spirit. If the difference in divine spirit was huge, the soul sees divine skill could even destroy the enemy's divine spirit. After researching the soul sees divine skill to 80% proficiency, Li Fuqin started to research the second normal class divine soul skill, Soul Coat. As the name suggested, the Soul Coat was a defense type divine soul skill. After successfully cultivating it, it would form a layer of divine spirit power defense around the divine spirit. Li Fuqin's divine spirit grade might be very high and was comparable to the limits of an upper-level true god. Anyone below the upper-level true god level would basically be unable to injure his divine spirit, even if they executed the divine soul skill. But if an upper-level true god executed a powerful divine soul skill, Li Fuqin would still be injured. An additional layer of divine spirit power defense was definitely an additional layer of protection, even though this layer of defense was very weak. It was obvious that Li Fuqin didn't lack perception. It was the basic understanding of the divine spirit. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for Li Fuqin to create his own divine spirit skill. It was too easy for him to learn someone else's divine spirit skill. In just a short period of time, Li Fuqin had also successfully cultivated the soul garment divine skill. He was only left with the mid-class divine soul skill, divine spirit thread. Chapter 11:23. Divine spirit thread was an attack-type divine spirit skill. Once cultivated successfully, the divine spirit power would turn into threads that could cut and penetrate the enemy's divine spirit. No wonder it is a mid-class, low-level divine spirit skill. The cultivation difficulty has increased by several times. Turning the divine spirit power into threads might sound simple, but if one delved deeper, they would realize that the divine spirit thread wasn't simply turning the divine spirit power into threads. If it was only this simple, how could it obtain the recognition of the divine world's laws and become a divine skill? The divine spirit thread was to change the nature of the divine spirit power, turning it into threads that could cut all things and penetrate metal and rocks. It wasn't just a simple change of shape. It involved the structure of the divine spirit. By changing the structure of the divine spirit, one would be able to change the nature of the divine spirit power. Of course, low-level divine spirit skills only involved the superficial structure of the divine spirit. The deeper structure of the divine spirit wasn't something that low-level divine spirit skills could touch upon. Go. In the hidden room, a red thread shot out from Li Fuqin's glabella. It was obviously just a red thread, but it gave off an extremely sharp feeling as though it could easily penetrate anything. I have finally cultivated it. I wonder how is the power. Li Fuchen might have cultivated it, but it was a pity that he couldn't find someone to test it on. After all, these 3 divine spirit skills were only low-level divine spirit skills. No one knew how much of Li Fuchen's advantage in divine spirit could be utilized. But according to Li Fuchen's guesses, even if he couldn't destroy a superior deity's divine spirit, he should be able to severely injure them. In the mission hall, Li Fuchen accepted a 2-star high-tier mission. The mission content was to head to the Lava Grand Canyon and obtain 3 lava hearts, 22-star mid-tier divine herbs, lava herbs, and 5 earth flame gems. If the mission was completed, the reward would be 3 million contribution points and 500 contribution points. High risk means high reward. It is worth the risk. The sect missions were separated into 1-star and 2-star missions. 1-star missions were generally fairly safe missions that even demigods could undertake, such as harvesting missions. 2-star missions were more suitable for mid-level and high-level deities. Advanced 2-star missions were the highest level of missions in the East Sun sect. Any higher than that was a 3-star mission that only true god elders could do. As the location of an advanced 2-star mission, the Lava Canyon was naturally a 2-star danger zone. Moreover, it was an extremely dangerous advanced 2-star danger zone. Ordinary high gods would be in danger of dying at any time. Only some top-notch high gods would have the ability to survive in the Lava Canyon. As for the Lava Heart, it was the heart of a high-level divine beast, the Lava Rock Monster. The Lava Golem was a dual elemental divine beast that was proficient in the elemental path of fire and earth. It was extremely powerful, and its defenses were especially terrifying. Most high gods wouldn't even be able to break through its defenses, let alone kill it. Lava grass, on the other hand, was easy to obtain. It usually grew on the shores of lava lakes. It was all up to luck to obtain the earth flame gem. Such gems were great materials for forging fire Dao divine artifacts, and each of them was extremely valuable. If Li Fuchen didn't cultivate the divine soul skill, he would never accept an outside mission. He had a faint premonition that the 2 individuals that ambushed him at the Raging Sun Fortress should be members of the East Sun sect. If he didn't guess it wrongly, they probably knew his every move like the back of their hand. I hope I am overthinking. Li Fuchen was rather apprehensive of high-grade divine artifacts. His strength might have increased by leaps and bounds, and he had the divine soul skill, but who knew what accidents might happen. On the 2nd day after accepting the mission, Li Fuchen set off. This time he was constantly using his divine soul power to sense behind him. As expected, he could sense 2 figures far behind him. They were the 2 individuals that ambushed him at the Raging Sun Fortress. The 2 of them weren't fast and couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen. Their high-grade divine artifacts were all offensive divine artifacts and weren't able to increase their speed. Let's talk at the Lava Canyon. Li Fuchen was preparing to deal with the 2 individuals at the Lava Canyon. He didn't wish to be watched every day, even though there must be someone giving them instructions. The Lava Canyon was extremely far from the East Sun sect. With Li Fuchen's speed, he would need to spend over a month to arrive. It would be great if I have a flying divine artifact, even if it is just a low-grade flying divine artifact. The speed of a low-grade flying divine artifact was naturally far inferior to Li Fuchen's speed. However, the use of a flying divine artifact was that it didn't feel tired. As long as there were enough divine stones, it would be able to fly continuously. If Li Fuchen had a low-grade flying divine artifact, he would be able to stay on the flying divine artifact to cultivate and travel without any delay. But in the East Sun sect, flying divine artifacts were extremely expensive. A normal low-grade flying divine artifact would cost at least 100,000 contribution points and required 3-star contribution points. Li Fuchen had enough contribution points, but the speed of a normal low-grade flying divine artifact was too slow and would affect the speed of travel. In Li Fuchen's opinion, he would need at least a perfect-grade flying divine artifact to barely satisfy his speed requirements. But a perfect-grade flying divine artifact would cost a few $100,000, and an extreme-grade flying divine artifact would cost at least $1 million. Li Fuchen's contribution points were a little lacking. After all, he still had to accumulate contribution points to do other things. In short, there were too many places that required contribution points. Good steel had to be used on the edge of the blade and shouldn't be used blindly. Over a month later, Li Fuchen arrived at the lava canyon. At a glance, the world was bright red. There were scorching cracks that intersected on the ground and were bottomless. Li Fuchen randomly picked a lava crevice and dove in. "It's so hot." The lava canyon was much hotter than Li Fuchen imagined, and it was getting hotter the deeper he went. Li Fuchen reckoned that if a low deity came here, they wouldn't be able to last for 2 hours. Middle deities wouldn't be able to last for a few days either. This place was truly too hot, and his divine power was constantly being consumed. PFFF. When Li Fuchen's feet landed on the ground, there were traces of sparks. Let's settle the problem first. Li Fuchen circulated his divine soul and concealed his chi presence flawlessly. He then hid behind a stone pillar that was slightly further away. After a long time, 2 figures landed. "Damn it, it's so hot." The duo's divine power index and divine power fusion weren't comparable to Li Fuchen. Therefore, their heat resistance was far inferior to Li Fuchen. This environment made them frustrated and irritated, especially when they realized that they had lost Li Fuchen and that even their tracking divine artifacts couldn't sense Li Fuchen's chi presence. Their mood was even worse. The lava canyon is rather special. There should be some power that isolated his chi presence. Let's look around. The duo activated their tracking divine artifacts to sense Li Fuchen's chi presence, while releasing their divine power to scout the surroundings. There were times when divine power scouting was more effective than tracking divine artifacts. Success or failure will be decided here. Soul Snatch. Behind the stone pillar, Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed. An illusory eye appeared in the void and stared at the duo below. Not good. The duo felt something was wrong in their hearts. Immediately after, their divine souls were intimidated and their bodies were immobilized. Divine soul spirit thread. 2 sharp threads shot out from Li Fuchen's glabella and tunneled into the duo's soul sea. Without a sound, the 2 of them fell to the ground. Their divine souls in their soul sea were sliced into countless pieces by the divine soul thread without any defense. They died just like that. Li Fuchen's divine soul was extremely sensitive, and he was certain that the duo's divine soul was destroyed and they were dead. Divine soul attacks are too terrifying. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with shock. He realized that he had still underestimated the use of the divine soul. Without high-grade divine artifacts, these 2 individuals wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. But with the high-grade divine artifacts, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest against them in a one-on-one. Li Fuchen didn't have any confidence at all in a one-on-2 fight. The only thing he could do was to risk his life and fight. Right now, these 2 experts, who weren't weaker than him, had died so easily under the divine soul attack. The contrast was too drastic. Right now, Li Fuchen was only cultivating normal class and mid-class, low-level divine soul skills. What if he cultivated excellent class, flawless class, or even extreme class, low-level divine soul skills? Even if these 2 individuals had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Above the low-level divine soul skills, there were mid-level divine soul skills, high-level divine soul skills, low-level divine soul true God skills, mid-level divine soul true God skills. It wasn't exaggerating to say that a person with a powerful divine soul who cultivated a divine soul skill would be invincible in the same realm. In fact, it wasn't impossible to surpass one's realm in combat. If Li Fuchen cultivated a mid-level divine soul skill or a high-level divine soul skill, He might be able to contest with a low-level true god, unless the low-level true god also cultivated a divine soul skill. These two masks are rather peculiar. Li Fuqin walked over and lifted up the duo's masks. Under the mask were two unfamiliar faces. As for the mask, it was a perfect class, mid-level divine artifact. If it was sold, its value would only be higher than regular, perfect class, mid-level divine artifacts. It would be worth at least a few million contribution points. Two of them would be worth close to 10 million contribution points. Apart from the mask, the duo also had a few other perfect class, mid-level divine artifacts and two extreme class, mid-level divine artifacts. They were worth around 40 million contribution points in total. Apart from that, the duo's spatial rings each had a high-level divine artifact and a few tens of millions of low-grade godstones. I have made a huge profit. Li Fuqin's face was filled with smiles. A normal class high-level divine artifact was worth around 200 million contribution points. A mid-level high-level divine artifact was worth around 1 billion contribution points. This time, Li Fuqin obtained a total of 25 billion contribution points and a few tens of millions of low-grade godstones. If they were all converted to low-grade godstones, it would be over 10 billion low-grade godstones. Li Fuqin reckoned that these two high-level divine artifacts didn't belong to the duo. They were probably temporarily given to them by the people behind them. But so what? Since they were in Li Fuqin's hands, it was impossible for him to return them. I wonder if there are any divine soul imprints on them. Li Fuqin had always been rather careful, and his divine soul power entered the high-level divine artifacts. He actually found the divine soul imprints in the depths of the two high-level divine artifacts. With Li Fuqin's peak-level high true god spirit, he was naturally able to destroy the divine soul imprints inside. As such, the future owner of the high-level divine artifacts wouldn't be able to use the divine soul imprints to sense the existence of the high-level divine artifacts. This is a tracking divine artifact. Li Fuqin noticed a ring on one of the individual's hand. This ring was very ordinary, and Li Fuqin nearly overlooked it. After his divine soul power entered the ring, Li Fuqin could sense his qi presence. It seems like they are using a tracking divine artifact to track me. This tracking divine artifact was a perfect class, mid-level divine artifact. The range of tracking was around 10,000 miles, and beyond 10,000 miles, the tracking would be lost. It is considered a good item. After keeping everything, Li Fuqin tossed the two corpses into the lava lake. His figure flashed and vanished. Chapter 11:24. I have already collected 6 stalks of lava grass. Li Fuqin's luck was rather good, as he would be able to find 1 or 2 stalks of lava grass every day. The lava grass was scarlet gold in color and hollow inside. There was an orange-yellow liquid flowing inside, and the temperature was astounding. There are sounds of fighting ahead. Li Fuqin could vaguely sense an energy wave coming from ahead. After executing the wings of time, Li Fuqin approached silently. I already said that the earth flame gem is mine. You are courting death. A single-horned, red-haired high deity wielded a scarlet battle saber and sent several high deities flying with a single saber. Flamestar, you are too greedy. We discovered the earth flame gem together. What right do you have to take it for yourself? Just because I am stronger than all of you. Die. The Flamestar was extremely powerful. He executed consecutive saber moves, and the air was filled with blazing saber chi. Some of the blazing saber chi took the form of ferocious tigers, cheetahs, and birds. They had all sorts of shapes and had horrific attack power. After executing his high-class divine skill, the Flamestar was about to excavate the Earth Flame Gem. Where is the Earth Flame Gem? The Flamestar was astonished, as the Earth Flame Gem that was here earlier had vanished. There was only a gem pit left. Who stole my Earth Flame Gem? The flame star roared with rage and his eyes had turned red. The earth flame gem was a fire Dao artifact. It wasn't just an excellent material for forging high-class fire Dao divine artifacts. It could also be used to cultivate fire Dao divine power. A single earth flame gem could save him a few dozen years of bitter cultivation. The earth flame gem earlier might have a normal quality, but it was big enough. If it was used for cultivation, it might save him 100 years or even a few hundred years of bitter cultivation. The one who took the earth flame gem was naturally Li Fuchen. With his current proficiency in the spatial Dao, it was too easy for him to take the earth flame gem silently. Furthermore, the earth flame gem was mostly focused on his opponents. This earth flame gem is equivalent to 4 or 5 regular earth flame gems. The earth flame gem in Li Fuchen's hand was the size of a bowl. Regular earth flame gems were only the size of a fist. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen had already been in the lava Grand Canyon for 10 days. Perhaps it was due to his great luck, Li Fuchen was only left with 3 lava hearts and 1 earth flame gem. The lava stone monsters are innately immune to soul attacks. It won't be easy to deal with them. In the divine world and even the divine void, there were all sorts of strange life forms. Some life forms didn't have a divine soul. Thus, they didn't fear divine soul attacks. Some life forms were immortal and couldn't be killed. Some life forms were born with the ability to shuttle through the void. The lava golems were a type of life form from the divine world that did not possess a divine soul. In order to deal with them, a large number of high gods would be required. We're here. The Grand Lava Canyon had 7 of the largest lava lakes. The lava rock monsters usually only moved around these 7 lakes. Of course, most of the time, they slept in the lava lakes. Arriving at the vicinity of a golden lava lake, Li Fuchen looked into the distance. There's one here. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a giant lava life form walking out of the lava lake. This lava life form was 50 meters tall, and its body was completely made of lava. Lava was still dripping from the cracks on its body like boiling blood. Its eyes were 2 huge fireballs that burned fiercely. Such a powerful divine power wave. Li Fuchen reckoned that this lava stone monster's divine power index was probably over 250,000. The blazing divine power wave was causing the surrounding void to distort. The lava stone monster's only weakness is the heart, which is also the heart of lava. As long as I shatter the heart of lava, I will be able to kill the lava stone monster. But the heart of lava is my mission item and must not be shattered. The only way is to dig out the heart of lava and prevent it from recovering. Li Fuchen was afraid of destroying the heart of lava. Therefore, he didn't execute the seamless sword chi. He blasted the sword chi return to the lava stone monster. Crackle! A sword wound appeared on the chest of the lava stone monster. The sword wound might be deep, but it didn't reach deep into the lava stone monster. Roar! The lava stone monster roared and charged at Li Fuchen. In the next moment, a rain of meteor fire rain was blasted at Li Fuchen. Meteor fire rain was the lava stone monster's innate divine skill. The innate divine skill was similar to the bloodline divine skill as it wasn't created by the user. The difference was that the innate divine skill originated from the user and not from the ancestor, while the bloodline divine skill originated from the ancestor. Of course, not every life form would possess the innate divine skill. Normally, only those rare or special life forms would possess the innate divine skill. The lava stone monster was one of those special life forms from the divine world. Li Fuchen had the intention to test the lava stone monster's attack power and forcefully endured the meteor fire rain. I can still endure it. The meteor fire rain was a dual attribute divine skill of fire and earth. It contained the burst and tyrannical fire of the fire and the weight of the earth. It had an extremely powerful attack power. If Li Fuchen was replaced by any other peak-level high deity, he would have been smashed into meat paste. Seeing that the meteor fire rain couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen, the lava stone monster's eyes spewed out flames that were several feet long and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. When the fist was blasted out, the lava stone monster's fist and arm turned into a lava fire dragon. It had a terrifying presence. Innate divine skill, lava dragon blast. Bang! Li Fuchen was sent flying. The power of this move was several times stronger than the meteor fire rain, and it was an extreme, offensive divine skill. Isn't this too powerful? Li Fuchen was rather speechless. His sword Dao Divine Power Index was at 200,000 and his Divine Power Fusion was at 50%. Both were at the limits of a high deity. How could Li Fuchen know that there were strong and weak lava stone monsters? The lava stone monster that Li Fuchen encountered was considered stronger. The weaker lava stone monsters would normally be below 50 meters in height. I cannot let this continue. The lava stone monster's fist had exhausted a significant amount of Li Fuchen's sword Dao Divine Power and Destruction Divine Power. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen executed the extreme class high-state divine skill, Seamless Sword Qi. The seamless sword Qi entered seamlessly. The lava stone monster's chest appeared with an invisible crack, and the sword Qi instantly seeped in. Crackle! The lava stone monster's fireball-like eyes were burning with flames before the flames were extinguished. Its body was blasted into smithereens, and it couldn't be more dead. As for the heart of lava, it was naturally gone. Letting out a bitter laugh, Li Fuchen shook his head and was rather speechless. His sword move was unexpectedly powerful. It immediately shattered the lava stone monster's heart, which was also the heart of lava, causing the lava stone monster's death. This wasn't something that Li Fuchen wished to see. The golden lava lake was massive and had a radius of a few tens of thousands of miles. After a few days, Li Fuchen finally found the second lava stone monster. This lava stone monster was 40 meters in height, and the divine power wave was much weaker than the previous one. But it was still stronger than Li Fuchen, and its divine power index was around 220,000 to 30,000. With the previous experience, Li Fuchen tried his best to restrain the seamless sword Qi and made it enter the lava stone monster's chest. He tried his best to not explode and aimed to bring out the heart of lava. However, the seamless sword Qi's characteristics were too special. Entering seamless was its core concept, and it wasn't that easy to control. If it was that easy to control, it wouldn't be the seamless sword Qi. Therefore, even if Li Fuchen didn't strike the heart of lava directly and merely touched the heart of lava, the heart of lava still appeared with cracks before it exploded. This won't do. The seamless sword Qi isn't gentle enough. Once I make a move, there will be casualties. Li Fuchen frowned. That's right, I almost forgot about the high-grade divine artifact. Li Fuchen took out the mid-class high-grade divine artifact, the silver hammer. After refining the silver hammer, Li Fuchen found out that the silver hammer was called the Sky Quake Hammer. It contained the Sky Quake divine power and had a high-grade divine skill, Sky Quake Hammer Shadow. After the wielder channeled his divine power into the hammer, the Skyquake hammer would transform the divine power into Skyquake divine power in an instant. This was also the reason why a high-grade divine weapon was so powerful. After all, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Of course, if the wielder was more confident in his divine power and divine technique, he could choose not to use the converter tattoo or the high god technique that came with the high god artifact. High god artifacts, aside from the converter tattoo, also had other tattoo, such as the most important amplification tattoo. With the tool pattern and the divine skill, it was a great thing for Li Fuchen. Otherwise, if a high-grade divine artifact wasn't suitable for him, it wouldn't be able to make much use. Without the hammer Dao divine skill, a high-grade divine artifact was mediocre. Wielding the Sky Quake hammer, Li Fuchen poured in sword Dao divine power. In the next moment, the surging sword Dao divine power was converted by the tool pattern and turned into the heaven quake divine power. After the enhancement, the Heaven Quake Divine Power's power was far superior to Li Fuchen's own Sword Dao Divine Power. As it circulated, it activated the Heaven Quake Hammer's only high-class divine skill, Heaven Quake Hammer Shadow. Go! A hammer's shadow instantly blasted on the body of the lava rock monster. The lava rock monster's body trembled and exploded, revealing the lava core within. Good chance. Li Fuchen executed the wings of time and grabbed the lava heart. He then used the Sword Dao Divine Power to envelop the lava heart and prevent it from recovering. Bang, 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 bang. The lava heart was like a heart of lava that constantly expanded and contracted. After a long time, it returned to calmness. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Li Fuchen didn't expect the Sky Quake Hammer to be so useful. It was simply the best weapon to deal with the lava rock monster. But it was understandable. A mid-class, high-grade divine artifact was worth around 1 billion contribution points. If it couldn't even deal with the lava rock monster, it would be a joke. Mid-class, high-grade divine artifacts are already so incredible. I wonder what would the excellent class or perfect class, high-grade divine artifacts be like. The Sky Quake Hammer's high-grade divine skill, Sky Quake Hammer Shadow, was actually just a mid-class high-grade divine skill and wasn't considered incredible. The Sky Quake Hammer's own Sky Quake Divine Power was only average and was around the same as most of the high-grade gods. The terrifying thing about high-grade divine artifacts was that they could convert the wielder's divine power into the divine power of the divine artifact. As such, the divine artifact's divine power would be greatly enhanced. As for how much it would be enhanced, it would depend on the wielder's divine power. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Divine Power was at the limits of a high-grade god. After converting it into the Sky Quake Divine Power, it had definitely broken through the limits of a high-grade god. His divine power index had increased by at least a few times. With such powerful divine power, when used with any high-grade divine skill, it would be extremely terrifying. Chapter 11:25. Immediately after, Li Fuchen used the same method to obtain another lava heart. Just one more. Li Fuchen was spirited. The target is here. Make your move. In a crevice that could isolate divine power, dozens of figures rushed out and surrounded Li Fuchen in a fan shape. The leader of the trio, a silver-haired man, didn't say a word and executed a divine skill at the void. The void was immediately impregnable. The green-haired woman on the right had her eyes turn green and white like an evil spirit. Lumps of divine spirit power formed green ghost flames that were blasted at Li Fuchen's soul sea. The blood-haired man in the middle had a burst of divine power, and his divine power index had instantly exceeded 200,000. He had locked onto Li Fuchen's chi presence. Hunting group, it should be the famous Bloodline gang, right? Li Fuchen didn't panic and didn't even do anything. Since he was here at the Lava Grand Canyon for a mission, he had naturally researched it. The Lava Grand Canyon was a 2-star high-tier dangerous place, and it might be filled with dangers, but there were also plenty of opportunities. It attracted a large number of higher deities to adventure here. There were also some dark organizations that mainly focused on hunting and killing. The Blood Lion Gang was a hunting organization that was formed by higher deities. Exploring was only their secondary mission. Their main mission was to hunt down higher deities and seize their wealth. They had been in the Lava Grand Canyon for dozens of years and had killed at least 100 higher deities. Among them, there were plenty of peak-tier higher deities, core disciples from 2 True God factions, and other True God factions in the Bright World Divine World. In the face of absolute numbers, the so-called peak-tier higher deities and True God factions, core disciples were nothing. A single round of attacks was enough to kill them. Of course, they dared to be so fearless because they had something to rely on. Firstly, the Lava Grand Canyon was massive and had a complicated terrain. There were plenty of naturally formed force fields that could isolate divine power. Therefore, even if a true god came in, it wouldn't be easy to find a target. Secondly, The Blood Lion squad had a total of 3 captains. The head captain, Blood Lion, was a peak stage high god. His power wasn't weak, and he had relied on his own comprehension abilities to create an excellent level high god technique. The Blood Lion Heaven, Devouring Fist. Of course, if that was all, he wouldn't have been able to become the head captain of the Blood Lion squad and intimidate the entire Blood Lion squad. What was truly frightening about Blood Lion was that he had somehow obtained an ordinary high god grade divine weapon, the Blood Lion armor. With the Blood Lion armor, Blood Lion's defense had reached a terrifying level. Ordinary high gods couldn't break through his defense at all. Furthermore, under the enhancement of the Blood Lion armor, Blood Lion's divine energy had skyrocketed. His divine energy index had even surpassed the limits of high gods. The second leader of the Blood Lion Corps was called Silver Lion. He was also a pinnacle high god. Although he did not have a high god weapon he cultivated in the Tao of Space. Moreover, he had created an excellent level superior spatial divine skill, Void Lockdown. It could seal the surrounding void, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. Most of the time, the Blood Lion Corps relied on Silver Lion skills to kill their opponents. After all, their opponents weren't fools. They would flee at the first sign of trouble. If they didn't have the means to trap their opponents, the Blood Lion Corps would have a much lower chance of success. The Evergreen Lion was the weakest among the 3 corps. He was only an ordinary high god. But the most important person in the Blood Lion Corps was undoubtedly the Azure Lion. That was because the Azure Lion was a cultivator of the Tao of Soul. Her divine soul was innately powerful, although she was only an ordinary high god. Her divine soul had long surpassed the limits of a high god and reached the level of a half-step true god. On top of that, she had obtained several powerful low god soul divine skills by chance. She was practically invincible in battle. Just think about it if you were in a serious battle and your opponent used a divine skill. Even if you weren't injured, you would be distracted for a moment. It was easy to imagine what it meant to be distracted in a battle between high gods when both parties were roughly equal in strength. In short, when the Blood Lion Corps hunted down the high gods, there was only one pattern. The Silver Lion would first trap the target, while the Azure Lion would execute the divine skill to injure or intimidate the target's divine soul. Everyone else, including the Blood Lion, would then focus their attacks, let alone a peak-tier high god. Even a pinnacle high god would usually be defeated by a single round of attacks from the Blood Lion Corps, unless the target was like the Blood Lion and was also wearing a high-grade divine armor or had created an extreme class divine body divine skill. But such individuals were too rare, and the Blood Lion Corps had never encountered such individuals. Attack! With the Blood Lion as the leader, dozens of divine skills emitted resplendent radiance and drowned Li Fuchen. No wonder the Blood Lion Corps is so famous. Regular peak-tier high gods or pinnacle high gods wouldn't even be able to withstand a single round of attacks from you. It was unknown when Li Fuchen vanished, and when he reappeared, he was at the right side of the Blood Lion Corps. What? Impossible. One of the silver-haired Silver Lion's face was filled with confusion. He had obviously sealed the spatial zone. How did Li Fuchen escape? Furthermore, he didn't sense anything. Could it be that Li Fuchen was also proficient in the spatial Tao and had created a perfect class, high-grade, spatial divine skill? No! Even if it was a perfect class, high-grade, spatial divine skill, Li Fuchen would only be able to escape. It was impossible for him to not sense anything. It is a space-time divine skill. The Silver Lion understood now. Li Fuchen must be walking on the space-time Tao. The space-time Tao was superior to the time Tao and spatial Tao, unless the Silver Lion's spatial Tao proficiency was superior to Li Fuchen's space-time Tao proficiency. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pose any threat to Li Fuchen. This is going to be troublesome. The Silver Lion frowned. Any cultivator of the space-time Tao was extremely difficult to deal with. If the difference in strength wasn't ridiculously large, it was simply impossible to kill them. In fact, let alone a cultivator of the space-time Tao. Even a cultivator of the time Tao or the spatial Tao would be extremely difficult to deal with. The green-haired green lion was also confused. Her ghost eye-soul fire had clearly hit Li Fuchen, but why didn't Li Fuchen suffer any damage? Her divine soul was at the half-step true God level. When she executed the excellent class low-level divine soul skill, the ghost eye-soul fire, she could easily extinguish the divine soul of any mid-level deity. She could also injure or affect the divine soul of a high-level deity. After all, the divine soul wasn't the divine body. The divine soul was too weak and was nearly defenseless. If one didn't cultivate the divine soul skill, the divine soul would be everyone's weakness. Even if one cultivated the divine soul skill, one wouldn't be able to maintain the state of execution at all times. There would always be a moment of carelessness. There was only one exception, and that was to refine a divine soul defense divine artifact. A divine soul defense divine artifact was able to protect the wielder's divine soul at all times. It was a pity that divine soul divine artifacts were countless times more precious than regular divine artifacts. Even true gods might not possess divine soul divine artifacts, let alone high-level deities. Divine soul skill. It seems like you are a soul Tao high-level deity. Li Fuchen looked at the green lion. He could see that the green lion's divine soul skill was of a higher grade than his divine soul spirit thread. It should be an excellent class, low-level divine soul skill. Soul suppression mirror. The green lion had a sinister expression as he executed another excellent class, low-level divine soul skill, the soul suppression mirror. In the air, a mirror that was constructed with the divine soul power appeared and reflected Li Fuchen inside. The soul suppression mirror could suppress the enemy's divine soul and render them immobile. It is useless. Li Fuchen shook his head. With a bang, the soul suppression mirror exploded. PFFF. The green lion vomited fresh blood, and his divine soul suffered severe injuries. The contest of divine soul power was extremely dangerous. The loser would easily suffer the backlash of the divine soul power. The green lion's divine soul was too different from Li Fuchen's divine soul. The former was only at the half-step true God level, while the latter was at the pinnacle of high-level deities. The red divine soul had turned pale yellow and was evolving towards the low-level spirit God level. Blood lion sky, devouring fist. At this moment, the blood lion's attack arrived. The blood lion frenziedly circulated the blood-colored armor on his body. A blood-colored divine power rushed into the sky and turned into a giant blood-colored lion head that bit at Li Fuchen. The blood lion didn't believe that Li Fuchen's frontal combat strength was formidable. There was a limit to a single person's energy, and it was impossible to be all-round. Seamless sword chi. When facing the blood lion's attack, Li Fuchen drew the Thousand Sun sword and countered with the seamless sword chi. PFFF. The blood-colored lion head was penetrated, or it should be said that the sword chi penetrated the blood-colored lion head as though it was a phantom. In the next moment, the sword chi hit the blood lion. The high-grade divine artifact armor was indeed incredible. Li Fuchen's seamless sword chi was seamless and had advanced to the pinnacle high-level divine skill. Mid-grade divine artifacts wouldn't be able to block it, and only high-grade divine artifacts could. Therefore, the seamless sword chi didn't injure the blood lion. Of course, the blood lion sky devouring fist wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen either. It didn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Everyone attacked together. The blood lion knew that he had encountered a tough opponent and roared with rage. Soul snatching. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't going to give them any more chances. He executed the normal low-class divine spirit ability, Soul Seize. An illusory pupil appeared in the air, and horrific divine spirit prowess spread out. In the next moment, apart from the blood lion, silver lion, and azure lion, the rest of the blood lion group were bleeding from their 7 orifices and had their divine spirit crumbling. The blood lion and silver lion's divine spirit might not have crumbled, but there were signs of crumbling too. Once the divine spirit crumbled, it was extremely dangerous. If the time dragged on, the divine spirit might just crumble and die. Only the indigo lion was unharmed. Run! Seeing that the blood lion and the silver lion couldn't move, the azure lion was shocked. No wonder the other party was not afraid of her ghost, soul fire. It turned out that the other party was an even more powerful soul cultivator. Compared to the other party, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. There was no comparison at all. The indigo lion retreated, trying to escape. Do you think you can run? From Li Fuchen's glabella, a thread of divine spirit shot towards the green lion. The indigo lion trembled and fell to the ground, its divine soul dissipating. Subsequently, Li Fuchen killed the blood lion and silver lion with ease. At this point, the notorious blood lion regiment was completely wiped out. Chapter 11:26. Incredible. The blood lion group was too wealthy. Just the low-grade godstones alone were a few billion. Among them, the blood lion group had the most and had over 1 billion low-grade godstones in his spatial ring. The silver lion and green lion had around 1 billion low-grade godstones, while the rest had around 10 to 20 million low-grade godstones. A few billion low-grade godstones was a rather shocking number. A mid-class high-tier divine artifact would only be worth around 1 billion contribution points. If converted to low-grade godstones, it would only be around 10 billion low-grade godstones. In fact, apart from true gods, there weren't many higher gods that had a few billion low-grade godstones. After all, in the East Sun sect, contribution points couldn't be exchanged for an unlimited number of low-grade godstones. 3-star contribution points could only be exchanged for 100 million low-grade godstones. 4-star contribution points could be exchanged for 1 billion low-grade godstones, and 4-star contribution points would require 10,000 contribution points. How many sect missions would it require? With a few billion low-grade godstones, Li Fuchen had achieved financial freedom. At least for a long period of time, he wouldn't need to worry about not having enough divine stones. After all, in the bright world divine world, there weren't many places that could use a large number of divine stones. Apart from true god factions, there weren't any high-tier divine artifacts in the outside world. Therefore, even if one had enough divine stones, they wouldn't be able to use them. Normal class high-tier, defensive divine artifact, blood lion armor. Good stuff. Holding a blood-colored armor in his hand, Li Fuchen is very satisfied. His defensive divine artifact was only a mid-class, mid-tier divine artifact, and the defensive effects were too inferior. With the blood lion armor, his defensive power was more than 10 times or 100 times stronger. Back at the Raging Sun Fortress, if he had the blood lion armor, he wouldn't have to flee when he encountered an ambush. Apart from the high-tier divine artifact, the blood lion armor, Li Fuchen obtained a total of over 200 mid-tier divine artifacts. Among them, there was 1 ultimate class mid-tier divine artifact, 8 perfect class mid-tier divine artifacts, 58 excellent class mid-tier divine artifacts, and close to 200 mid-tier and normal class mid-tier divine artifacts. With the addition of divine elixirs, divine herbs, divine metals, and other miscellaneous items, Li Fuchen's harvest was truly astounding. Soul refinement herb. While organizing the spoils, Li Fuchen found over 100 stalks of silver-black herbs in the green lion's spatial ring. This divine herb was called soul refining grass, and it was a 3-star high-tier divine herb. It was many times more precious than the crimson soul grass in the crimson soul mountain range. The crimson soul grass was only a 3-star low-tier divine herb. Li Fuchen didn't know that these soul refinement herbs were purchased by the green lion after much difficulty. It was unknown how many low-grade godstones she had spent. Originally, she was planning to hire someone to refine the 3-star high-tier divine elixir, soul refinement elixir so that her divine soul could break through to the low-level, true God level. Who knew that it would benefit Li Fuchen? I wonder how effective it will be. Li Fuchen consumed a stalk of soul refinement herb. The soul refinement herb melted upon entering Li Fuchen's mouth and turned into a cool qi presence that rushed into Li Fuchen's spirit sea. As expected of a 3-star advanced divine herb, its medicinal efficacy is almost 10 times that of the crimson soul grass. It's still somewhat useful to me. If it was the red soul herb, it would be useless to Li Fuchen as its grade was too low. To be honest, the soul refining herb's grade was rather low too. It was fortunate that the golden amulet's purification was perfect and it was able to extract the true essence of the soul refining herb. After consuming over 100 stalks of soul refining herbs, Li Fuchen's divine soul had an additional pale yellow color. After tidying up the spoils of war, Li Fuchen swept all the corpses of the Blood Lion group into the lava lake, leaving no traces behind. Perhaps Li Fuchen had used up all his luck. For the next few days, he didn't encounter a third lava stone monster. Li Fuchen flew leisurely at the shore of the lava lake and released his divine soul power to scan the depths of the lava lake. Found it. Hard work paid off. Li Fuchen discovered a lava stone monster that was in deep slumber at the bottom of the lava lake. However, this lava stone monster was rather massive and was around 60 meters in height. When it was in deep slumber, it would naturally emit divine power waves that were rather shocking. Now that Li Fuchen had discovered it, he naturally wouldn't miss it. He executed the seamless sword qi at the bottom of the lava lake. After being weakened by the lava, when the seamless sword qi made contact with the lava stone monster, it was already much weaker and only left behind a trace. Roar! The lava stone monster woke up and let out an enraged roar. Meteor fire rain. Lava dragon blast. It was the same innate divine skill, but when executed by this lava stone monster, the power was several times stronger than the previous 2 lava stone monsters. If Li Fuchen wasn't careful, he would be sent flying while vomiting blood. Right now, Li Fuchen was wearing the normal class high-tier divine artifact, Blood Lion armor. His defense wasn't comparable to before. It was imaginable how ferocious the attack power of this 60-meter tall lava stone monster was. Sky Quake Hammer Shadow. Wielding the Sky Quake Hammer, Li Fuchen executed a hammer shadow on the lava stone monster. Bang! The lava stone monster's body shook and lava burst off its body. However, that was all. This lava stone monster was actually able to resist the attack of the mid-class high-tier divine artifact, Sky Quake Hammer, Seamless Sword Qi. Seeing that the Sky Quake Hammer was ineffective, Li Fuchen withdrew it and started to use the Thousand Sun Sword and Seamless Sword Qi to deal with the lava stone monster. Seamless Sword Qi penetrated through gaps. The lava stone monster's indestructible defense was instantly weakened when facing the Seamless Sword Qi, and cracks appeared on its body. As the cracks increased, the lava stone monster's divine power started to weaken. It is about time. Seeing that the lava stone monster's divine power had weakened to the same level as the 50-meter lava stone monster, Li Fuchen took out the Sky Quake Hammer again and blasted. Bang! The lava stone monster's body exploded. With a flash, Li Fuchen grabbed onto the heart of lava. Finally, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. It wasn't easy to deal with this lava stone monster. The Sky Quake Hammer, Seamless Sword Qi, and Blood Lion armor were all indispensable. Without the Sky Quake Hammer, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to obtain the lava stone monster. Without the Blood Lion armor, he wouldn't be able to destroy the lava stone monster's body. Without the Blood Lion armor, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with the lava stone monster's attacks. It is time to leave. This lava heart's quality was higher than the previous 2 lava hearts, but it didn't matter. As compared to 3 million contribution points, the lava heart wasn't considered much. Li Fuchen wasn't a fire Dao or earth Dao superior deity, and the lava heart was useless to him. If he sold it, it might be worth a lot of low-grade godstones. but he had a few billion low-grade godstones now. A few 100,000 or a few million low-grade godstones weren't worth much to him. Right now, time was the most important thing for him. After keeping the lava heart, Li Fuchin was planning to leave. All of a sudden, the lava lake's water exploded and a giant lava palm burst out of the water and slammed at Li Fuchin. Danger! Every inch of Li Fuchin's flesh was trembling. He subconsciously executed the wings of time and flashed away in a frenzy. PFFF. A few dozen miles away from the lava lake, Li Fuchin's figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, his body had cracks and half of his body had exploded, apart from the blood lion armor. The rest of the mid-tier divine artifacts had all been turned into dust. Earlier on, the lava palm didn't hit Li Fuchin, but just a graze from the palm force was enough to nearly kill him. His sword Dao divine power and destruction divine power had been reduced by more than half. If he was attacked again, he would definitely die. Li Fuchin took out a large bunch of divine essence elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth like beans. Divine essence elixir was a 2-star low-tier divine elixir. It could rapidly replenish the divine power of middle and high deities. A single elixir was worth 100 low-grade godstones. Be it in the outside world or in the East Sun sect, the divine essence elixir was considered a must-have divine elixir. While stuffing the divine essence elixir, Li Fuchin didn't stop and continued to flee with the wings of time. However, his divine spirit power had already extended towards the lava lake. With the divine spirit power senses, Li Fuchin saw the existence that attacked him. In the lava lake, there was a red lava stone monster's head. That's right, it was a head. But this head was too big, and it was already over 100 meters in height. Such horrific divine power waves. The divine power index is at least over 1 million. Li Fuchin was shocked. If the divine power index was slightly higher, it would be boundlessly high. If it was several times higher, it would be impossible for Li Fuchin to fight. The two of them had similar qualities in all aspects. One had a divine power index of 1 million, and the other had a divine power index of 200,000. A single divine power shock from the former would be able to kill the latter a few hundred times without any suspense. Furthermore, this red lava stone monster didn't just have a high divine power index. Its divine power intensity was far beyond high deity and was far superior to that 60-meter tall lava stone monster. It is a lava overlord. Li Fuchin immediately confirmed the identity of the red lava stone monster. Lava Overlord was a true god-class lava stone monster. Its strength was far superior to other true gods of the same realm. It was the undisputed king of the Lava Grand Canyon. According to the records, the Lava Grand Canyon had 7 largest lava lakes, and each of them had a lava overlord in hibernation. If the lava overlords didn't have special characteristics that made them always hibernate, the Lava Grand Canyon wouldn't just be a 2-star high-tier danger zone. It would at least be a 3-star low-tier danger zone. After knowing that the opponent was a lava overlord, Li Fuchin didn't dare to stay any longer and increased his speed to the limits. He decided that if he had the chance, he must redeem a perfect class or extreme class mid-tier space-time divine artifact. During crucial moments, it would be used to escape. Li Fuchin was very lucky. The lava overlord's reaction would be rather slow, and its movements would be rather sluggish. Otherwise, Li Fuchin wouldn't be able to dodge that palm earlier. Seeing that Li Fuchin was fleeing, the lava overlord pondered for a moment and waved its hand. An endless meteor rain descended from the sky and smashed at Li Fuchin. The meteor shower was too densely packed. The flaming rocks were of different sizes. The bigger ones were as big as a hill, while the smaller ones were only the size of a fist. Regardless of whether it was the size of a hill or the size of a fist, the flames contained on them were extremely terrifying. They could easily smash a pinnacle high god to death. Furthermore, the blazing power could affect time and space. Even if Li Fuchin used the power of time and space to flash, he would still suffer from the pressure of the blazing power and his time and space divine power would be drained like water. No good, time and space is locked. The radius of the meteor rain was too large, and the radius of a few thousand miles was locked by an invisible, blazing power. Li Fuchen's space-time divine skill was restricted, and he wasn't able to use his full strength. Furthermore, even if he could use his full strength, it was unknown if he could escape. The true god class, lava stone monster, was too powerful. A simple move would have the strength to destroy a large number of high deities. It wasn't something that could be resisted by those below the true god class. It is a pity that the divine spirit attack is useless against the lava stone monster. If it was useful, Li Fuchen felt that he might have a chance. Blaze, a flaming rock that was the size of a small mountain, locked onto Li Fuchen's chi presence and smashed over. Blood Lion's protection. Li Fuchen poured his divine power into the Blood Lion armor. After being converted by the Blood Lion armor's tool pattern, all the divine power was converted into Blood Lion divine power. He then activated the Blood Lion armor's divine artifact, divine skill, Blood Lion's protection. In an instant, a blood-colored lion scuttled out from Li Fuchen's body and protected him. Bang bang! The blood-colored lion didn't even last for half a breath of time before it was smashed into nothingness by the flaming rock. However, it had also bought some time for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen immediately entered a cave at the front. This cave was able to isolate divine power, and it was very mystical. Chapter 11:27. After entering the cave, Li Fuchen could obviously feel that the lava overlord's divine power was isolated on the outside. The blazing flame power emitted by the meteor flame rain had also vanished. Why do I feel that there is an even more powerful fire Dao power in this cave? Li Fuchen's divine spirit was extremely powerful and could vaguely feel the terrifying fire Dao power hidden in the cave. It was fortunate that it was only fire Dao power and not fire Dao divine power. Divine power was a power that was cultivated. If this cave had fire Dao divine power, it meant that there was an expert inside. Perhaps it is an incredible fire Dao artifact. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as he started to enter the cave. Using his divine spirit senses, Li Fuchen was getting closer to the fire Dao power. This is the place. There is actually a stone room here. Outside the stone room, Li Fuchen was certain that the astounding fire Dao power was coming from the stone room. After entering the stone room, Li Fuchen finally knew the source of the fire Dao power. The fire Dao power came from the lines on the walls of the stone room. These lines were thick and thin, deep and shallow, straight and curved, tyrannical and gentle, explosive and sinister. No matter how the lines changed, they had a common characteristic, and that was the characteristics of the fire Dao. Such a brilliant fire Dao level. Just a few lines are able to gather fire Dao power that surpasses the lava overlord. What kind of strength does the person who left behind these lines have? Li Fuchen exclaimed. The lava overlord was a low-level true god. If a high-level true god left behind some lines, it was impossible to gather power that surpassed a low-level true god. It would at least be a spirit god. It also meant to say that the person who left behind these lines was at least a fire Dao spirit god. As for if it was a low-level fire Dao spirit god, mid-level, or even a high-level fire Dao spirit god, it was unknown. My fire Dao realm is at the late level of high-level god. I might be able to use these fire Dao lines to increase my fire Dao realm to the peak level of high-level god, or even the extremity. During normal times, Li Fuchen didn't place much importance on the fire Dao, but if there was a fated encounter, Li Fuchen wouldn't mind increasing his fire Dao realm. A fire path trace left behind by a fire path spiritual god was something incredible. It could be considered a fire path inheritance of a true god force. When Li Fuchen was comprehending the fire Dao seriously, the improvement speed was extremely terrifying. In the past, he was limited by his own understanding of the fire Dao. His improvement speed might be fast, but it wasn't too ridiculous. Right now, These fire Tao traces left behind by the fire Tao spirit god didn't just allow his fire Tao foundation to increase rapidly, it also allowed his soul seed to produce fire Tao inspirations. A peak stage high god. In just a few days, Li Fuchen's fire Tao cultivation had broken through from late stage high deity to peak stage high deity. This is too mysterious. Even the fire Tao can be so mysterious. These traces of the fire Tao had undoubtedly opened a door for Li Fuchen and allowed him to see a wider world. Without these fire Tao traces, Li Fuchen believed that he would need to spend 100 or 1,000 times more time to increase his fire Tao to the peak stage of high god. Let me digest it first. On the 4 walls of the stone room, there were lines on each side. The first line on the left side contained a slightly shallower fire Tao law. Li Fuchen had already finished reading and comprehended 30% to 40%. The second line on the left side contained much more profound fire Tao law, and it was extremely strenuous for Li Fuchen to comprehend it. He decided to comprehend the first side's fire Tao law first before comprehending the second side's fire Tao law. This comprehension lasted for an entire month. Peak of the high god realm. After opening his eyes, Li Fuchen revealed an excited expression. He might be primarily cultivating the sword Tao, with the space-time Tao and destruction Tao as support, while the fire Tao was just a foil. However, he was still very happy that his fire Tao had progressed so quickly. Right now, there were still 3 more stone walls that he had yet to comprehend. Perhaps when he left, his fire Tao might break through to the true God realm. I shall continue to comprehend the second wall's lines. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his fire Tao level, Li Fuchen had a much easier time comprehending the second wall's lines. 1 month passed by, 2 months passed by, 3 months passed by. Cultivation was timeless, especially for a high god. A few months was no different from a regular person's 15 minutes. Pop! On this day, above Li Fuchen's head, there was an illusory flaming flower that bloomed. The surging fire Tao law power spread out, and it was extremely mystical. Half-step true God realm. As the second wall's fire Tao lines were more or less comprehended, Li Fuchen's fire Tao level rose along with the flow and had reached the half-step true God realm. It was on the same level as the sword Tao level. This was something unimaginable in the past. In terms of sword Tao, Li Fuchen's accumulation was extremely robust. In normal situations, the fire Tao would never be able to catch up to the sword Tao. Right now, everything was the truth. Third wall. After digesting the comprehension from the second wall's lines, Li Fuchen continued to look at the third wall. It is so strenuous. On the third wall, Li Fuchen realized that he was already unable to comprehend the fire Tao lines. These lines had a lot of contradictions and couldn't be explained. Li Fuchen knew that his cultivation level wasn't high enough. In order to comprehend the third wall's lines, his fire Tao level had to be at the true God realm. Fated opportunities are hard to come by. Continue to accumulate. Li Fuchen didn't look at the third wall's lines anymore and continued to comprehend the first and second wall's lines. He was only about to comprehend the first and second wall's lines. The further he progressed, the harder it would be to comprehend. In the blink of the eye, another few months had passed. During these few months, apart from comprehending the fire Tao lines, Li Fuchen was also improving his fire Tao divine skills. Right now, he was proficient in 10 fire Tao divine skills. 3 of them were mid-class high-level divine skills and had been upgraded to perfect-class high-level divine skills. 7 of them had been upgraded from normal class high-level divine skills to excellent class high-level divine skills. All of them had been upgraded by 2 levels. This was only for a short period of time. If he had more time, Li Fuchen was confident he could upgrade them by another level. The reason why he was confident was because Li Fuchen's fire Tao level had already surpassed the sword Tao level. After all, there was still a difference between the half-step true God realm. Right now, Li Fuchen's Fire Tao level was only one step away from the low-level True God realm. In order to break through, I still have to look at the third wall's lines. The difference between the half-step True God realm and the low-level True God realm was too great. Once Li Fuchen broke through, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to miss this opportunity. This time, Li Fuchen didn't look at the entire wall and stared at one of the lines. His Fire Tao level was only one step away from the low-level True God realm. With just a little inspiration, he might be able to break through. The third wall's lines were very strange and special. Just a moment ago, it was very explosive, but in the next moment, it became weak and slack. It was simply ever-changing, and it was hard to adapt. There must be a pattern. I must not be confused by the appearance. Li Fuchen didn't blink his eyes, and his divine spirit was revolving at high speed. Finally, Li Fuchen saw a trace of a sign. Interesting. They have already made contact with the Fire Tao law source. No wonder true gods are called true gods. They are starting to make contact with the law source. Boundless Fire Tao, law comprehension poured into the soul sea. Li Fuchen's Fire Tao level seemed to have broken through a layer of barrier and reached the low-level True God realm. After reaching the low-level True God realm, Li Fuchen could obviously feel that he had a trace of control over the heaven and earth Fire Tao law. This control might be very weak, but control was control, and it was different from bestowal. In other words, even if Li Fuchen didn't execute Fire Tao divine skills, as long as he used Fire Tao divine power, the Fire Tao law would descend and increase his lethality. This is too wonderful. The pleasure from controlling a trace of Fire Tao law had made Li Fuchen's emotions fluctuate. It seems like controlling the power of law is the pathway for gods to progress. The life level is also driven by the control of the power of law. By controlling more Fire Tao law power, it would allow one's Fire Tao divine body to get stronger. When it reached a limit, it would evolve and break through from a true god to a spirit god, from a spirit god to an existence that surpassed a spirit god. God monarchs were said to stand at the pinnacle of the God-void realm. They might have already controlled a complete law. However, there were strong and weak laws, like the space-time law, sword Tao law, saber Tao law, yin-yang law, limitless law, and five elements law. These were all pinnacle laws. The weaker ones were time law, spatial law, extreme yin law, and extreme yang law. Even weaker ones were the Fire Tao law, earth Tao law, metal Tao law, and other laws. According to the control of different laws, the strength of a god monarch should be different too. Of course, pinnacle laws had their own benefits, while regular laws had their own benefits too. Pinnacle laws were too difficult to comprehend. Li Fuchen's sword Tao accumulation was extremely robust, and with his extremely powerful divine spirit, he was only at the half-step True God realm. If his main cultivation was the Fire Tao, he would have already reached the True God realm, and it wouldn't be so difficult. In short, pinnacle laws were hard to comprehend, but they had a bright future. Once one stood at the pinnacle, they would be at the pinnacle. Regular laws were easy to comprehend, but the future wouldn't be comparable to pinnacle laws. Furthermore, it was impossible to stand at the pinnacle in one's entire life. Now that Li Fuchen's Fire Tao rank was at the low-level True God realm, it was much easier for him to comprehend the third line. Low-level True God realm, mid-level True God realm. When the third line was more or less comprehended, Li Fuchen's Fire Tao rank had reached the mid-level low True God realm. Immediately after, Li Fuchen started to comprehend the fourth line. This Fire Tao spirit god's rank is too high. These lines must have been left behind by him casually. Li Fuchen could see that the fourth line was very messy, but it was fortunate that the Fire Tao law was still more profound than the third line. Late level low True God, peak level low True God. Finally, Li Fuchen's Fire Tao rank had reached the peak level low True God realm. If he took another step, he would be at the mid-level True God realm. However, Li Fuchen knew that he wouldn't be able to reach the mid-level true God realm within a short period of time. Previously, his progress was too fast and his foundation wasn't stable. If he wanted to break through with an unstable foundation, it would be a dream. It is about time. Li Fuchen swept a glance at the fire Dao lines on the walls and was in a very strange mood. Just a few lines were actually able to allow his fire Dao rank to reach the peak level, low, true God realm in a single step. Fate was truly mystical and unpredictable. If I have the chance, I will come again. In fact, be it the first line or the other 3 lines, Li Fuchen hadn't completely comprehended them. The fire Dao marks left behind by the spirit god weren't something that he could comprehend with his current cultivation level. Perhaps after he had a firm foundation in the fire Dao, he would have the chance to comprehend more things the next time he came. Before I go out, I should increase my fire Dao, strength first. Li Fuchen wouldn't forget that there was still the lava overlord outside. His fire Dao might be at the peak level low true God realm, but his fire Dao strength was far from the level of a low true God. If the lava overlord was still guarding there, Li Fuchen had no choice but to risk it. Chapter 11:28. With such a high level of fire Dao, Li Fuchen's fire Dao divine power was increasing like a rocket. Divine power index 150,000, 180,000, 200,000, 250,000. Soon enough, with the assistance of a large number of low-grade godstones, Li Fuchen's fire Dao divine power quickly broke through the limits of high god and wasn't inferior to the 50-meter tall lava rock monster. This wasn't the end yet. 300,000, 350,000. For 100,000, the divine power index soared to 550,000 before stopping. At the same time, Li Fuchen's divine spirit and fire Dao divine powers fusion had increased from 50% to 55%. The divine power strength had been greatly increased and wasn't inferior to weaker, low-level true gods. If it wasn't for the insufficient accumulation of life realm, Li Fuchen could break through to become a true, low-level true god. Law realm was the law realm, while life realm was the life realm. The life realm was the god class. If Li Fuchen relied on the fire Dao to become a low-level true god, his low-level true god life realm would also increase his sword Dao, time and space Dao, and destruction Dao. Law realm and life realm complemented each other. If one of them improved, the other would also improve rapidly. However, a god could have multiple law realms. It mainly depended on how many laws the god cultivated. A god could only have one life realm. It was impossible to say that a god could be a low-level true god and a high-level true god. It didn't matter which law the god relied on to break through to the life realm. A low-level true god was a low-level true god, and a high-level true god was a high-level true god. After all, a god only had one life and didn't have many lives. To those with ordinary perception, the law realm was much harder to break through than the life realm. Once their law realm broke through, their life realm would immediately increase. This was mainly because they had accumulated enough life realm. Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's perception was too strong, and his law realm progressed rapidly. He didn't have enough time to accumulate life realm. After all, he had only been in the bright world divine realm for a few years, yet he had already broken through from a demigod to a high god. Life realm, life realm. I heard that the types of divine pills in the middle 1,000 divine worlds are millions of times more than in the bright world divine worlds. There's a 3-star divine pill, the true god pill, that can allow a peak higher god to break through to the lower true god realm. There's also the 5-star divine pill, the spiritual pill, that can allow a peak upper true god realm to break through to the lower spiritual god realm. However, this kind of divine pill that can increase one's life realm is 100 or even 1,000 times more valuable than divine pills of the same star rank. The divine power index stopped increasing, but Li Fuchen didn't leave immediately. He was planning to upgrade all of his Fire Tao Divine skills to the extreme class of high-tier divine skills. The Lava Lord was too dangerous. He had to be fully prepared. Outside the cave, the 1,000-meter-tall Lava Overlord paced back and forth, its two purple sun-like eyeballs staring at the cave from time to time. The Lava Overlord might not have a divine spirit, but it didn't mean it didn't have any thoughts. The divine power wasn't able to scout the cave, and it made the Lava Overlord rather apprehensive. Furthermore, this cave gave the Lava Overlord a very uncomfortable feeling, as though a powerful existence had been here before. After a long period of time, when the Lava Overlord was starting to lose its patience, a fiery red figure rushed out from the cave. He is actually still guarding here. He is indeed a stubborn person. After seeing the Lava Overlord, Li Fuchen was shocked and immediately let out a bitter smile. He really wasn't willing to fight with a low-level true god, especially an expert among the low-level true gods. Raging Flame Field. The instant Li Fuchen rushed out of the cave, he executed the Fire Tao Field divine skill, Raging Flame Field. Right now, Li Fuchen had already upgraded all of his Fire Tao divine skills to extreme class high-tier divine skills. When complemented with his 550,000 divine power index, the Raging Flame Field was enough to affect regular low-level true gods. However, the Lava Overlord wasn't a regular low-level true god. Its divine power index was at least 1 million, and it was twice of Li Fuchen's. Therefore, after the divine power vibrated, Li Fuchen's Raging Flame Field was torn apart and didn't pose any threat. Raging Flame Shift. Li Fuchen naturally didn't plan to fight with the Lava Overlord. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't think he could fight with the Lava Overlord. Li Fuchen's body turned into a flaming light as he fled with astounding speed. This speed was much faster than when he executed the spatial divine skill, Wings of Time. The Lava Overlord, grinned sinisterly and slammed a palm at Li Fuchen. Such speed! Li Fuchen's divine spirit was constantly monitoring the Lava Overlord. When the Lava Overlord slammed its palm, its arm and palm had turned into red lava. Its length expanded from a few hundred meters to a few thousand or a few tens of thousands of meters. Its speed was also astounding, and it was at least faster than Li Fuchen's Raging Flame Shift. Raging Flame Cover. Flame God Body. In an instant, Li Fuchen executed two Fire Tao divine skills. They were the Fire Tao Defensive Divine Skill, Raging Flame Cover, and the Fire Tao Divine Body Divine Skill, Flame God Body. Bang! The Raging Flame Cover exploded, and Li Fuchen was sent flying. Half of his body was shattered, and those shattered parts were immediately burned into ashes. If it wasn't for the Bloodlion armor, Li Fuchen might have died from this slap. But Li Fuchen's heart ached because the Bloodlion armor was destroyed. A high-grade defensive divine artifact was even more valuable than a high-grade offensive divine artifact. Regular low-level true gods would have a hard time destroying it. Only a powerful low-level true god like the Lava Overlord would be able to destroy the Bloodlion armor with a single slap. After recovering his body, Li Fuchen continued to flee. The Lava Overlord didn't have high intelligence after all. This slap might have sent Li Fuchen flying, but it had also increased the distance between them by more than 10 times. It was simply a godly assist. Such a distance had already exceeded the Lava Overlord's optimal close combat distance. Executing its innate divine skill, a large number of flaming rocks descended from the sky and smashed at Li Fuchen. There is a chance. Li Fuchen consumed the divine essence elixir while fleeing frantically. At the same time, he was secretly utilizing the spatial and time power. Success! In just a short moment, a translucent door appeared in front of Li Fuchen, and he rushed in. Rumble! The spatial and time door was smashed into smithereens by the flaming rocks. The horrific Fire Tao law's power affected the spatial and time and forcefully jolted Li Fuchen out. My spatial and time Tao proficiency is too low. Li Fuchen's heart sank. His spatial and time Dao proficiency was still too low and was only at the late stage of High God. If he was at the limits of High God, he wouldn't have been jolted out so easily earlier. If he was at the peak level of low-level True God like his Fire Dao proficiency, the Lava Overlord wouldn't be able to touch him. As the pursuit continued, they soon arrived at a blazing valley. This blazing valley was filled with raging flames and intense heat waves. Li Fuchen scanned with his divine spirit power and noticed a flaming lizard that was over 1,000 meters in length. Low-level, true God beast, raging flame, lizard. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up, and he immediately executed his divine spirit ability to conceal his qi presence perfectly before rushing into the blazing valley. Roar! The raging flame lizard didn't notice Li Fuchen as its attention was attracted by the Lava Overlord. The blazing valley was its territory, and the Lava Overlord actually dared to barge in. Without any hesitation, the raging flame lizard and the Lava Overlord started to fight. The Lava Overlord didn't have high intelligence and didn't have any intention to explain as it fought with the raging flame lizard. Later on, the Lava Overlord had forgotten about Li Fuchen's existence. The Lava Valley actually has a low-level, true God beast, raging flame lizard. From afar, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If it wasn't for the raging flame lizard, he wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the Lava Overlord, even if he exhausted all his divine power. The Lava Overlord was too powerful, and if Li Fuchen wasn't stupid, he would have been killed long ago. The blazing flames in the blazing valley made it very difficult to scout with divine power. Only Li Fuchen's divine spirit power wasn't restricted. Using his divine spirit power to secretly observe, Li Fuchen realized that the raging flame monitor lizard's strength was still inferior to the Lava Overlord. At the start, they were evenly matched, but it was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. The scales on its body were cracked and blood was flowing. It is better to leave first. Li Fuchen left the blazing valley silently and gradually distanced himself from this region. Li Fuchen took over a month to travel from the East Sun sect to the Lava Valley. When he returned, he took less than half a month. The extreme class high state fire Dao divine skill, Raging Flame Shift, was much faster than the Wings of Time. After returning to the East Sun sect and submitting the mission, Li Fuchen obtained 3 million contribution points and 500 contribution points. Right now, he had over 4 million contribution points. This amount of contribution points wasn't enough to redeem a space-time divine artifact that he wanted. It was fortunate that all of his Fire Dao divine skills had been upgraded. If he contributed them to the sect, he would be able to obtain a large amount of contribution points. Contribution Haul. After contributing 5 Fire Dao divine skills, Li Fuchen's contribution points had reached an astounding 400 million. According to the contribution points of high-state divine skills, a normal class high-state divine skill would be worth 100,000 contribution points. A mid-class high-state divine skill would be worth 500,000 contribution points. An excellent class would be worth 3 million contribution points. A flawless class would be 15 million contribution points. And an extreme class would be 80 million contribution points. The further one went, the more exaggerated it would be. Of course, there were only a few individuals that could create extreme, class high-state divine skills. Even if they could create one, it would take many years. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who could create so many extreme, class high-state, divine skills at once. Even an elite core disciple like Guangwu Wu had only created 1 or 2 extreme, class high-state, divine skills so far. Li Fuchen was afraid of being too conspicuous and didn't wish to expose all of his trump cards at once. Therefore, he chose 5 of the more ordinary extreme class high-state Fire Dao divine skills to contribute to the sect, like the Raging Fire Fist, Raging Fire Barrier, and Blaze God Claw. Li Fuchen didn't plan to contribute domain divine skills, divine body divine skills, and shifting technique divine skills like the Raging Flame Field. Raging Flame Barrier, and Blaze Godclaw for now. Anyway, 400 million contribution points was already enough, and he would think about it when it wasn't enough. 400 million contribution points. No sect mission is comparable to contributing divine skills. Li Fuchen knew that contributing divine skills was able to obtain so many contribution points. Firstly, it was because of mutual exchange. It was to give those who didn't have enough innate perception away an opportunity to learn high-grade divine skills. It was also to give those with high innate perception a reference. Secondly, it was to encourage everyone to create divine skills and stimulate them to do so. The more divine skills you created and the stronger they were, the more contribution points you would obtain. With such stimulation, your strength would increase very quickly, and it was a good thing for both the individual and the sect. If a sect wanted to grow stronger, didn't it need to rely on powerful individuals? Let me redeem some divine equipment first. After walking out of the contribution hall, Li Fuchen flew towards the Divine Equipment Hall on another mountain peak. Chapter 1129. The Divine Weapon Hall was separated into many sections. There was the Fire Dao Divine Weapon Area, Water Dao Divine Weapon Area, Sword Dao Divine Weapon Area, Saber Dao Divine Weapon Area. Of course, there was also the Multi-Attribute Divine Weapon Area and the Special Divine Weapon Area. Li Fuchen's Fire Dao strength was the strongest, therefore. He was the first to arrive at the Fire Dao Divine Weapon Area. The Fire Dao Divine Weapon Area was further separated into the Offensive and Defensive Fire Dao Divine Weapon Areas. Blue Flame Gloves, Extreme Class Mid-Tier Fire Dao Offensive Divine Weapon. Price: 10 million contribution points. Requires 3-star contribution points. Dragon Patterned Flame Armor. Extreme Class Mid-Tier Fire Dao Defensive Divine Weapon. Price: 15 million contribution points. Requires 3-star contribution points. Raging Flame Cloak. Extreme Class Mid-Tier Fire Dao Divine Weapon. Price: 12 million contribution points. Requires 3-star contribution points. In a single breath, Li Fuchen redeemed 3 Extreme Class Mid-Tier Fire Dao Divine Weapons and spent a total of 37 million contribution points. Next, Li Fuchen arrived at the Sword Dao Divine Weapon Area and chose an Extreme Class Mid-Tier Sword Dao Divine Weapon, the Yang Emperor Sword, which cost him 13 million contribution points. Finally, it was the Space-Time Divine Weapon Area. Space-Time Divine Weapons were rare divine weapons, and the higher the grade, the rarer they were. Li Fuchen took a look and saw that the number of low-tier divine weapons in the Space-Time Divine Weapon Area was similar to the number of mid-tier divine weapons in other areas. There weren't many mid-tier divine weapons, and each of them was extremely expensive. They were several times or even 10 times more expensive than other divine weapons of the same grade. Zoom Shadow Boots, Excellent Class Mid-Tier Space-Time Divine Weapon. Price: 8 million contribution points. Requires 3-star contribution points. After seeing the price of an Excellent Class Mid-Tier Space-Time Divine Weapon, Li Fuchen couldn't help but frown. It was too expensive. It was just an Excellent Class Mid-Tier Space-Time Divine Weapon, but its price was actually close to an Extreme Class Mid-Tier Divine Weapon. But after thinking about it, Li Fuchen felt relieved. There were too few people who cultivated the space-time Dao in the divine world, and there were even fewer blacksmiths who could refine space-time divine weapons. The rarer an item was, the more expensive it was. It was natural that the prices of space-time divine weapons were extremely high. In addition, the materials to refine space-time divine weapons were very rare in the divine world. They weren't as common as the materials for divine weapons of other attributes. There were too few people who cultivated and refined space-time divine weapons. There were too few materials, therefore it wasn't reasonable for space-time divine weapons to be cheap. There weren't many space-time divine weapons for Li Fuchen to choose from. There were only a total of 8 Extreme Class Mid-Tier Space-Time Divine Weapons. Space Plunder Ring, Ultimate Mid-Rank Space-Time Artifact, worth 80 million contribution points. Requires 3 stars contribution level. Void Necklace, Ultimate Intermediate Spacetime Artifact, worth 150 million contribution points, required to be a 3-star contribution level. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchin took the 2 extreme class mid-tier spacetime artifacts. With the addition of the Fire Dao Divine Artifact and Sword Dao Divine Artifact, Li Fuchin had spent a total of 280 million contribution points and was left with over 124 million contribution points. It could be said that contribution points came and went quickly. Of course, Li Fuchin didn't feel heartache at all. Contribution points were not like low-grade godstones, where the more you accumulated, the better. Instead, you had to use them to increase your strength. If you didn't use them, contribution points were just a bunch of numbers. They were meaningless. After leaving the Divine Weapon Hall, Li Fuchin arrived at the Divine Skill Hall. Last time, he did not have contribution points to exchange for a high-level Superior Spacetime Divine Skill. This time he had it. Superior Spacetime Divine Skills, normal grade was around 1 million contribution points, mid-grade was around 5 million contribution points, excellent grade was around 30 million contribution points, flawless grade was around 200 million contribution points. As for extreme class Superior Spacetime Divine Skills, there wasn't a single one. Li Fuchin didn't know that at the current stage, among the East Sun sect's core disciples, there were only a few that could create normal class high-level spacetime divine skills. Those that were above normal class were all created by core disciples or even true god elders. As for extreme class superior spacetime divine skills, not even true god elders could create them. In the history of the East Sun sect, no one had reached an extremely high level in the spatial Tao. I shall choose 2 excellent class superior spacetime divine skills first. Li Fuchin's Wings of Time was an excellent class superior spacetime divine skill. He wanted to see the difference between others' excellent class superior spacetime divine skills and his own. He wanted to see whose proficiency was higher. 2 superior spacetime divine skills cost Li Fuchin another 80 million contribution points. Li Fuchin was left with over 44 million contribution points. Fuchin Peak, Li Fuchin refined all the redeemed divine weapons. The blue flame gloves, as the name suggested, were gloves that enhanced fire Dao attack. The dragon-patterned flame armor could provide defense and also enhance fire Dao divine power. The raging flame cloak could increase speed. The Yang Emperor sword could enhance sword Dao attack. The space plunder ring could enhance time and space and could also silently retrieve items from a distance. The void necklace could turn the body void and merge with time and space. These 6 extreme class mid-tier divine weapons were extremely useful to Li Fuchin and allowed Li Fuchin's strength to increase by a lot. Next, Li Fuchin started to comprehend the superior spacetime divine skills. These 2 excellent class superior spacetime divine skills were called Flying Phantom and Time and Space Wheel. The Flying Phantom was similar to the Wings of Time and was a speed-type superior spacetime divine skill. The Time and Space Wheel was a multi-purpose superior spacetime divine skill. It could be used for offense and defense. It could also affect the surrounding spacetime and produce a spacetime force field. On Fuchin Peak, there was a gentle breeze. Li Fuchin leaped up and silently turned into 3 phantoms. These 3 phantoms flew in different directions, and in just a flash, they vanished without a trace. After a moment, Li Fuchin's figure reappeared at the same spot. Flying Phantom, first rank completed. It is even more mystical than my Wings of Time. Li Fuchin praised. The Flying Phantom was too mystical. Li Fuchin's Wings of Time might be a superior spacetime divine skill, but it contained more spatial law and less time law, making it rather unbalanced. But the Flying Phantom was different. It contained almost the same amount of spatial law and time law. As a result, Li Fuchin's Wings of Time might be very fast, and a single flash would allow him to teleport a very far distance. but it was very easy to break in front of a true expert. In comparison, the flying phantom was much harder to break. Those 3 phantoms earlier were actually Li Fuchen's true body, and at the same time, Li Fuchen's clones. They were the result of different timelines. In other words, unless Li Fuchen could intercept all 3 phantoms at once, it was impossible to stop him. This was only the first rank of the flying phantom. The flying phantom had a total of 3 ranks. The first realm was 3 phantoms, the second realm was 9 phantoms, and the third realm, which was also the highest realm, was 1 phantom. However, this phantom was extremely mysterious, and if one's attack power wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible to hit it. Of course, those who learned the flying phantom would never be able to cultivate it to the highest rank. Only the creator of the flying phantom would be able to cultivate it to the highest rank. It had nothing to do with perception. As the days passed, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the flying phantom was getting deeper. He admired the creator of the flying phantom as the creator's spatial Tao proficiency was obviously superior to him. Li Fuchen didn't know that the person who created the flying mirage was a true god elder from the East Sun sect. This true god elder might not specialize in the spatial and time Tao, but a true god was still a true god. How could the spatial and time divine skill that he created be simple? While comprehending the spatial Tao divine skill, Li Fuchen didn't forget to study the sword Tao divine skill. Right now, his sword Tao strength might not be comparable to his fire Tao strength, but in terms of innate talent, the fire Tao talent was far inferior to the sword Tao talent. There was a saying that sand could form a tower and water could form an abyss. The accumulation of martial Tao was actually during normal times. One day, when his sword Tao accumulation reached an extremely robust level, it would definitely be able to burst forth. 3 months later, the 4 moves of the primary extreme sword art have all reached the perfect class, superior divine skill level. My sword Tao proficiency has also improved and isn't too far away from the low-level true god realm. Furthermore, the second rank of the flying phantom is finally completed. In 3 months, Li Fuchen had successfully cultivated the second rank of the flying phantom and was able to produce 9 phantoms in an instant. Apart from being slower than the wings of time, all other aspects were superior to the wings of time. Right now, Li Fuchen had already started to cultivate the other excellent class, spatial Tao divine skill, the time-space wheel. As compared to the flying phantom, the difficulty of the time-space wheel was on the next level. At the same time, the mysticism of the time-space wheel was also on the next level. Once the time-space wheel revolved, the spatial time in the area would instantly freeze. The higher the intensity, the longer the freezing time would be. Of course, in the eyes of the outside world, it would only be a blink of the eye. But to the people that were trapped in this spatial time, it was enough to drive them insane. The opening of the Spirit God Cemetery was getting closer, and all the core disciples from the East Sun sect had rushed back. The Spirit God Cemetery was a land of fated opportunities that even true gods coveted. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't enter, how could the core disciples who were only at the high-level deity realm be able to enter? East Sun sect, Nya clan, Nyakue, the clan spent a huge price to upgrade your bloodline divine skill, Nirvana Light Ray, from perfect class to extremity. This time, you must bring sufficient benefits to the clan in the Spirit God Cemetery. The one speaking was Nyakue's father, Nyashan, who was a low-level true god. Father, don't worry. You should know the power of my Nya clan's Nirvana Light Ray. Furthermore, my divine power fusion is already at 49% and isn't inferior to anyone. Nyakue was very confident. Nyashan nodded in response. Nyakue's perception might not be considered top-notch, but with the clan's full nurturing, his strength was at least top 3 among the core disciples. He wouldn't come back empty-handed after entering the Spirit God Cemetery. When thinking about the Spirit God Spirit Essence in the Spirit God Cemetery, Nyashan's eyes were filled with desire. If he could obtain a Spirit God Spirit Essence, he would be able to save at least a few thousand years of bitter cultivation. If he could obtain enough spirit god spirit essence, it wouldn't be difficult for him to step into the mid-level, true god realm. Li Fuchin, I hope you don't encounter me in the spirit god cemetery. When Nyashan was thinking, Nyakue was also thinking. But when he recalled that he had lost 2 high-grade divine artifacts, Nyakue was enraged. 2 high-grade divine artifacts. He didn't even have them and had to borrow them from the clan. It was fortunate that the clan would lend him a few more high-grade divine artifacts after entering the spirit god cemetery. If he performed well, he wouldn't have to return the high-grade divine artifacts.